punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch.
When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, don't punch me.
Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พวกมันได้พุ่นเก็บไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาแผ่ว Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก
When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, don't punch me.
All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch One day one life one dream one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie rabbit I'm the world shark You just catfish Kevin said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best right
When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah yeah boom. When a hoop don't sleep, don't punch me.
what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, 'cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
Nous emmène au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes. Sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes veines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir, lueur d'espoir. La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans mon âme. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Lueur d'espoir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans mon âme. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent autour de moi et j'en s'agite, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens, je rêve de partir. You're like a movie scene, makes me forget everything. Oh, we were just kids, playing like we knew the world. You got your name in lights, you give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids, pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry, I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry, I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome to week 2 here on VCT EMEA, where I'm back. I've stuck around. I made it through the first 2 days, and joining me once again here on the couch, we have the wonderful Kakuka. How are you doing?
Great. Left doing a cosplay, came back a world champion. It is what it is.
It was a good weekend for you and Billy as well. Not quite a world champion, but a champion here on VCT.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how to follow that up. That was a cold open from you. I liked it very much. And of course, looking at championship points here as well in VCT EMEA. Couple of teams that will no longer be able to make it to champs now based on points when we consider Carmine Core and Pacific. Of course, they will have to make it all the way to that grand final should they want to be able to do that.
It's good to know, right, that option is eliminated. Now it's pressure on, right? It's a little bit of additional pressure knowing that there is only one route through.
I mean, for them, seriously, like the situation was already bad enough. So for them, there was only like 1 or 2 scenarios where they could make it on points. And it was not even dependent on them because it's like, oh, what do you mean? KC won both of their matches. How can they be eliminated out of contention from points? It's more so because of what happened in the rest of the year. And also, as I'm saying, like the other teams getting points, nullify their chances for making it on points. They can still make it, you know, through playoffs and whatnot. So,
and with their form recently,
yeah,
there's a good chance. There's a good chance.
There certainly is a chance. We'll see more of that today, but let's dive into our schedule for the whole week because we have a banquet of Valorant coming over these next few days of play. There's a lot of exciting matches. Any of them that stand out particularly to you two?
Well, I would say on day 3, which is Friday, right? We see in the middle the Fnatic Liquid Instant Classic. I think that also because of the way that their matches have gone in the past couple of years, a lot of back and forth between these two teams with the question still of how strong is today's Fnatic? And the same question I think goes for Liquid. How strong is this Liquid and which one of them can rely mostly for our international, for our global performance? But also I would say the BBL Navi is going to be an absolute banger there on Sunday.
Yep.
What about you, Billy? Would you like?
I think the Turkish derby on the day 3, that FUT versus BBL game, I think it's always a joy to watch that as well. And I think the KC Team Heretics game is going to be very important when we consider the standings of the tables further down the line. So yeah, that's actually a big game when you actually look at it on the kind of point standing and where you're going to finish in the group table.
Yeah, as we're seeing, of course, and we look at what the matches that we're going to have today, starting with FUT and Pacific and then Fnatic KC. The situation for KC is incredibly good. I am in with the Hopium. They are going to be the team that gets to 3 matches the quickest because they were playing on Sunday, they're playing today, and if they are to go in a 3-0 record, things are looking so good for them. Heretics has already lost a match, and as we're saying, we'll also get to see that later in the week. So maybe we end the week, if you're a KC fan, you end up the week with super good news, because wouldn't it be absolutely wonderful to go from a season where you can't win anything and close a match to be one of the first, if not the first team qualified for playoffs? It
would be pretty extraordinary. And I've got to say, just based on what we've seen so far in this stage, they're looking like a rejuvenated team, a reborn team. You know, as a fairly new face here myself, I'm seeing these guys, I'm like, world beaters. You know, sample size of 2 matches so far, there's a lot to like.
We've been there before. That's the problem. I feel like we get sold too easily on the hope, but that's who we are as a region.
I mean, I was the same last year. I was like, KC to Champs Paris. I mean, it's in Paris. It has to happen. I've been a KC fan time and time again. I know that the fans have been kind of let down throughout the past couple of years with the different roster iterations that they've had. We had the boys on the sofa last week, and it's nice to finally have them on the show. Yeah, and being able to speak to them, and obviously the fans sticking along the journey with them.
Look, what is life as a fan without a little delusion, without a hype train? And you know a team that could really use both a bit of delusion and a hype train of their own?
Pacific
indeed. So let's get this hype train started with a little interview from Cupert. Cupert, tough matchup for you guys today. Initial thoughts on this one?
Not thoughts. A game is a game, like we come into it as every other game. I think we have a lot of tough matchups. We play Gentlemates, then FUT, then Vitality. All of these teams were, I would say, like top 4 in Europe recently in the last months. EWC and Masters London, so every game is a tough game.
In that situation where every game's a tough game, is there more of a temptation to maybe get weird with it, to experiment, to bring in some strange things to catch them off guard?
Yes, there is, but with the format recently, there's not as much time. But you will already see a lot of changes since the last game of Gentlemates. We made a lot of comp changes, we made a lot of changes in terms of the way we play. So I don't know how it's going to look today, but I know looking forward it's going to look a lot better, and we've made like very good changes.
Any teasers?
I'm not allowed to say, but we changed quite a bit of agents. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, eyes on the agent select. Good luck today.
Thank you, man.
A lot of changes coming in. I'm excited. Man, you don't look as excited.
Of course I'm not excited, because this is one of the teams that had the most time, and after 1 week, after 1 match, you tell me you throw everything that you technically invested your time in doing out the window. I want to see how big of a change it is, you know? Because if you're changing a Phoenix for a KO, then I'm not going to
I think
raise
in that
eyebrows.
respect, though, like they're kind of forced to change things around. We saw it with Ninja last week. He's having to flex onto these different roles because of Waddle coming into this roster for this stage as that scan initiator. Of course, Ninja has historically been that role on this team since they came into VCT, since even Tier 2 days, that's the kind of agents that Ninja was playing. So it has to force them to be adaptable and flexible around these things. And it is Ninja that is going to have to take the brunt of that. I mean, we saw him on Sage, we saw him on Deadlock. He's the one that's going to have to deepen his agent role.
Cupid Waylay.
Cupid Waylay?
We've seen it with an IGL before. Why not?
Why not?
No.
No. I want to
that's
listen. The problem with me and Pacific is that I want to be positive. I want to be positive, but I've been positive so many times because, like, individually, I think they're very nice people. You know, like I like them as people. I like them as individuals. I like the coach and stuff. I'm Spanish. What can I say? But the hope has hurt me now.
So they haven't quite won you back to the cause.
No.
We'll see if they can do a little bit of a better effort today. I will say one team that I think turned our fortunes around in that first week, FUT. Right? High expectations coming in, a stumble at the beginning, but now looking good, and Sociable a big part of that.
I think the reason why we had high expectations of them coming into this stage is because they had such an incredible performance in Masters London. I think that some people would argue that they had an overperformance, but I think Sociable as well, being the IGL, the leader of that team, him individually was so good as well, I think, throughout. And I'm still a bit cautious of their Ascent composition and him playing that Phoenix on this role and having to IGL the team. I'm intrigued to see where that kind of grows and if that's an idea that they want to develop further. But yeah, I'm still not fully sold on it just yet after seeing it the once.
I would say that for the side of London, I was happy that they did as I expected them to do. Like, when I understand also the perspective from people that maybe do not follow EMEA that much or they didn't watch Stage 1 that much, but FUT is already a team that went through so many changes this year, and we were right to be hopeful about them. And I'm incredibly happy that they can keep that up on a global level, because many teams could not, or they would say, you know, there is a limit that you can get to when you're improving. But I think that for FUT is going to be the same as Stage 1. They're going to start getting the ball rolling, they're going to test what works for them, and they're very good at identifying what doesn't work for them and move away from it.
Well, we're going to keep this conversation going. We're also going to take a look at the skirmish between Zeus and Ninja. For FUT, right? Expectations high. We've started the introduction. What are you looking for to see against Pacific today, right? Because we don't really know how big of a measuring block Pacific is, but what to you would be encouraging for this matchup?
I would like to see some dominance. I think that last week we only saw it for like a couple of maps, but I'm still yet to see a team that I can be like, okay, you know what, there was absolutely no way that the other team could have won against you. I think that FUT had that potential during Stage 1, and I think that they will get back onto that form. But you're telling me this, and at the same time I'm thinking, man, it would also be nice to see Pacific win, you know? Like
it would be.
Yeah, I think that we've all kind of felt hopeful. We had Apex kind of last year. That was that team that a lot of people were rooting for.
Yeah, but Apex wasn't this close.
Yeah,
girl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, okay, Pacific are able to get like maps under their belt. So now I guess it is just a question of, do they throw any surprises in there in the veto today?
No me lo puedo del creer. Please
do not.
get me out. Guys, headline. It is July. Pacific has picked Split. Have they picked anything else? in EMEA? They've won it twice now.
They've picked Pearl before.
Oh, well, not anymore.
Not in the pool anymore, obviously. I think them banning Summit here on their second wave is such a, like, are you trying to annoy me?
I was so hopeful coming into today, thinking of the veto. It's like, oh, FUT promoting that breeze. Pacific, the Haven, Summit, Open, especially for a team like Pacific, when we want to see the surprises, when we want to be like, oh, they've thought outside of the box and actually put that time onto build something and just throw it out there. They're also scared of that. I will say, though, Lotus for FUT. Interesting. I like it because FUT are still on this, something that they were doing at the end of Stage 1, and is that once they knew that they had a strong map, they moved on to the other ones because they don't want to be strong. They want to have a strong map pool.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, again, that for FUT's perspective, they, again, are not the team to take the Summit out. They mentioned this last week in their matchups. They're not banning the Summit. Somebody needs to pick it into them. We need to find out if they can do it.
We don't deserve them.
We don't deserve them. Our brave heroes now joining us on the stage because it's time for the face-off.
versus Pacific Esports.
The players meet on stage, and soon in the server, Pacific still dreaming of that first true VCT win, and FUT looking to put theirs down and continue the dominance. Split to start, let's say it. That was a victory last week for Pacific.
No. They play it amazingly at this point of that between the reps, and they actually have very, very good map theory on this map. Understandable, but actually looking forward to Billy. You were talking about the Ascent, about FUT and whatnot. I want to see if we get to that third map and we have a repetition of Pacific again going into that third map, and probably seeing some adaptations on the side of FUT.
I think it would be nice to see Pacific continuously push these teams to a third map. I think it's just always that disappointment and that flatness when you feel as though week on, week out, that you're being able to push teams, especially teams that have just come back from a global event, to a third map, but not being able to quite close out a series. I want to pick up on the things that you were talking about with Lotus, Bea, before we kind of sent the players out. FUT have a pretty decent Lotus, and I'm pretty excited that they've decided to show their hand here, because when I consider their performance in Masters London, they played it a handful of times. Yes, they lost it a couple of times, but that was to America's teams. And time and time again, yeah, we don't have them here. Time and time again, we're saying how that region is incredible on this map. So I'm hoping they take those learnings back here to this region.
Now we're better.
As our players settle into their Razor chairs on stage, the question is also for FUT. I think there might be something to prove on this first map of Split, right? Against Na'Vi, it looked pretty dang rough.
Yeah, you're bringing up a very cool storyline here, and it's the fact that we saw the opening match that we had that split. We saw Na'Vi playing with the double Sentinel, just putting a lot of pressure onto that, and FUT did not really have a lot of responses to it.
Now we do have the agent select coming through here. Pacific, we're mentioning they might be trying some different things. Anything jumping out?
Nothing crazy jumping out. Maybe 7 on the Waylay is like an intriguing factor, because he's been flexing across different roles as well. I think his KO was the primary focus for us when I think back to last stage. So seeing him come into this primary duelist on Pacific now, I think that puts a lot of pressure on him, right, to be able to go in and take these opening engagements, especially when you're up against that double duelist on the other side of Sop and Zeus, who have been so incredible.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned the double duelist. How Sop has decided to move away from the Jet, where he didn't find a lot of success, and onto the Neon. We're seeing a lot of players going back into that cage that they once praised to escape. So I want to see how that translates into how they play on the attack, especially. I want to see that synergy. Crystalli, you were speaking about how good he played in London. So now when we have that extra wall, I want to see those synergies, especially since they're starting on the attack.
Well, it's time for us to dive into the action, to bring you that action. Two wonderful voices. Hazard and Cairo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mike and the desk. Excited to get into this one, honestly, Cairo. I think for all of us here, we can feel it at home on the broadcast as well. This Pacific team have been playing with a rain cloud over their head. There is a mental block between them and picking up their first win in the VCT. The only team in the VCT internationally yet to notch that on their record.
Yeah, today feels like a David versus Goliath story. Sure, Pacific only played 1 game last week. They lost it. FUT played 2 and were able to course correct. Whether that is going to continue to be the case, FUT did lose Split against Na'Vi. Did Pacific kind of learn from Navi's playbook last week? Let's see. This is the map that they always seem to find a way to win. Can they do it against some of the big dogs?
Top 3 finish for FUT last stage, of course. And as you say, Pacific, this is the one map which they have been able to win so far. A couple of times since kickoff. And starting it out, it is FUT on the attack. Early B push towards Ninja's position. It's Sop to get things started though, and when he was absent in the first game last week, he has found his feet once again. Everyone else on the same page, and the plant coming in.
I mean, Waddle, sure he had a pretty decent debut by all things considered, but I don't think he was ever going to beat 4 of FUT's best. 1-0, as you say, Sop getting things started off blisteringly, and I feel as if he is the real win condition for FUT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was the main transfer that people would have been fixated on coming out of kickoff into the first stage, propelled them towards that London finish.
Nice, come on.
And they looked notably withdrawn in his absence, I think, in that Na'Vi game.
Yeah.
Only a couple of moments that I can recall where he had any impact. It's the follow-up into the mates match, this golden thread that connects the two teams as a familiar opponent in the first week, where we actually saw the difference.
Yeah, I think for FUT, this match is not necessarily about showing anything. It's about re-correcting any sort of narratives that came out of the Na'Vi game last week.
Sure.
Showing that the split is actually strong and not what people can consider a weak map. And I think as well it's about being or having a professional performance against Pacific, because we know they can be a wily team, they can be difficult to beat, and they can get scrappy.
That was definitely the feeling which Cupid gave us in the pre-match interview, but no glaring changes, no sweeping adjustments as of right now. Anti-Eco starts with an exchange in Garage. Pacific, a couple players left behind on the left-hand side of the map, but it is FUT rolling into Valorante's neck of the woods. Just the right click for now. Waddle following it up with one of his own, but no weapons recovered, and it's those two remaining players rotating in.
It's exactly like that. Pacific make it a little bit difficult, but with the last two remaining, walking into SOP's crossfire, I don't think this is going to be anything other than a FUT round. It's well played so far, and they know exactly what they're up against. They've already seen it. Nice trades overall. And SOP finishing things out. 3 away from his own ultimate.
Yeah, so already we're seeing SOP starring at the start of this game, and that lends itself to a positive FUT performance. Something else as well, you and I were talking about the other week, honeymoon period for FUT. Discussed this in the green room at some length as to, you know, is it on, is it off? I think the general consensus is, as long as they keep winning, as long as they keep getting into these playoff stages, of which they would be on their way with a win today, they are still in the clear.
Yeah, I think like Mike was the one who was talking about the definition of a honeymoon period, the fact that it stops when things start to get difficult. For FUT, it's only really a red mark in the start of their history. They could very much go 4-1, and then we're like, well, realistically, it's just a blip on the radar. Just struggling to get things started.
For sure. The contrast from kickoff as well. But for now, a gun round and an opportunity for FUT to get the bonus. Full set of rifles, and you can see with the spike still lingering around in mid, A pressure. Potential for a split push where Pacific have the bodies.
Yeah, they've pulled out already the Sage Wall, but FUT are going to start to hit into the strong side for Pacific. That's unbelievable from SOP to try and dismantle Valorant. And now, two players, they're peeking in. At least Seven's got one back now.
Yeah, Pacific thinking about fighting forwards. Need to regroup here.
Need to be careful. Waddle gets two of his own. Makes this look decent. Seven still looking for a fight, an off angle, but SOP is on the hunt, and that's the main man. We've already discussed it, and he's still alive. 35 seconds remaining. And time to work with. He's going for the long way round.
I think there is enough time to complete this rotation for SOP. Nice reactions out of Pacific to put themselves in this situation. But you talk of the golden child, this is a huge opportunity for him to stake his claim and cement his return. Plenty of time and space to plant. He goes for the safe option. Doesn't want to risk it. And on the way back in, Pacific not too much. It's the former Liquid Academy graduates.
Yeah, but they need to be careful because SOP looks to play on the front foot. They need to clear the corners. SOP, he had his chance, he missed it. Pacific can count themselves lucky. That will be one back in the conversation.
SOP really left that one hanging. I thought just for a moment with bated breath that we were going to get a reversal of the 3v1. Brilliant entry from him to start, and come back to that conversation about a reaction. On split, a lot of the time, you've got to fight heavy for main, especially if you get exposed through middle. Great decision-making from them there. And again, it's Waddle showing up with kills.
He could have had it.
He could?
He had a fair fight.
Nice! Oh my god.
6-1 is SOP right now. That sums that up. Ultimate, as we've already discussed, online. And I think FUT very happy to pull the trigger right now towards the A side. And that's where SOP's set up.
Yeah. It's just a rifle in his hands as things are standing. Of course, we know he likes the scoped weapons, but up against this kind of buy, fully light shielded are Pacific. No risks taken. Stays light on his feet and threads the way up into ramp. Prowler sent out by Waddle, playing behind the toxic screen as his own one goes up. You can see Pacific still with this A focus for now.
Looks like they want to fight this. Valorant being pulled across. Ooh, 7 going for one of his own. At least Waddle has found Sop though, so it's 1 for 1 right now.
Gets profit, but it's this mid push coming in.
Yeah, Sociable has to stand up tall here, and unfortunately, Crystalli's going to catch out Cooper. A real miss. And look at this. Zeus goes hunting. Here's the steps of 7, but that's a big kill.
Yeah, sharp kill. And now 2 players on site to defend this.
Ninja in hell catches the cross, spike down on the ground. Issues for FUT right now, and it's just 1 versus 1s all over the map. It's equal, but Sociable brings it across the line. Ninja between a rock and a hard place. Can't quite find the fight that he's looking for. FUT are heading for the hills, or are they? Yetiji stands by and makes it a 3rd for FUT.
Yeah, Yetiji left behind, sweeps it under the rug, and there you go. Nothing done for Pacific as Ninja had his back to the pillar. I like this little bit of aggression in the mid-rounds that we see. Maybe overcooked it slightly in middle, but at least that horn coming out from Waddle, set up on the refract timing for 7 was quite nice to clear the ramp presence, which is something that they've got to be thinking about as FUT are constantly setting up threats in different areas of the map. That's something that they've been so good at doing in enabling SOP, is constantly raising question marks that you have to address.
TP heard. Sociable doesn't consider it a threat. Disrespects and waits for the next fight. It comes in. This is going to be pretty easy going by our standards, has it?
Sure. 7 dropped early. Of course, this is a round where Pacific come in with little to no expectations, but they can build an ult here and there. Ninja 1 away from the res. And of course, 7 has the convergent paths online for the next, and Waddle the Nightfall. Tools to be thinking about here, Cairo.
Yeah.
And I think something else to think about as well is 7's involvement in a few of these rounds. Previous series, he was -8 on the first deaths. And as much as we said during the cast that he felt like a player that was high risk, high reward, and you were still getting those trades, I think, again, his playstyle is absolutely paramount to if Pacific can find success or not, and if they're getting that value back.
Yeah, I feel as if you're 100% spot on, and the thing with 7 is, if he's playing well, if we're getting good, you're getting good entries, Pacific typically do well themselves. I mean, it felt as if it was really towards the other end, right? When you saw the likes of Waddle and like some Ninja and stuff like that starting to pick up the slack. It looked decent overall, but when we got to those later maps, that's when it really let us down.
FUT in a post plant here, and you know, seconds away from converting it as Pacific. Not showing any intention to give away ult orbs. To bounce off what you were saying about Waddle there as well, you could sort of feel it in the interview that he gave, that he's a player as well who wants to bring confidence to this team, because that's how a lot of them are. They're players that have so much potential, but just need to find a way to unlock it. Valorant, certainly one of those, as he'll get himself a couple. Crystalli can say the same the other way, as FUT clean the board.
Now those ultimates come online, and things looking good. And with this game, just one last note I want to put out there, Hazza. Do you feel as if the Gentlemates game was a missed opportunity to win your first match?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the group. It's stacked against Pacific. You've got to take the wins where you can find them, and I think they'll definitely feel that their attack sides betrayed them. But that's something to think about as this one develops, of course. They're on the defense for now, and it's only 1 round. An operator filtered into the hands of 7, though, could be the difference. Could be, is what we've got to say, because it's just a 1-for-1. And again, that has proven not to be enough in these situations.
Talisman gone off the board for FUT, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a Pacific win. Walder posted.
It's that ultimate lost on 7 as well. At the very least, you've still got the Nightfall. And Ninja's got to be thinking about the potential of a res here. If they can recapture that B control Pacific, but FUT have been given an open A site in the process.
And they have, so they're going to use the Seekers to confirm that, and with only 1 Seeker actually heading towards the A heaven position, they'll have that confirmed. And Sociable even has CT space.
So far deep through screens already, and now partnered up with Zeus. The captain putting on a serious show last week.
Yetiji's pivotal for holding on to main space, and if you head towards CT, there's a trap.
And so this key contributor finds himself at an important juncture. Here comes the paranoia, straight in, sets up Zeus. That's the first of the kills, and now Pacific have a problem. Trying to fight back through. Zeus is still holding down ground. Stunning from the dog the opposite way. Does well, and Cupid does get back up on his feet through Ninja. Sociable in the meantime finding a trade and also finding safety through the TP. Yetege hanging around in main. Plenty of issues still yet to be cut loose. Pacific even considering getting out of Dodge at this point now. VALORANT with a big quad kill. But it means nothing in the end because there's no time left to play with. A web of FUT's own grand design. And Pacific gets stuck right in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, overall, that 4K won't matter much unless it's a little bit of confidence. For Alo, overall, I mean, this was a bit of a dodgy interaction with the trap play, but overall, it works out in the end. And even at that, Pacific use a couple of their own ultimates in response to the showstopper. Just time working against them.
It's that quick decision-making which you require to break down a team like FUT that thrive in the chaos with their solid fundamentals. Pacific having plenty of time now, though, to get those systems in place. And I think that is something that we would constantly want to hark back to because you have a play-in stage upcoming, potentially feeding into playoffs. And when you look back at the results that this team has had over the last couple of stages, kickoff as well, still yet to find that first win. And when we speak of mental blocks, for example, it just feels almost impossible to get the dog off your back until you finally get there.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? That's the biggest issue. I mean, basically it becomes a curse in your own right, like a mental blocker. That being said, next round. A couple of ultimates being used by Pacific, still got sevens, still got the Viper's Pit, and that's what you're going to be looking towards. They have made FUT's economy pay a little bit, right? They've brought them down, they've had to make them all repurchase, but I think overall, there's a chance here, Pacific, but it's a slim one. You know it's FUT.
Seven has floated that operator back around, now it's in B tower. Not a position which can have a grand effect on this round right now as FUT 4 players strong in A main. Sociable has been left behind. He's just orbiting the edge of Garage and we'll have heard Ninja place that wall. Last time Pacific did this, called a full rotation almost off the back of it.
He's doing it again.
Yeah, and for that reason, actually FUT may be reconsidering their options. The Horn doesn't spot anything, but it's this mid walk down of the op now that is most pressing. VALORANT to take first contact. He gets one and is dropped. Now all eyes on Seven with the scoped weapon, dashes his way out for the time being, and Pacific looking to re-engage, have the numbers. Cupid picks up a weapon off the ground, and it is a 3 versus 2.
I mean, Spike lost by FUT, they have to fight back, but look where Sociable's gone. He's on a journey, an adventure.
As time ticks down though, Pacific should be aware of this. They know the backline is open.
I don't like these positions.
No. Just how cramped they feel on this mid box right now.
30 seconds left.
Well, Sociable's going to be able to steal the spike away.
Yeah.
Hug the wall.
If he checks his angles right, as you say, could leave himself with some wiggle room here. Horn again, up cycles for Waddle, doesn't spot anything, and Yetege starting to close the net a little bit. Sociable's gotten away with this one, feeding those players now back into Yetege's crosshair. Drop down to 16, no support from his captain, has to go solo, wins it, but it's Waddle left behind, and just enough time for the plant.
Cease hasn't caught him either, Sociable has a chance.
Waddle encroaching, but Sociable looking to fight him right under the lip of heaven, and he will drop him exactly where he stands. FUT infallible in these positions, and the 2 versus 3 comes off in their favor.
That's criminal. There's no other way to see it. A 3 versus 2, sure, but you know where the spike is, but there's better positions to take up in mid. And it just feels like for the first time in a long time, Pacific put themselves in a good chance and let it slip.
First time in a long time? It's every week.
No, but it's, I mean, first time they put themselves in a long time
in a good position, and then don't make the most of it. Yeah. That's true, that is true. But I think even the general sentiment around the place right now is that Pacific perhaps even favoured to go on and win this map, as they have done a couple of times of the 8 played. Even then, map 2, map 3, I don't believe until I see 13 at the top of the screen.
I don't think I believe this is going to be anywhere near Pacific's favour now. FUT have got the confidence back, they're back to winning ways. Everybody has rifles here for Pacific, and they're waiting to receive FUT's players.
Here comes the Waylay ultimate, and Seven looking to head this one forwards. Hinder dropping in. Oh, brilliant transfer from Seven to Taken. Now Pacific peeling back. Still Cupid on the angle with the Guardian, damage through the wall, and does finish what he started. Is Zeus the next to be shown the door, and Pacific seem to have done enough from this position.
Valoranti's flank. FUT don't know it. 2v5 should be difficult. At least Sociable taking off the high flank.
I mean, look at the amount of space that FUT still have to drop back into here, though. Sociable's merged into Heaven. Now, a peek out the edge of the smoke is just audacious with the amount of steps heard behind it, so eventually he cancels that plan. But Pacific have, you know, a choice, a decision to make of themselves, and this is a very slow retake.
I mean, if they give up Heaven space, it could be game over. 2v4 doable, 3 players coming through main.
Plant not fully open for Sociable,
No
but
way.
a really strong angle here for him to take. Can't connect those first couple shots, the rest won't transfer with it. All on Crostali, the young gun, but he's had so much impact from these positions before. 2 taken, 2 left to find, but it's gonna work out for him. There wasn't time, and somehow FUT against all odds have done it again.
I mean, if you're a Pacific fan, that's going to be hard to take. FUT clutch up, and they look exactly as good as they did in London. Sure, Pacific are the ones giving them opportunities, but if the last one was criminal in a 3v2, this is damn right near a life sentence in prison for that. That's ridiculous.
Red Bull clutch for Crostali, and we'll just hope that there's not another to send us to solitary confinement, because, as you say, FUT going through the gears now. A 7-1 lead to start their attack side.
3v2 into 4v2. How bad can it actually get for Pacific? No ultimates available. Sop's already taken out 7. And at this point in time, if you're Pacific, how do you even reset?
This round simply starts with 2 players solo facing, shouldering information. Ninja playing off the wall here. Cupid does win the engagement this time, and ultimately those are the conditions that Pacific have to meet to get past FUT right now, as it's not on team play that they're finding success.
Yeah, the individuals need to start showing up, but this is 4 versus 3. Waddle solo peeking into Yetiji. Surely not, right? Dancing with the devil here.
Good from Ninja, though. 3 versus 3 in this situation. There is a pit to come through from Yetiji, though, and little tools left for Pacific to get back into this one. Just the Prowler on Waddle as it stands.
And that's unfortunately being used not to identify the right person, as Zeus makes himself an issue within the corner. Need to clear that, and well, unfortunately it does get cleared by Waddle. Doesn't have the utility, but makes it work with a rifle of his own. Yetiji, when it was gone down to a classic, knows that the decay will be working for him. And Crostali in the corner. He's looked so good! An unbelievable 4K once again. Pacific, you make us hope, but oh my god, do they get crushed so quickly?
It's the hope that kills you, and it's Crostali as well. Oh, I mean, this guy said in the pre-match how they were prepared for whatever Pacific's going to throw at them. It just seems like he's been working on his aim routine more than anything else. Incredibly crisp.
Mate, there is 3 players on 7 kills, 2 on 10. That just shows you the performance every single player is putting up right now on FUT. It feels like an exhibition match more than a VCT, my 3rd match for FUT.
And with it being an eco for Pacific, more food for thought, I think Crostali is a name that has come from a similar ilk of where Pacific have taken their players from, you know? Someone in Tier 2 who had decent reviews, but wasn't someone that, you know, we were super excited about, I think. Flew under the radar. It's in this environment, though, this FUT environment, that we've really seen him mature and grow in his stature and his character.
I think when you're playing around the players that you are playing around, right? Like, I mean, Sop in his own right, I just pulls off miracles. Ninja, though, with a Sheriff and an angle to hold, and, well, that's going to be quickly dealt with. Point I want to get to, though, is, I mean, if you're in amongst this environment, of course you're going to perform better.
And I think, again, confidence conversation. Pacific with no real reasons to feel inspired right now as 10 rounds conclude, and FUT with all but one of them having some pretty concrete answers for what Pacific are trying to do. I mean, look at how many of these engagements are ones. I get it, you're on pistols. This is not a round which we say is anything special. That has to change in the follow-up, though, if you want any chance of recovering this map pick.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like the whole thing from what's called Planet of the Apes, the new series, where it's like, oh, monkey together stronger.
The
you
new
know what I mean?
series? That's a throwback, no?
No, 2011, 2012.
The new series?
Yeah, it's
2011.
There was an original. There was originals, right? But anyway, originally, the original stopped doing its best. FUT doing what they're known for and hitting heads and looking to take the space away. Look at Cupid all on site alone. Shot. Oh my God! What a Cupid! That's brilliant. And now with the spike on the ground and Waddle there to support, this is doable, and it certainly is. Cupid, fuel 4 of his own. The leader leading by example.
Cupid solo strong. He's good enough by himself. That's a ridiculous 4K. I mean, look at the transfer on this first one.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Slow that down for us, EBS. Unreal. But it's almost like in this situation where Pacific feel like they're dead and beaten, how much of a difference is that one 4K going to make?
Oh, you hope a lot. You hope. I mean,
it's got to be the start of something.
All right, Michael Jackson. Anyway. FUT back towards mid, and a couple players exploring B main as well, but Yetige's just managed to get out, and there's nobody there to protect it. So he has what looks to be the A site. What is going on?
It's the mid wall broken. 7 finds a kill. That's Yetige taken. So the A lurk gone, and now FUT just looking to group up and take this B site with force. Surely Cupid couldn't do the same 2 times in a row.
I mean, it would give a lifeline, and I'm not saying that that lifeline could be converted, but again, it's the hope that kills you. And Cooper could be the one to kill you as well. Unfortunately not. Good entry utility, and post-plant comes through.
Yeah, all the players through one corridor that time, but the utility is spot on from FUT. And in terms of the post-plant, looking to take some of that CT space. Pacific coming through one avenue themselves. I mean, 3 players in tower right now.
Yeah, just double checking flank. Nice little attention to detail from FUT. The sociable holds on just from a little off angle. But unfortunately, 7 can't quite grab him. He's going back up for more, and well, and that's going to give a chance for Pacific to get in. Still not out of the smoke, and as they do, they hit the heads. Okay, 2v2 and a raise online. There comes back VALORANT, and there's time in which to work with. Pacific up to 3.
Yeah, still moments in that round where it felt like they were a little bit static, frozen in place, but as soon as they start to get through the motions and actually show some of those confidence in the engagements, this is the Pacific that we were promised. Is there any more of that in the second half, though? We'll find out after this interview with Waddle.
One enemy remaining.
Got the new man on campus here, Waddle. Waddle, we were just chatting a little earlier. Could you tell the people where you got your name from?
Yeah, so my real life name is Wadir, and my favorite animal is penguin. So I just basically merged the two, like penguin's obviously Waddle, and my name is like quite similar to that, so it's just a natural decision to make.
And the debut in VCT last week, how's it been feeling for you being part of the Pacific team?
I enjoyed it. Like, despite the loss, after the first map, we felt like super confident that we could have maybe took another map, but obviously we didn't. Today though, I'm feeling even better. Like, we've discussed some things and reviewed some stuff, so hopefully this time we'll do a better showing.
For a team like yours, like Pacific, that's so hungry for that first win, to show the mark, to show the standard here in VCT, you're the new guy in. Maybe they're hoping for you to give them like a shot in the arm. How do you do that? How do you bring that energy into this squad?
Yeah, I'm quite a vocal player, so, and I'm also playing like a support-ish role, so I'm just trying to, because these boys are really talented, like every single one of them are talented individually. I just need to help activate them, and also by activating them, I activate myself and I play better. So as long as we can do that in the server today, then we'll get some wins.
Looking forward to seeing it. Anything that you think's the key to taking down FUT?
they're a very aggressive team. They're like the Turkish style, obviously. So we need to make sure that we're like fighting together and doing all these basics and shooting heads. So yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you, man.
Some important points raised by Waddle there, stuff that we've already touched on, of course. The fact that there is so much potential within this Pacific lineup, that they've got to get the basics right. And also, I think, something I was speaking about earlier, the attack halves. All of those points of focus now heading into the second half.
I mean, you think about it, a raised Neon can be difficult to try and stop, but if they're running at you from defense, it's just as difficult. So we'll see if that stopping power comes through. A stack of players to hold, or to wait for any players to come out of main from either side. Mid completely vacated by both teams.
A little bit of like a high-low side-to-side from Pacific on either periphery of the map. Looking at it here, Crostali does get spotted after Sociable's dropped behind the screen. No way for Sop to get involved, and that's a little more damage on Crostali as well.
Yeah, but look at Seven. Yeah. Oh, it's not Seven, sorry. Look at Zeus from up on high.
He's not looking. And so even the headshot from that flick to Cupid's head, not going to be enough to find the kill. Spike heading its way towards the B site. It's got to be Yetajay for now, ward off. Solo player back pillar and wrapping around on a timing. Cupid already taking damage. If he can find Ninja clean, there's half a chance, but Waddle pops up at the perfect moment. That's one through mid, and Ninja there as well, a safe pair of hands. A blinded Sop is a dead one, and Pacific have the second pistol.
Okay, maybe there's a little bit of belief here. Got to check in with the coach at halftime and discuss things. Pistol round one, bare minimum reached for Pacific in this second half.
You can see how Waddle does feel like an upgrade in this team, just for the fact that he's elevated the players around him as well.
Nice!
I think while we see Pacific starting to go away from the meta in terms of double duelist, I think that this is actually a nice suit for them, right?
Sure.
Double controller.
I think, you know, on meta, off meta, you can play different ways, and this archetype does seem to fit Seven. Bit of proactivity here from FUT. Flash in the hand of Crostali. What is the timing? Is it simply contact? Seems to be the case. Pacific going to pass with flying colors, though. 3 kills under their belt. And now we start to look at ults. Waddle is the closest as it stands.
Yeah, at the same time, though, we've got a little walk down mid coming through from Sociable, finding himself all the way down in shops. Cooper is the one with the spike.
Yeah, he's the one holding on for it. It's VALORANT that has to be cautious, though, and Sociable moving off this.
He's only a pistol player, so it's not the biggest loss in the world.
That's if he loses, which he won't. VALORANT does find that kill. So, actually, Pacific, if they can make this flawless, Cairo, what are we looking at? 2, 3 rifles in there? Just 2, I think, for now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rifles just now, but probably VALORANT to buy up into the next as well.
So, at what point now...
Oh, you're not going to do it, are you?
Do you get excited? Not even excited. What, the first little tingle, butterfly in your stomach?
Tingle?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Your Cairo tingle?
I'm probably going to be within at least up around, to be honest. I feel as if FUT are the team that, like, as soon as they get a rifle in the hand, they're going to just start to obliterate Pacific. So let's look towards the next round and see if FUT can get... Oh, sorry, Pacific can withstand anything, but it is an in-zone flawless in the anti-eco. And lovely done here on the main.
Yeah, if memory serves, Pacific won vast majority of pistols in that Gentlemates game. It was sort of into the gun rounds, the later stages, where we just failed to see that improvement.
Nice, boys. 5 alive.
I think it was 3 and 3. It was Pacific won the first 3.
Gentlemates won the last 3. And again, that just sort of speaks to how this team can be so streaky at times.
Yeah, 100%.
You find that word funny? Well, Yetajay, he's been hung out to dry. 5 versus 4 here to start things off. And wait, the bonus is looking pretty good. Was this the 1 round that you were saying? Or was it another one?
No, I said within 1 round.
Within 1 round, okay. Bonus is pretty big, though.
Oh, this is nicely called by... I thought for a minute it's nicely called by Cupid because FUT were going to get pulled all the way over towards the A site, but instead FUT takes heaven. So be still a danger considering he's there.
Yeah, ooh, Sociable will have been heard. Just confirms that with a couple shots through the edge of his own smoke. Only player on the B site right now. Of course, got to be thinking about Sop lofted up in the tower. And Valorant left behind in mid to try and deal with that. But Pacific starting to show a bit of intent here now as they scale towards the site behind their own smoke. It's actually allowed SOP to drop in and support for the time being, and rotations are well on the way. Numbers arriving for FUT, but starting to thin out that herd of sociable fools. Trades coming through on the Pacific side. It's such an awkward duel to take on SOP backside, but when he finally drops, there is a clear view ahead. Pacific well on the way to the bonus round now. It's arch nemesis Crostali in a clutch before them, but 7 will drop him there. 4 kills from the youngster, and the gap reduced to 3.
I think the biggest compliment is on the site fight. If we actually go back and watch the replay, you'll see the Pacific play together. They're ready to trade off one another. Next one, and there's another fight. Okay, we've identified another. Here comes 7. It's a bit disgusting, right? But at the end of the day, Pacific, they're fighting in a hold, and that hold can't be dealt with by FUT.
I think the main concern was that it's just taken this many rounds where they look down and out to actually then want to go up a gear. But something we've talked about a lot for Pacific is those comms and how those improvements can shape rounds like the ones that we just saw. Let's take a listen in here and see how it goes.
Let's walk up a little bit closer.
Nothing.
You can be ready to paranoia off my Prowler.
Nothing big, I don't care.
They just smoked me.
That's weird. We can wait a little.
Could be mid, guys.
Yeah. Can you stage wall like this later and like just keep taking tools?
Yeah.
Holding with you.
That does smoke.
I'm gonna even give you a mail.
Guys, I'm gonna fade out the site, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
I just wanna... Guy dogging, I let Allo break.
From Ram.
I'm searching now.
I don't know, he tapped it.
Only tapped.
Be ready to... Listen, I can Prowler you paranoia.
Yeah.
They're close. All back Allo only,
Guys,
all back.
I'm out to be.
Go back B, go back B.
Yeah.
What was the
we need to run, guys, we need to run.
Wait.
Okay, one mid though.
Let's start
They
dunning,
smoked
okay?
on B. But I don't see them.
3, 2, 1, start.
Maybe in spawn, boys.
Yeah, we just aim.
Guy flashed A, they checked. Run.
Q, go with your knife
Keep
and
running.
take one.
Yeah, come to me, guys.
And you pinata for us.
I'm gonna jump here.
Yeah.
Nice, kill close. I didn't see anything.
Come, because my wall is dropping.
Later.
Got heaven.
I'm playing late, boys. Mid cap fully, okay?
Watch that flood, okay? I'm gonna tap.
I have the heaven.
I'm not going to plant, I'm just tapping.
Race, I need to
Get flash.
Yeah, flashes, boys.
Out.
3.
Out, backside.
Peek. Backside.
Backside one.
I'm swinging. Wait. Peek now.
Nice,
Johan.
Johan, you're gonna win me this fucking game, Johan. Yeah? You're gonna win.
I mean, brilliant round for Pacific, and you can see within the team comms, a little bit worrying in some of those calls though.
Sure, I think it was a laboured result in the end due to the lack of space towards B that Pacific had. The threats of a flood out though, mid-space, all identified in the comms there. And for me, it's all about Waddle, how much input he has in the mid-round, some of the micro as well, like the A plan that they created at the start. You really feel the influence there. And look, we've talked at length about how much he brings to the table, but actually seeing it in situations like that is a different thing entirely.
I like the call, be a pinata, you know?
Yeah, yeah. No, that was a good one, of course. For those who don't know, knife out, trade off that player.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see if there's going to be any trades here. Already pulling utility out of Sociable, and he's stuck within his smoker. Are they stuck with him as he continues to try and fight? But already goes a bit silent, and 7 just pulls himself out.
VALORANT in heaven, though. He's the wedge between this push. He hasn't spotted the player under. He has now! 2 from Allo. And the gun round is thrown in the bin for FUT. Pacific, they're within 1 round, Cairo.
And I'm starting to believe. He called it the Cairo tingle. It's certainly starting to be felt now. And so is Pacific's presence on this attack side. The improvements are there. And I look towards the performances last week against Na'Vi. I mean, didn't lose a defender side round. I mean, the attack was just above 50% win rate.
Yeah. And that was the thing, right? Just once Pacific hit their flow, they looked unstoppable. I'd like to clarify, it's like a Spider-Man, Peter Tingle kind of vibe. Yeah. Just to clear the air there.
Interesting.
But we are within 1 round now, and so of course, Pacific actually given an opportunity to tie up the game. Money not going to be great for FUT. Economy broken after that round win. A little bit of cash left in pocket, but not too much past getting a couple extra rifles on the board, so it's patchwork at best. And here again, it's in rounds like this when you see Valorant really excelling.
Yeah, I told him. Frustration on the side of FUT, to be honest. And you can see why, Hazza.
Yeah, it's an opportunity now actually for us to loop back on the FUT side though and talk about SOP. You see the difference there? You squint your eyes between the Na'Vi game and the Mates match. Just felt like he had absolutely zero influence in that first series. And look, maybe that's nerves, just getting back on the stage. I don't think SOP's the kind of player that brings nerves to the table, but sometimes you have an off day. It's being able to bounce back though, which makes you a great player.
I mean, overall, like I mean, a lot of the FUT players have got pass marks for the most part, right? But I think a player who's kind of been flying under the radar, if you want to talk duelists, is Zeus right now.
Sure.
I think he can certainly show up when he needs to, but at this moment in time, 11 and 17, a player that we normally associate with defender sides.
Yeah, and I think Zeus was always the star of this team previously, but now with someone like SOP taking a lot of that limelight,
yeah,
it's about dividing up the responsibilities. And right here, with not having the best of money, he's the one with the rifle in hand. That changes over. No snipers, nothing in terms of big stopping power on this A push.
Perhaps, though, a judge on your Viper player, but he's on the other side of the map.
Paranoia up close. Sociable's TP'd in.
Yeah, could go for it, but Pacific are not being baited in. Happy to wait there. 7 going straight. The utility was good, but can't capitalise. And that rifle up on high is going to be difficult to try and get back. Unfortunately, SOP retreats and gives himself away.
Yeah, that's nice. Wall up from Ninja actually spots him on top of the smoke. So nice little bit of micro there from Pacific and good damage on Crostali's sight.
Yeah, that there is. But now FUT are here in their droves, ready to support. Res online for Ninja if they want to try and maybe bait Seven's body or whatever. Gonna go for it, but look at Zeus starting to encroach on the flank as well.
Waddle is watching for this, so should be a moment before Zeus looks to take that timing, not until sight contact is taken, but it's Yetaje's judge that you got to worry about.
And Seven's gonna walk straight into it. You can see it already. Needs to be a fast reaction played, and well done by Seven. That was going to be the undoing of Pacific, but with 30 seconds left, here comes Zeus. Exactly. The doom that is starting to be felt by Pacific.
22 seconds.
They really need to get a move on here, and Zeus activates at the wrong time. So do the Stingers, but there's not a lot of ammo left in the pockets. And now with the spike down and 10 seconds remaining, Pacific leave it late, but still convert.
I mean, this is ultimately all you want to see from Pacific. Get over the line. That could have been another horror story, but it isn't. Seven the only one with gap close, of course, so puts them in this weird standoffish position where I would maybe like to have seen them take the refract there. Otherwise, well handled throughout the rest of the round, and Zeus was one away from the showstopper. If he wins this final fight, I think that's it for FUT, but they have done it, and the next round doesn't exactly get much easier. There's an op-out for SOP this time, and he makes up part of this B hold where Sociable has already drawn blood.
Got to be thinking about the showstopper as well to come back in on VALORANT. He's starting to play with his luck timing. As the wall goes down, SOP's operator making Pacific. Maybe not as badly as you think, though.
Yeah, it's just the layering of these defensive rounds from FUT that is most scary. Zeus behind the wall, doesn't get spotted, and Alorante can't adjust in time. 4 versus 2 situation now. We've seen FUT pull off a couple of these already, but no kind of heroics on a similar level from Pacific.
One enemy remaining.
You're feeling like already this is done, right? Ninja jumps back over his wall, and in a 1 versus 3 you're looking for isolations. And right now, I'm seeing 3 players on FUT has it all on their own.
The wall up in mid, I don't know if FUT are aware of the possibility that Ninja could be so far advanced on A.
Oh no.
Walks back through spawn, might find Crostali here.
There's a chance. And I think he's got a notification. Just seeing a glimpse. Goes wide, gets the kill. And now at least FUT know exactly where the Sage is.
Yeah, bit of daylight for Ninja to bridge that gap towards the A site. Zeus has the paint shells and a rocket, though, can deny this quite easily.
And that's exactly what he's going to go for. Showstopper used and walked straight into it. Zeus, well, he goes with Ninja, will take the round with him.
Yeah, and honestly, that's good damage for Pacific. Sociable, the only player left standing, 200 credits to his name. It's not going to be the most comfortable of repurchases. And with Pacific having money to go around, they win this one. It's a huge opportunity for them to swing things back in their favor. Come back to how the round started, though, and again, a lot of ones being taken.
A lot of ones. I think that's exactly it, right? I thought for a second Ninja maybe peeks out that corner a little fast, takes Zeus off guard, could easily be it. But it's only one ultimate used, and there's still 4 in the back pockets.
Plenty of tools for FUT to try and work with here. As Sop just looking for a flash into a lobby. Alorante continuing to roam.
I like this as well, because that's the one player who's usually isolated.
Not too much information off the back of it, though. Always expecting someone to be stationed there, and Pacific haven't moved off it. It's a dog from Crystali to just double-check their suspicions, and now he has been spotted. Maybe thinking about a double dip, but mid is the main area of focus. This is where Pacific are starting to make the push come through. Seven's already got across. He will drop, but Ninja trades.
Oh, he does. But you've got to be looking towards Zeus on B site all alone, and that's exactly where Pacific start to set their sights.
It's the biggest area of exposure. Pacific still thinking about a player creeping back through that wall in mid, and it's that moment of hesitation again, which just holds them back from making the perfect call. Crystali has already repositioned and threads that shot right through the crack in stairs. Bodies arriving. Zeus just has to stave them off a moment longer, and we'll find both in the process. The Garage players fall, as do the rest of Pacific. And FUT with a 2-round cushion again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what has been going on with FUT, but this is starting to look a lot like themselves, hitting those shots that we know they should never hit themselves.
Let's go! Again, it's just that moment, that fraction of a second where Pacific don't go straight for that B play when you highlighted it was only Zeus there. The full tower pressure doesn't come through.
I understand as well, they play in the twos, but they're worried about, like, as you say, the tower pressure, or maybe a player being elsewhere. They don't have the full information, but sometimes just commit to it, right? Send it forward, let's show us the goods that we know that they can give. And as Pacific pull out their own timeout, what can they give us?
Cupid was talking about these systems he was implementing, game plan changes, while we've not seen the comp ripped up. That's where you then expect the biggest details to be under the surface, and with them only playing one official last week, they've had plenty of time to focus on FUT as an opponent on a map which they feel confident on. So,
and this for them is the only, how would I put it, the only time they get that opportunity to prep for a team.
The only home ground, really, I feel like they have in this map pool at the moment. So Pacific going on to lose things could be incredibly concerning for them. FUT on the other side, though, high-tailing their way towards an opening map win. A chance to hear from them now on this defender's side to see how they can get over the line.
Görüyorum. Senin gördüğün yeri görüyorum.
Kurozum sen de şu an B'ye gireceğini düşünmüyorum.
Okan kurt açabilirsin.
Bize gelecekler Okan. Kurt aç, Osman'ın içine gir, istersen flash pick yap bize.
Tamam, bir de yürüyelim. Kanamaya tutuyorum. Biri şu üstte olabilir beyler. Ben onu vurmayı deneyeceğim. Gel Efe pick alalım.
Nice oğlum. Neyse onun önünde olur. Beyler suya indi bir tanesi. Bir tane suya indi. Ya da
Açalım.
Revive aldı bitti.
Okan heal atsana bana. Heal at, biz dönelim amaçtan.
BM yine ulti attım.
Heaven koşuyor.
Hemen sit'ten gidiyor.
Git ben wall'u kıracağım vallahi burada.
Koşma dedik ya. Beka vurabilir belki.
Koşmadı mı?
Koşmuyor, duymuyorum bir şey.
Bir gelişine bakıyorum.
Başka olur.
Nerede vurdun la onu?
Rampada vurdum. Bent'ten gelirler. Ay yürümelerine bakıyorum.
Fake pressure mıydı acaba?
Olabilir. Heaven yürüdüm. B kuruyor.
Heaven'da wall var.
Wall kırıldı.
Dikkat.
Spike planted.
Well, with the wall gone, FUT have all access to where they want to be, and unfortunately Ninja caught out. But this Viper's Pit could be huge to hold things down.
Sociable sweeping around the side. Pacific want to take this CT fight on, and Cupid is the one with the freedom to do so.
Randy pops out of his pit, and that could be the undoing of Pacific right now. 3 bodies for FUT, and unfortunately Cupid can't show us the goods like he did in the first half. It is now FUT on map point.
The comms were so relaxed, man. I felt like I was listening to Turkish ASMR or something. Just reclining in my chair here, but
is that what you listen to go to sleep?
No, actually. I just have to make it clear I've not listened to Turkish ASMR before, but if it's anything like FUT's comms, then yeah.
Nice!
I don't think Yetajay's getting the job.
Listen, mate. If that's what floats your boat, I'm not one to judge. Pacific line themselves up outside A, an ultimate to get things kicked off. Or what I thought was meant to be an ultimate to get things kicked off. 7 does not pull the trigger.
Just waiting. You could really feel it flowing through the chain of command when Pacific were calling their mid-rounds, that multiple players were having an input, and sometimes that takes just a little second longer to get things going. Ansel on the ult here, actually, finally it comes through and is going to catch Zeus in the corner, so they've made value from it at the very least. It's the A site they're looking to hit, of course, and Sociable, one of a couple players here in the corner, does get blinded. Brilliant util, and a perfect setup for 7 to profit from.
A lovely execute. Last 2 players on their own, so they have to fight and brawl their way back into this one, and Yetajay does well.
Just found one on the flank. Krostali coming in from the opposite end. What a round this would be if FUT can find 13 here in the 22nd. Krostali trying to sidestep the Prowler, and the C's soon to tether to his feet, but Yetajay has found a way to cut himself loose. It's 1 kill, but nothing more. Krostali looking to bounce off the back of his teammate, but can't get it done, and so Pacific do take 10.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be, what, 3v2, 4v2. Now we're going to go all the way up to 5v2. We've got to keep trumping ourselves up to be FUT. But the execute itself is just absolutely lovely. Gorgeous stuff. As a duelist, that's what you want. Pacific keep themselves alive for a round longer. I think Yetajay is going to go for the Viper's Pit in mid this time, by the way that things look.
Yeah, and again, looking at it here, look, Pacific win this round. FUT's money not going to be in the best of positions. This is a huge opportunity to not just keep themselves in this map, but the series as well. We've got to say it as it is. Split has been their home turf, but with 7 dropped early, the rest of Pacific have a decision to make, and they're just running into the open jaws of FUT.
Yeah, I mean, stoppable force versus a movable object. FUT just cannot seem to be stopped.
Sop here in the corner as well. Zeus backing him up. Valorante should be no way out. He gets just the one, won't be enough. And FUT have their map, their opponent's map pick, no less. Starting it off this series with Split might just be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, FUT made to work for this map, let's be honest. Pacific for the most part. I mean, a streak of what was 6 rounds got us excited, and perhaps a comeback was on. A timeout is all it took for FUT to wake up, and then they showed us exactly why they had a 9-3 half in the first half.
An uphill climb for them for the rest of this game, of course. We know the potential that sits with this side. And speaking of sides, it's the sideline with Sop that we get to hear from next.
I've got Sop here on the sideline. Sop, did you start to get nervous in that one?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we were kind of nervous, but I'm glad we managed back.
Always in control, though. How are you liking the Neon?
I mean, I like the Neon, and like I said earlier, I can play anything, like any duelist, I can play anything, so I don't mind.
Whatever they throw at you, you're going to win?
Of course.
All right, good luck going forward, and we'll be right back with map number 2.
world while wingman world while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
wingman world while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식단. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot your shade. 날 just a wall 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 judge you can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
You've gone back to Neon on split. What was it in the Na'Vi match that made you want to swap the Jet out?
I think Neon is more useful in terms of agent capabilities for the team with his wall and stuns, both for XX on attack and also like defaulting on defense. Like I think we a bit overreacted to Neon and on social media, so to say. And Jet is a brilliant individual agent, but like Neon gets us more.
And the thing is, like, we can still play the Jet comp and we can still go back to it whenever we feel like it's better matchup wise and things like this. But yeah, right now we just felt a bit better with the Neon. We thought it gave us some more options.
And of course, in the words of Sop, he can play any duelist they throw at him. So that kind of flexibility makes your life a little easier if you're in the coaching camp.
That's just Sop.
Yeah.
No surprises there. Man is an absolute legend. Yeah, so Pacific lost.
Yeah.
What are we gonna
Pacific
do about
lost the split.
What am I going to do about that?
Just to reel it back a little bit, I was surprised that Sop even mentioned anything about nerfs. I feel like we never hear that from him. He was obviously a bit concerned about the way that Pacific were able to try and get themselves back into it. You know, we saw a very tight scoreline by the end, but the first half, it just wasn't that at all. That wasn't the story.
No, we can talk about the story of that first half before we get into the second. We're looking at some post plans here, Bea.
Yes, okay, let me actually focus onto this. It's just like, it's the PTSD, I apologize. Let's look at what FUT were doing on the attack. There were a couple of rounds that looked like they made absolutely no sense, like Crystalli had no right in winning this 1v4. Sub might have been speaking about nerfs, but what about all of this rounds from Pacific? Because yes, Ninja is not able to defuse here, the next one is going to be the same, and I feel like at least 3 or 4 rounds were won just based off of the massive delay that FUT were able to cause in their post plans, and also how scared Pacific were in some of these instances. Do not get me wrong, Crystalli, amazing in this transfer. It's good to see that this is the Crystalli that we're getting now in EMEA. But on the other side, it must be devastating to be like, bro, we just lost a 4v1. We had everything to go. We knew where he was. Like, we knew we had all the info. And in so many of those cases, I see, like, for example, I don't know, like Zeus taking an opening duel, and it's like, oh, the round is already a 5v4. But I don't see it the same way. I think that also when we swap sides and I see Pacific and they're mounting out, getting a lot of momentum, you know who I loved seeing stepping up? Sociable. Oh, Sociable. I feel like whenever FUT needs that kind of calm of like, oh, we need to close just a couple of rounds, Sociable will actively go out of his way to make that happen.
We should give some flowers over to the other side, right? Obviously not too many, because again, the split got away from them, but one man in particular making a go of it, 7. Really challenging contesting in some of those rounds, making this a map, making this an interesting game of Valorant here, and taking on Sop in a lot of those duels as well.
For sure, he was trying his hardest. I think it's difficult when we mentioned the time that they would have been able to build up that synergy, and I think a positive for Pacific was there was moments that we saw that. We saw 7 being set up super well, especially on these very direct executes. And I think for me, when I think about this first map overall, there was so many times where Pacific had the correct read on what FUT were doing. They were just losing out on either gunfights or just about firepower. Yeah, literally. They were just losing out on these firepower moments because FUT possessed so much of that. And I think that for Pacific, it's difficult because at this point, I'm a bit tired of just the split pick as well. Like,
now we're getting annoyed.
And expecting to expecting to not be punished for it, like thinking that you could just keep having this map under your belt. You can't.
No, you can't. We need to see some brilliance elsewhere. It's good to see. I think that it is the first time that 7 does play the Waylay, but it fits him so much, and we've seen Pacific play it in the past. So it's like, it's not completely jarring. There were a couple of rounds where I just saw the utility dump and then being like, okay, that is 15 seconds of the round. What is for the rest? You know, like I think that there is still a little bit more to explore on how to min-max with that. Because I think that on the other side, we heard Vlad telling us very specifically why the Neon over the Jet. Hey, as a teammate, as playing in within the ecosystem and thinking about what you can bring onto the table, there are agents that just do more.
Now looking forward into this next map, right, the Lotus, anything that we should expect here that Pacific might be able to show us? Because without the split...
What were we theorizing, Bea? What were we theorizing?
So we were in the green room, we were thinking, right? Because maybe I've been lied to too many times. Like, just keep believing. Cooper was like, yeah, we cooked up something crazy. We cooked up something crazy. And with Lotus in the mix, I want to think I don't know if he did the interview before or after the map veto, because if it is about this Lotus, I'm already see the players, you know, some of them are laughing. I want to know what composition they're going to be running. Are we going, because they run a lot of double Sentinel. Are we XOG in it? Are we going triple Sentinel? Are we going no Sentinel?
7 on the Sage. He saw Raga tearing it up in Masters London. I mean, last time they played Lotus as well, I think we heard in one of the coach confessions that they were playing Harambol, you know, with the composition that he came out with. And it was because of the double Sentinel, right? They were just going to park the bus. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they take it a step further and go down the triple Sentinel. However, I think it would put everyone's kind of minds at ease if we just saw something simple like Valorant on the Viper, for example.
Yes, that would be a great change, right? Like, you love them Sentinels, just give us a little bit of the Viper. Am I shaking? Valorant is on the Viper.
Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that.
We are not going to see the Vice. Instead, we are going to see the Deadlock when I'm thinking about the more usual or more successful, more acclaimed compositions on their side. And is Ninja going to be on the Deadlock? 7 will go on the race. There is a lot of control onto this, and of course the postline will be incredibly strong. They need to get onto that position, though.
Yeah, I think that I need to see this team understand the verticality of the map if they're going to pick up this deadlock, especially in these post-plant situations, as you're mentioning. However, in saying that, I do think that the deadlock and the fade obviously synergize super well with the Raze for them to opt for that duelist. I think looking on the FUT side, we've spoken about how they've been tried and tested on this map, especially at global events recently. It's just how are they looking on it, especially when it's a team like Pacific, who we maybe are looking to find that first win.
We were highlighting Cristalli and his performance, a couple of rounds, brilliant rounds of individual brilliance more so in the first map. And he was on that sky. The only change that we see on that side is he moves away from the fade and also onto that sky. Now, I do think that he did very, very well, but I need to see more explanations as to why, because the Fade Eye here and the Prowler's Eye, everything. Do not get me wrong, Sky's not bad. I just think Fade's better overall.
Well, there's some things to be intrigued by, but there's still a lot to prove here. And here to take us through the proof, we got our lawyers standing by. We got Haza and Cairo.
That's right, it is us. We're back again and ready to dive into Lotus. Second map in the series, Cairo. Pacific's pick behind them, Cairo meter. How excited for this one?
It's pretty small, mate, I'm going to be honest. I've only wrote down 2 maps in my notebook. Clarification here. I think after the way that FUT have started this series, I think that I'm going to be looking for them to repeat the same successes of Split.
No Tingle then?
No Cairo Tingle.
No Cairo Tingle. I daren't ask you what it's going to take for us to get to that point, but honestly,
pistol round.
I'm still holding out a bit of hope for Pacific. They've got an identity at the very least. They've committed to this deadlock, and I think more than anything, that's what I wanted to see. A little bit of commitment, whatever that idea is.
Yeah, that identity getting so much success so far in this VCT season.
Haven't seen them play Lotus yet.
That is true. Both teams debuting this map, this stage. As Yetaji starts to fire off some wild shots.
I think also, you know, you're seeing those roles be delineated pretty distinctively as well in terms of agents and what the players are playing, simplifying things. Reminds me of sort of GX a couple years ago. Let's see what they can do here. Foot on the defense, and already Yetaji finding one. Brilliant shot onto Waddle, and that proactivity from A Lobby has not stopped. There's a train of players closing in on the flank here, and Zeus is at the front of the line.
Yeah, it looks like a nice combination of utility. Ninja! Okay, there's your Cairo Tingle has as Ninja gets 3 of his own. So 2 versus 4, and Yetaji not with the best of health. 1 Sheriff Bullet would be enough.
Still need to get the spike down here though, Cairo, and it is Cupid stuck in the corner with it on his back.
Yeah, he can walk away though, down into water if he really needs to. He has support here. With the smoke down.
Whisker away.
Yeah.
One more.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Cooper's at least going to get that spike down. It's the paranoia in, and Ninja is on for his ace. A big one here if he could get it started. The ultimate would be well worked on, and he wants it, you can see, going for the last kill, denied by Sociable. But Pacific, 3 versus 1, and Sociable with no hope in hell.
He'll still give this one a go. 7 first point of contact. That is the bullet which finishes the round. Delivered to the mid-drift of Sociable, and now down to 31. Cairo, this is exactly what you wanted to see for Pacific to get started on Lotus.
I think the big compliments that you have to say about Pacific, once they get into post, they will do the damage. And it'll be very difficult to get back in. I mean, compliments to Ninja. 4 of the best, even a 5th ultimate orb through his own death. And that's going to be a great build for future rounds.
Absolutely, if he can get it online by the bonus, then that's a huge tool. Because, again, like you said, quite rightly highlighting that Pacific's strength in composition comes down to those post plants. I think you're always thinking about that when Deadlock is in play with the sensors.
Yes.
Mesh as well. Net, of course, now on a slightly more improved cooldown, and perhaps one of the reasons why they've decided to lean into this pick.
I think the big thing, though, with being talking about the post-plant strength that Pacific have, I think as well, FUT have probably superiority on the A fight when we look at the utility that they have.
Yeah.
The potential of re-engaging, the fact that you've got so much stopping power trying to get out of that choke.
Talk of stopping power, this difference in Sentinel with the Vice on the other side for Yetajay is something that I want to consider. Of course, 7 on the Raze can satchel over those Thorns, no problem, but it's this gap close issue, this little bit of a disconnect that we saw at times on Split that you want to be tracking as this one progresses. As for now, it's an open A site, fully vacated by FUT. Stack of players on C, opposite extremity, and a free plant for Ninja. So, yeah, he's the one body you throw at this. Maybe even going to just toss that Vandal in the hands of VALORANT, take the Ghost and see what he can get.
That looks exactly
there
to be the case. So,
seen enough Valorant, mate. How many is he going to get?
Well, at least one, you would hope. He's at least seen the forces, so overall, it's how much the FUT want to actually throw at this one themselves. So, ultimate online at the very least for the next round, and it seems the FUT have decided that they fancy this for the moment.
Yeah, bit of a threat here as the Flood's coming in. Pacific don't want to lose too many bodies. That's one of the Vandals already lost here, most likely. Waddle's still trying to hold things down with a high line. They will find the kills that they're looking for. Pacific still ought to be careful here in the closing stages. And yeah, Yetajay picks up Waddle as well. That's another one of those Vandals. I'm not sure what it is they get through with in the end. Yeah, just the one.
Yeah, I mean, issues at hand, but Pacific deciding that they want to continue on with the forcing into this next one. Yeah. And again, when you have Ninja's ultimate, you have an even better post plan or a way to grab someone on one of these fights. Again, I said to you before, we're going to see FUT really dominate this A side of the map, and we can already see that with 3 players towards that side. So Pacific, they start on C mount, or try to at least.
Yeah, it's a very passive start to the round here from Pacific, just trying to be reactive in terms of what FUT are doing on the map. Early paint shells from Zeus, and just SOP deposited behind this. Quite a lot of the time, you're going to see FUT leave one player towards A, and it will be SOP. Doesn't have an operator this time.
He needs to respect this Viper wall as well. Completely isolated at the moment.
Yeah, a couple rounds you'd maybe find him from Blue Room, but it's the close corner this time, and actually Zeus the one supporting from that angle.
That's ridiculous.
Through the smoke. You take what you can get in these situations. Big early advantage FUT.
Same time, there's work being done towards that C side. The fade of Waddle starting to explore. And remember, Ninja's still alive, so Pacific in with a chance still.
Yeah, Waddle, bit risk adverse, doesn't want to take this opportunity to search into the C site, which is currently open.
I mean, I can understand why. Why would you want to give up massive space that your team has right now? Looks as if this might be a B fake into a C pivot.
Potentially. Depends on the information. You've still got VALORANT left behind in rubble. I think this is actually just a B push.
And Zeus is there to receive it.
Yeah.
So denies 7 his life, and where the Pacific go now? It seems to be that C pivot that we thought.
Yeah, it's a plan B or a plan C rather than what they actually wanted, though, because of VALORANT's position. He was there to cut off a rotate, comes up empty-handed.
Yeah, Waddle with only a pistol, he's caught out. So it's up to Ninja to best his pistol round efforts with an ace of his own, and unfortunately with a paranoia, I thought he was not going to have a chance. It's confirmed post-kill. It's FUT straight back in.
Yeah. Not bad in the end, but just the one kill for Pacific on this round. And you could kind of see how things were getting set up. One of the things I mentioned earlier was Yetajay and this Vice. They need to be dealing with the utility because the wall, the Thorns there, just complementary to the B hold. As you can see, Zeus really happy to take this aggressive off angle in the pit as a result. And the bigger picture just not quite coming together there in terms of the macro game. Well read by FUT.
100%. I mean, when you've got SOP who manages to get a kill through the wall.
Yeah. I mean, it's the perfect start, isn't it? It's Cupid on his smokes as well, so nothing to disfigure.
Just perhaps the unluckiest start you could have. But with that being said, it was the bonus round, let's be honest. It's now back in with rifles and SOP back on that same angle.
See what Pacific do differently this time. If there's an adaptation, it's still scaling behind the wall, and it's the same result. Waddle dies with a full belt of utility. That one is going to feel even more
painstaking than the previous.
The change is Waddle that dies instead of Cupid. So there's your answer.
I feel like that's almost worse, to be honest, Cairo, because those are tools also invaluable to this attack side.
Yeah, well, it's the same answer this time. Rather than going through B main, Pacific are just going straight towards C. Sociable, the one to stand up to it.
At the very least, I like the fact that they're quick on this decision-making. Still some vines left behind by Yetajay. Gonna open them up as 7 drops in, and that's what I was talking about. No place for a trade, straight in. Ninja does eventually follow it up as Sociable overstays as welcome on the angle, but the ult clears out backside, and that is space for Pacific to play into.
Yeah, there's Deadlock utility to play in, but Zeus is out.
Yeah, just creeping from waterfall, spotted on the edge of it, still roaming around. It's his realm in its entirety. FUT on equal terms early, and Pacific put to the back foot.
I mean, Pacific, they really need to sort out how they're going to try and get out of A. I understand why they don't want to interact with the A fight, but if that's 2 rounds in a row now, that they take a very simple path, and both times that SOP has punished them for it.
I mean, A, just such key real estate for the amount of lanes on the map that it opens up. That's why you want to see teams fighting for it. Create that B pressure, open up the A site itself, and here it's an all-out brawl for it. SOP has brought back up, and it is Zeus on the front line this time. Waddle again, round for round he will fall, and SOP wants in on the action himself. 4 versus 3 to start, and it's another blistering start for FUT.
I mean, the saving grace would have been SOP's at least low, so he wouldn't last long in the next fight, but the Sky brings him straight back up. Pacific once again owning the A fight. Oh, sorry.
Get owned.
Getting owned.
Crystali actually just reconfirming this information with the dog. I was wondering for a second if Pacific want a double dip, and that's exactly what they'll go for.
VALORANT trying to see what's on the C site, but an adaptation of that Vice setup.
Flash hears nothing.
And unfortunately still comes away with at least 1 and confirmation that the deadlock is there, so the rotations in effect will matter not.
Yeah, Spike's still not spotted, but as you say, Pacific playing both sides of the map, VALORANT arriving late, and Ninja looking for a plant, but with no comfortability to find it right now.
Yeah, and Yetajay is going to find himself in towards Silent Drop. Here comes SOP, barrel seen, and unfortunately Ninja can't control his own gun, so VALORANT 20 seconds to fight back for the spike.
Not completely out of his wheelhouse, but feels out of the question right now at least. Sociable given an opportunity to correct, and FUT find the lead for themselves. First time on Lotus, but this is what we expect.
Is what we expect, unfortunately. I mean, after the first couple rounds, I was like, oh, well, I can see the game plan in action.
Yeah.
This is looking very good. But since we've seen these A starts from Pacific, it's just been all going downhill. So, with that being said, let's see what Pacific are going to be speaking about here, because they're going to go for a timeout, see what adaptations they have.
In terms of performances so far, for me, there's only really one standout. As you say, FUT have been able to fully exploit that A lobby control. But someone who has shown up is Ninja. Been really impressed with how he's looked and how he's grown into a role which has demanded a lot of him. It has changed in terms of what he's been asked as well, with Waddle's inclusion as well, and how he likes to play scan. And you can sort of see it here just from the first week of Stage 2 in comparison to Stage 1. Goes from strength to strength.
Yeah, and I think like Ninja overall, like we think towards kickoff, it was an extremely poor start from him for the year. He looked like a fish out of water, and since then he looks. I genuinely think he would be very hard done by to not be on a top roster for next year.
Yeah, at least get an invitation back to the top flight of competition in 2027, whatever that ends up looking like. I agree with you, and I think, look, this is where we want to see a step up from everyone else as well. We know the quality that this team has, as you said. I mean, Ninja was trialed for one of the spots on Liquid only a year ago when he was part of their academy system.
Yeah.
Looking at it here, C-fight early, FUT again showing their intentions.
Yeah, and FUT, this is so nice. They know that they've been winning the A-fight. They know that Pacific will make an adaptation, so they make their own. Oh, and Waddle's just managed to walk out. Unbelievable. And right now has again the same sort of answer that we expected from FUT.
Sop finds the first with the slide out. It's audacious, but it's what we expect from him. Crostali a couple behind it, and the round is comfortable for FUT from this position. As you say, Alorante has slipped through the net. He's walking waterfall, and I think he's just about got past the vision of Yetajay, so backstab potential, but Zeus is aware of it.
And I think so is the Vise of Yetajay. And there he is. Easy as that. Fight forward, and unfortunately Seven had no chance. So a double up from FUT. It was only a half buy from Pacific, but the read, second to none.
Now, question on my mind is, how do Pacific want to open up the following round? Because we've seen their attempts at A, that was laboured. C, no better in this instance, but very good, and the coaching staff always incredibly prepared for what teams want to do. And that's why you find Sop, again, finds so much success. It's the setup behind it.
I think the thing for me, though, is like, if you're not interacting with the A fight, we never really see them like just dump utility and see what happens from there.
It's the same again with the op this time.
Yeah.
Cupid does get spotted on the boost, but can't make the correction.
No, they can, and well, that's one side of the map in FUT's control that Pacific then are forced into a Vice setup, which you don't want.
Yeah. Looked like for a second they wanted a chunk of the B control as well, but FUT are unrelenting. They're going to die on this hill, or at least die trying.
Unfortunately, it looks like they are going to die one by the looks of things. Ninja tries to get out, successful in that, but he's lucky to have his life, and there's other waves from FUT that are about to come through for B main.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want, though. Guided into Yetajay's Vice setup on A. It's a few players trickling their way through. Pacific only just now grouping up as the rotation is arriving.
Yeah, Sociable waiting for his teammates to help.
I've got your trail.
Pacific is still not getting that spike down. So FUT could probably pre-flood the site.
Already backfilled it with plenty of bodies, and Sop finds the first of those kills, 5v3.
Yeah, that's the foundation which you look to set your post plant up on. Ninja gone the deadlock, and there goes Cooper trying to be cheeky. Waddle, who's been the only light it feels like on Pacific, he goes, so it's up to Alorante. We know he was the headshot king of DAC. Can he give us it here? It looks to be the case. But with 1 HP, he goes, Sop's operator finishing the job, and up to 5.
That parting gift, the paranoia from the hands of Sociable, extended just long enough to find the kill at the end there through Sop. But again, you're relying on heroics. It's players left to their own devices to pick up the pieces when the bigger picture, the plan falls apart. FUT are just reading into Pacific so intelligently. Love the start of the round, and it looks like again here they're going to bring numbers to an A fight, which Pacific will be hunting after their previous unsuccessful attempts.
So this time they've actually came through with utility of their own. The showstopper, Zeus at least traded out. That's the saving grace. It's raise for raise right now.
A reposition from Sop into this blue room, as I was saying, with the operator. Common to see the solo hold, but there's numbers to re-engage.
Yeah, there's a flash as well if they want to really set themselves up. But there's no notification to do that.
Yeah, Crostali simply playing for the info. Sop the contact, wall goes up though, and this is where FUT should be a little more inclined to brawl.
Yeah, and Pacific should be a little bit more careful. Waddle already forced back, but that B main is well under control of Pacific, and Alorante not missing a beat.
Gets the pit in there as well, so cuts off this control from Yetajay, who has the Steel Garden and is going to rip it early.
Yeah, it's a nice retort, but that time not going to...
No capitalization on this.
Yeah, going to work out in FUT's favour, as
so
you say.
many ults.
This is going to be delayed, though, in favour of Pacific. Buys out the Steel Garden time, so back in with rifles. That's another one. That was a Nightfall from Waddle. Alorante's still alive, so Pit's still up. It's protect the president as Alorante finds himself low, and Pacific find himself still alive somehow. Sociable heard notification through the grav net, but time low on this spike. It should blow pretty soon, and Sociable doesn't have the health to face this one. It'll be Pacific back in the round count.
Combined 13 HP across 2 remaining Pacific players is what will be enough to get them the round win. Some nicely used ultimates there, honestly, but it's a heavy investment all across the board. I guess you've got to consider the fact that FUT brought a couple of their own to the table, in fact. And they're not out of the woods just yet. Pacific can still recover this half. Jules going better for them that time.
I mean, you can recover the half, but what do you have to do it? You now need to just bank on the utility you've got. This A fight didn't necessarily go as well. It was 1-for-1, so they're back in. And unfortunately, somehow, SOP doesn't get a kill even though there was a good flash.
Yeah, couldn't find the frame he was looking for there.
VALORANT beginning to explore B by himself as well.
So, yeah, Pacific have an open road to the B site here. Or at the very least, they want to pressure it further. Drag 2 players across on the FUT side towards platform. They're in 2 mines here, though. No commitment yet.
Yeah, the tap of the door, though, is enough to bring players back towards A, and that's exactly what Pacific want. Ninja, a dagger in the heart that could potentially drop. The spike down and post plant on B.
Yeah, this is a really well-worked round from Pacific. Can Ninja find value from this corner?
He's already played his hand a bit too early, though, Hazard, and it's easy enough to clear out.
Had to go for it, you feel. Hot under the collar. Now Pacific a player down, and you look at this big duel happening in main. It's VALORANT who cannot shoulder the burden.
It's a missed opportunity, and now start to encircle the site. Cooper already running for the hills. There's not a lot of credits left in the bank of Pacific, so he's going to save up his rifle and hopefully save his life, but I thought for a minute they were going to half it and hunt him down. It's just SOP. And he found what he was looking for, but not the kill.
Yeah, Cupid cuts him off and finds a little safety in the stairwell of A at the end there. Again, felt like Pacific had a really nice setup, but it gets to post plant, and with Ninja fighting on that area of the map, the A-link, he's the guy that you need setting up all his util on site, unfortunately, so they don't get the same kind of value. It's probably VALORANT that you wanted to see in that position instead if it was anybody.
But he's the kind of player that you want in B main at the same time.
Exactly, because he was the other side of the 4-1 split. So the conundrum's never ending for Pacific as, again, they hunt for this A control. SOP lets off a warning shot, but that's all it is because Pacific are heading towards Yetajay in front of his setup.
Trying to play that, but I mean, this is not the player you want to be playing in front of your setup because this is the game plan. Your Sentinel plays solo.
He's done a brilliant job at it though, because now the rest of Pacific invited to a C site which he can stall out.
Players trying to walk through Razor Vines, which are dealing damage. Ninja already 30, and this shot's being hit by Pacific. SOP's operator is here, and he's found at least one, but that was a pistol player, and he was low, gone now. Crystalli denies a plant, but it settles in a 2v3.
Yeah, really nice timings taken by Pacific on entry to the site there. 7 sets them up now in a 3 versus 2, and with the showstopper to fall back on. FUT regrouping together CT.
My worry is that if Crystalli gets the first kill, that is the Seekers online, and this round turned on its head. Information is going to be a deficit for the retake, and they're walking straight through. Waddle has no idea. The paranoia as the smoke drops. Sociable nearly with a transfer, and it is going to be an Amoda Thrifty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really in the end there for Yetajay. Felt like he'd played well on that early aggression, tempered his positioning nicely, then just gets caught off guard trying to refight in here. VALORANT, nice setup, and because of there being little anticipation, maybe it's a mix-up in the comms from Yetajay there. 7's already out and ready to fight Waterfall. Zeus gets caught, Sociable frustrated with how that one concludes. 2 more opportunities to build on the round count for the attack side here, where they previously had struggled.
Zeus has been caught by the grab net. That's good utility. Finally, we see Pacific win out an A duel.
Great reveal.
And now they can send it forward. VALORANT on the other side of the map caught himself, and now they know there's a player in tree. Crystalli stuck, and he's no way out. So advantage still sticks with the attack, but there's bodies here for FUT.
Yeah, SOP's already gotten in. Stun and a slide if he needs it, but just waiting for the rest of FUT. That allows Ninja to set up the deadlock util.
Yeah, it gives Pacific breathing space. But SOP tries to lurk in. Nobody knows how deep he's starting to get.
Sneak past this sensor, maybe.
This could be an issue. Al decides to destroy it. Now they know that there's bodies on site. Now they know that FUT is round the corner. Maybe Waddle doesn't. 3 on 3. and that fast lane going to allow players onto the spike. A tap, it beats out a peak. I mean, grabbing it back up, but it's not hit. Pacific, they're going to potentially deny this. In fact, they are. Still, it's up to half. The spam not good. YetTJ brought off. 2v1, 1v1, and he wins out! A Red Bull clutch for YetTJ, and there's still time in the hourglass.
Unbelievable clutch from YetTJ as FUT's Lion lets out another roar. Pacific put back down to their seats as it felt like the perfect start. Rehearsed opening, good util, dealt with all of the threats early and dug the players out of tree. Had the net and the nade to fall back on here in post, but YetTJ makes them sweat in the clutch, and you see here perhaps Cupid goes a little too early at the closing stages. Rounds like that make all of the difference. We saw this in the Eternal Fire game. The closest Pacific got to winning a VCT match so far. And it's happening all over again.
Of course it is. There's even a steel garden to make sure there's no chance, and Alaranti's walked in towards a judge. Frustrating, of course, and it doesn't get any easier. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't.
Crostali is nuts, man. This guy has just gotten better and better with every watch. Passing the eye test, no problem. When it comes to impact, few players on the FUT side have dealt more than him. A is the least of Pacific's worries as there are problems on the horizon for them. We got to hear from Crostali though before the game. Let's see what he had to say.
Now last week, in the second game, we saw the FUT that we expect. What kind of FUT is showing up today?
Now we are stronger than next week. From the Gentleman's game. We are stronger and we are just more relaxed. We will play our game. We will help each other and we will play better. Just
better and stronger. And Pacific on the other side, right? They're a team that's desperate for a win. So are you expecting them to maybe do anything unexpected to catch you off?
Maybe they will do something, just anti-strat things. They will watch us and they will try to counter us. But we are ready for that. We are ready and we will play just our game. We didn't prepare them. Just we will play, yeah. That's it.
So really no focus on their side, all about what you guys are doing.
Yeah. We just focus on ourselves, not them.
And what's the key to victory? If there's one thing we should be watching, is it you? Should we be watching your perspective in every map?
Maybe no. We will play like a team, not individual performances. We will just help each other, make something together, and we will win.
And one question, are you going to let the summit through?
I can't say this right now. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
No summit and perhaps no ascent. Lotus at an 8-4 scoreline, and I think overall it's been a deserved one from FUT.
Yeah, Mike there wishing some good luck to Crostali, but you know, FUT coaches were saying it was Billy their lucky charm. This is another win. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe. That
Superstitious.
Might be it. No, maybe. I said that so many times.
Yeah, do you want to say maybe
one
more
time?
time?
Like a parrot. Anyway, does feel like Groundhog Day when Pacific are playing. Just game after game, little bit of hope snatched away from you. Into the second half, on the defense, it's a C retake. FUT immediately in there, and with such an aggressive post plant.
Paranoia, ready to go. The refight, excellent. Alaranti once again, getting the kills it's needed. And FUT forced back.
Yeah, no utility to combat this, so they are really up against the wall here. Pacific expected to get the pistol, and they've still got the net nade combo to fall back on.
And look at the arc rows. I don't think that's set up for Waterfall. As you said, net need combo working, but so is the pistols of Pacific. That's 3 out of 4 so far. Well played from them, and a chance to work their way back into Lotus.
Yeah, it is exactly right. And as I said, it's the hope that kills you, right? Pacific get the pistol round on the board. It was an effective retake. Again, these haunts from Waddle have been fantastic. The information he's getting from his reveals, definitely a player to highlight.
Yeah, 100%. But here's another highlight for you. Folks, if you want to join us in Barcelona, make sure to get your tickets now for our Stage 2 finals.
Yeah, that is the Objectivo for Pacific. while the Destination is different, the Objectivo
good effort,
is
mate.
the same.
Good
I
effort.
need to look that up.
Yeah,
I should probably ask Bayer.
That's a yellow card.
Disappointed.
Yeah, you're probably going to get
It's
daggers.
fine. Your Spanish is no better. And I know, because I've heard it.
What do you mean, por favor?
In zone flawless. Gracias a todos.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful stuff.
Pacific doubling things up, and they've been good at that, at the very least. But when we think about the bye, it's not going to be the most convincing on the bonus round. It's fully expecting FUT to come back in and show us what they're worth.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Nothing really of note to speak about on either side, ultimate front either.
Yeah, looking at it here, I mean, FUT have such good buy. Compared to Pacific, they've not been able to cobble too much together here. I mean, Ninja gets one with the Sheriff, but that's it. Such an aggressive look from them on Mound to start this round. Big risk taken, no payout.
Yeah, and unfortunately, FUT know exactly that there's players on the flank because of the wall being tripped. That area's been cleared out, and now YTG is on alert, high alert it seems.
Just wondering for a moment if FUT wanted to go ahead and fact find a little more, confirm where players were at. Crostali did just use the dog though towards CT, so that's on a timer now. Should be aware there's no push coming in, and as you say, full focus on this flank.
Spectre and Stinger at close range, this is exactly where they want to be, is the try and hide, but already, yeah, sociable. Very nicely done. So 4 alive, 4 FUT, only stop the casualty, and back to winning ways.
Yeah, and this bonus is now going to look incredibly strong for FUT coming into the next round. And to pick up on something we were talking about earlier, this is them getting back on track and silencing any and all doubt that you might have had coming out of that London campaign. Because how many times have we seen a team go to a global, look impressive, and not show us their best in the following stage? That was the story of kickoff for BBL.
Was Scythe trying to was he trying to perform a spell that FUT
no
wouldn't miss?
idea. Yeah. When you phone up the Etsy witch, it's Zeiss that answers the call.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Let's see if it's any good though, or if it's just hocus pocus. Ooh,
no.
Valorante.
This could be it.
He's in for a killing here.
Wall down, players are walking in front. It's 3 of the best for Valorante, and perhaps could be up to 4. Oh, doesn't win out against YTG, but a 2 versus 4. And Pacific looking to convert from the promise of the German.
Yeah, Zeiss only cast a spell for 3 kills. Let's see if there's any curse remaining on Pacific here, though. It's these kind of rounds where they've struggled to get over the line. 2 versus 3, Waddle's exposed. Puffs his chest out to take that fight, Cairo. It was a real big risk with him being the sole B defender. But Spike safe on A. YTG should have no business here.
I think he is ready to give this up. He's on 200 credits himself. 35 seconds is a long time to speak to his teammates, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in terms of what answers this round brings FUT, not too much. It was a sole Valorante in the corner that ends up taking them out. So I think they'll still be confident they can go back to A and find results. Pacific on this defense, though, again, with the Viper, that's a big difference in terms of composition. They are constantly strengthened by that wall. You can see even cutting across into B main here. This is not a very common Viper wall to see on Lotus.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the A fight isn't as strong for Deadlock as what it had previously been. I don't know if you remember, there used to be the Deadlock wall that was impossible to get by. With the Rubble jump up, that's no longer as effective as what it used to be.
What are we looking at here? Oh, it's the shoulder pad of Valorante. 1 frame. Not much you can do about that. He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it. No spells this time.
Ich liebe it.
Ich liebe.
It.
Ich liebe indeed. Valorant ist mein Lieblingsspieler. Weltmeister. And that's pretty good as well.
Oh, well, I mean, apparently the deadlock wall can still find effect. I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah. Deeper wall though, and yesterday just about getting out on B. Lifeline on this round here for FUT, 3 versus 5, as Pacific have, again, come into this second half with some conviction. And with the sensor on the door as well, it's going to get broken one way or another here. Yeteze should give up his position. That'll allow for the rest of Pacific to re-clear back through towards what is looking like an A retake.
Oh, FUT deep on site, and you can see how much Pacific want to play together.
Yeah.
Giving nothing away.
I mean, that's the thing. You can't afford to give anything away, give FUT what they want, because Sociable is hunting for a kill here. That's to get them back on terms, or at least within one engagement.
Oh, I just feel like Yetege is going to have his opportunity.
They know about it. Pacific are thinking about it, but surely you don't overconsider him now.
Oh, it looks like that's the case. He's got his chance. The players haven't seen him, and he's at least got one. This looks even more worrying as the players fight forward. Cristali, alone on site, needs to win his duel, or at least delay for Yetege to get into position. A 3 versus 1 in which he needs to clutch, but cannot. Within one are Pacific.
Yeah, Pacific walk with an air of caution, but they are able to confirm an 8th round, which brings them back within 1. I love the ideas from FUT, though. And if you had any chance to listen to some of the comms from Sociable, there was a Turkish translation on socials the other day. Just so aware of his surroundings a lot of the time, I think, against mates, reading into some of the positional plays they like to go for. And very nearly getting away with it here.
I mean, this would be another map that Pacific could add to the list of maps actually won, right? And I know that seems like
it's only split.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've won Pearl as well in VCT. That was all the way back in kickoff.
Okay.
But that's the thing I was about to say, is that while it seems harsh, it's another map that they can feel confident on. As this is a mixed buy for FUT, so should be easy, for Pacific to equal things out. But when SOP hits shots like that...
You've only gone and said it.
I could very easily turn on its head.
Yeah, forget the witches, mate. You're the one with the curse. FUT now starting to walk that warpath closer to a round win. Stun lands nicely.
Space.
Zeus trying to capitalize from it, and Cupid still blinded. Takes that next step back, entrenched in B main. Zeus the one to dig him out. And Valorant 1 versus 3. We are really seeing this one in motion.
And they know exactly where he is with the Seeker. It's a fumble from Pacific, let's be honest, as Valorant walks in with his knife out. Sociable's Guardian.
Oh.
Spike planted.
Yeah, just letting him know. Valorant gets one back, as you say.
Sound like my dad. Let him know readily.
Play to the whistle. And the round isn't done yet. It's 0-0 and Valorant is closing in on the C site. He's got a molly in a pit if he chooses to use it, but it's just that lack of information right now which is selling him short. Here's the showstopper, takes the head clean off. That Zeus gone, knows where Crostali is! And is there time for Valorant? Of course there is!
I danced with fate. It was nearly going to happen. But a Red Bull clutch for Valorant brings Pacific even. And makes this, the end to the second map, at least a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it's 1-0 now. And Valorante's taking the back of the net off with this. And Zeus barely had a chance to get the ult off for someone so good with his mechanics. You can see how frustrating that is.
Oh my God!
Earlier in the day, I was talking about inspiration. It's moments like that that really make you believe that you can finally turn the odds.
It does. I mean, right now, Vlad and Bambino telling FUT to waken up a little bit, not give away these 1 versus 1s. Ultimates to get things over the line. if you think about it from I guess the power of ultimates, right? I think of like Sop's Overdrive and Yetiji's Steel Garden. If you guarantee that if you place them at a power of 1 round per ultimate of those two, yeah, you're up to 11. And FUT have the firepower to get themselves over the line, break Pacific's spy. But Pacific has it. They've got 4. I mean, potentially massive ults, potentially 4 with 7s just off the cuff there.
I'm looking at 3 round-winning ultimates with the Pit, the Deadlock ult, and the Fade ult, of course. I think that's the thing. It's this next cycle which is most pertinent. FUT have only picked up 1 round of their own attack so far, and as much as we said that Pacific's needed work, 4 rounds gave them the platform to battle back into this one. Let's hear from them now and see what they're doing to get another map win.
2, 1. They're doing sick rounds, I think. Nobody. How many TP on B, guys?
Probably. I don't think it's. I think it's clear.
Yeah, clear. Doing the wall.
I'm gonna reload this. I'm gonna reload.
Dog.
Big in front of it.
They cannot
Minus 40.
Maybe.
Kill him together. He's right side stuck. Kill him.
Do Mako smoke.
We can't kill him. We can't kill him. I'm stuck in C.
They try and pop C.
Come see. Come see.
No nade.
One on B. One on B.
Can we flood?
Yeah. We flood with fade out.
Come.
Top box maybe. Kill. Top box, Patrick.
Ulting.
I'm aiming. Box 4. Hold. He's stunned. Neon behind you.
Behind you, Q. Behind you, Q. You got this, bro. 1 v 3. 7 bullets.
They were mudded, 2 of them.
A Ninja 1v3 with 5 bullets in the chamber is a tough one. And it needs to be clean all the way. Spike now in, and you look at the difference in the post plant, not far back, but on site. Ninja not with any space in which to work with. 4 bullets now and doesn't even want to try for the reload.
Net coming back up in 2 though, and this might be his way back in.
Could be. The net looks spot on actually. It's instead Crystalia that gets caught. Sociable stepped in front of. Yetiji holding the cross. Seen and Ninja gone. FUT have double digits. They weren't able to get back in. And that was a lot of ultimates in the mixer there of that round.
Yeah, look, it's exactly what we were talking about. Nail on the head in that round. Ninja, Waddle, Cooper, all of them investing. No return. This is now the point in the game where we can see the scales swing back in favor of FUT. And once more, it's right at the very death. The business end of Lotus.
Let's go.
How many times do we feel like we're repeating ourselves? Pacific feel like they can keep the game competitive, but are missing that slight edge when it felt like VALORANT had just given us a moment of magic, something to believe in.
All indication that this is going to be the execute with the drop of the Vise utility and even a Steel Garden. Ninja knows exactly what's heading his way.
Wow.
It is his impending
Just
doom.
melted.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. VALORANT though, a saving grace for Pacific. 2 of the best. Can he make it 3? It looks like it.
Wow.
And with the spike to go down, it's a 2v4 in which to clutch from. A 2v4 in which is going to be impossible with VALORANT still alive. Looking to make things 10 to 10. VALORANT's ace will do that.
VALORANT with a forceful 5 there, reclaiming the C site and restoring the scoreline here for Pacific. 10 each, as you said, and when he has confidence, this is exactly the person you want to put your stocks in.
I mean, I saw him last week, post-game, how disappointed, dejected he looked. Decided to pull Pacific over the line by himself. I mean, the buy not the best for FUT here either, has it?
And Pacific ready to fight them at the gates here of a opportunity to shut this one down in its entirety. FUT on the back foot early here. Let's see how they are handling the situation in the comms.
Gel silahla shift bas, shift bas, shift bas. Bak sağda adam duydun.
Aynen.
Paranoya atacağım ona pik alacağınız dümdüz. Yapacak bir şey yok.
Efe kayabilirsin.
Yaklaş. Yaklaş. 3,
Kayacağım. 2 alacağım.
2, 1.
3 2 bir tutsana atın beyler. Sandı şu an sandı.
2, 2. Nice daha var.
Helal bir tane daha.
Silahım var Yusuf. Silah aldım.
Deadlock'ta oradaki. 3
Raze nerede?
Viper ultisi.
Hala burada.
2 Hobbit, bir C kapı. C boş.
2. 75 vurdum Raze'de. Alırsın la. Water hızlı gelir.
Spike planted. Flashing. One enemy remaining. 3 down.
No way.
Ananı
Can hear the scream of frustration at the end there, as Yetajay's not quite able to pull off the clutch, but not knowing much Turkish myself, I thought the comms were actually pretty decent. You hear a lot of the time Sociable counting them in, the 1, 2, 3s to take those util timings. But Pacific with a very strong start to the round.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing about Pacific. It's the B fight that really lets them down there, but overall, I mean, you'd be mightily happy with that. And FUT, certainly not. So with that being said, we will come out of replays into a timeout from the coach and staff as they look to try and course correct into the final rounds of this half and potentially map.
Yeah, it's a final timeout for FUT here on this map, so you can tell they're really feeling the heat in this situation. Pacific on the other side need to just play like they've got a weight lifted off of them, right? Because on the other side, again, there are no expectations, at least from the outside looking in. It's what they place on themselves. For FUT, now, this is a roster that we do think highly of, where at the start of the year, we didn't so much. That London appearance really fueling their ambitions.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the immediate drop-off after Stage 1 last year, down to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. It seemed to be getting worse and worse, but then FUT invested in the future of Turkey, some of the best talent that we've seen. And yeah, it looked good, the London, great, but it could get even better for them in Stage 2. Congratulations to VALORANT though, has it. First ace in VCT.
You know how to say congratulations in German?
Tell me.
Because I don't. I was hoping you might be able to help me out a little bit there.
No, unfortunately not.
But flying the flag on his back before Frankfurt arrive later on, Pacific hoping that they're not forced to play through the play-ins against a potential regional rival there, as you'd be silly to call this a Turkish derby. The team has changed much behind the organization, and already look at how fast FUT are trying to take the A site. It's only Ninja. He's going to need maybe 3 here himself.
Feels like it, but done it before. Oh, there's the first. Second felt as if it was going to come to him, but doesn't. And look at the flank coming through from Pacific so far. It's Yetajay to receive, and he only receives a head full of lead.
Yeah. Did he know that it was all 4 players or not, though? Pacific, in their retakes, sometimes showing a little bit of hesitancy. See what they can do here. Plenty of util. Blind sees the works.
Yeah. Looks like they should have everything that they need, but they need to face up against some of the best aimers that we have in the league. Zeus, sociable, so good at holding on towards angles, but Pacific unlock.
Smoked off.
And unfortunately, it's going to end up going Pacific's way up to a map point and to win Lotus for the first time this year.
I mean, if Pacific can do this, then I'm going to come back to what you said at the start. You felt that maybe this comp, the identity, it's working out for them here. And I guess the flip side is for FUT, what's gone wrong in this time? Because they failed to adapt. This was a change in tempo. And Pacific as a unit looking so much better.
Against one of the best teams we have in the league. If memory serves me right, I don't think Pacific have ever won a second map in a best of 3. And what a change in fortune that would be. Heading in towards the last map, Ninja had a good grab net, unfortunately can't stop Zeus's rocket into post.
Yeah, 5 versus 4 situation, so FUT in the driver's seat right now. Lovely double upstairs. VALORANT gets 1 though, and that's honestly not bad from this position.
Doesn't look to be. Crossfire established with Yetiji in the silent drop. Still, again, it's taking the time here for Pacific. They might not have the time to finish this one out.
Sociable smoked off in main. Steel Garden buying a little bit more of that sand in the hourglass, like you said. Yetiji in pit has been discovered, but still Pacific playing on borrowed time right now. So much ground left for them to cover, and it's just getting away from them. Seven managing to pick up the first, nail on the head, second for him already. Waddle trading. It goes down to the wire, but FUT, you feel like always in the position to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, the delay, the entry work, everything. Pacific just a little bit too delayed coming back in. And you look at the buy coming back in for FUT. And there's a few pieces missing here. Crystalli not with the dog, Sop not with the fast lane, Light Shields, Guardians. Well, I'm not saying that this is Pacific's best chance. I mean, you're in a pretty good spot considering the damage that you did from the last round.
Yeah, Ninja having the ult as well to fall back on, I think, is going to just continue to pile on that pain. FUT have been very direct in their executions so far. They've left nothing down to chance. Pacific, the same here, though.
Ooh.
Early sand start, merges into a B main.
I love this.
Bit of proactivity.
And it looks like they're set up perfectly to receive what is going to be the FUT push on to B. At least Cupid comes away with one, so again it's raise for raise. But you've got to be worried about the other side of this push, out through Hobbit. Sop following up the Seekers and hunting for a kill.
Oh, yeah, actually, Ninja using the ult in tree, just thinking there was player presence there. Question mark finally removed, but FUT given a little bit of space to move into a post plant.
Waddle 2 away from his Nightfall. And Cupid clears out B main with an ultimate of his own, so a crunch there and issues for FUT to try and deal with.
Yeah, joins up as Sob still trying to dictate the pace of this play back in through Blue Room. Two players from Pacific on the periphery. Backside of this one now rotating in. Alorante drops one, traded out. No recourse, no support coming back through. Both Pacific players isolated on either side of this one. Waddle the only one left standing. His position noted in main, and Yetiji claiming it. We're going to go the distance here. An extension of play required, and FUT the ones to force it.
Switching sides.
Into overtime for Pacific to fight for the first Lotus win this year, but FUT to finish this out in a quick 2-0 fashion.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, Cairo, it's at this stage in the game where you just want to see a bit of bottle. If Pacific can pick this one up, then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance heading into the decider. Otherwise, I feel like you take one step forward and it's another two back if they lose in this fashion.
Yeah, I think if Pacific were able to fight back into this, I mean, you could see the belief that they would have in this roster, in themselves. But it is Pacific to start out on the attack. And we know the difficulties that they had on this A-lobby fight.
Difference is this time, Seven is very quick to bridge that gap towards lobby. From the lobby, I should say, in rubble now. And Sop scoped in again, finds a kill through the smoke. This time, it's from beyond the door in tree.
You feel as if the rotation towards the A site will be very easy. Door broken, and Zeus having to be forced back. Does have the support of the Vise, though.
Yeah, and the position is complementary to this push. Double stack. So you can see Crostali walking back over towards A, where he may soon be required. Pacific grouping up for this push from grass.
I mean, there's so many bodies for FUT on this side of the map. I don't hate the fact that Pacific decide to go elsewhere, but they need to be decisive and they need to be quick.
Not really playing for any kind of a lurk with Alorante off the board, so again, it's so much map material that they need to recover here. C is open for the time being, but as time ticks on, drags away, FUT starting to reposition themselves, and now leaving Sop behind the solo A anchor with this operator. They're completely thinking about a C plate, and Pacific are walking straight into danger.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that FUT have already cleared all the way into CT through Waterfall, they've got all the map space that they could possibly want. Crystalli early ready to fight on site.
It's the utility used in the process as well. There's little left to fall back on here, and with Sociable finding that on the fadeaway, Seven dropped. 4 versus 3, FUT in the perfect position to retake.
Yeah, but you're retaking with a glass cannon open. Cooper begins to hit his shots.
Couple for him in the conversation, knows about Yetiji now. Needs to fight this with Waddle, but he's stuck in backside. Keep it cornered as Zeus walks back in, and he's going to get another. Would it be an additional ace here on the Pacific side to keep them going? No. Waddle will spare the expense, but the captain has clawed their way back through, and Pacific take first advantage in OT.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Cooper. Fair play to Pacific to fight their way back in, because I thought this was all but done. Sop uncharacteristically missing his up shot. And Pacific get advantage in OT.
Too obvious.
It was on the defense where Pacific started this comeback. 4 rounds down at the half. And the anchor utility stacked, layered on the A site. Similar opening to the round in terms of the C control. Moving into B main now the defense, but not overstaying their welcome this time. Restationing those numbers, ready for a B split. Pacific in the early stages, all over FUT's game plan.
Nowhere really to go for FUT here. If they break the door, they're breaking into what is a double stack, and with the... You see the Gravnet, and it's an issue right towards that A side, but you start to walk into this stack and you can see the issues brewing. Whoa! Unbelievable shot by Ninja. Still waiting to get out. Finally they do. Zeus the one up close, and as they do, Ninja still stands his ground. Stands on site to be counted. Pacific 1 round away from winning out this map. Planted towards backside. Sociable stuck in the silent drop, but that's a big ultimate to delay.
Yeah, plenty of time, and reposition from Yetijay off of this. Looking to go treat.
Yeah, but Waddle will be the first one to receive, so that information will be fed to the other two.
They know where this retake is coming from.
That time being bought. Precious resource for Pacific. Yetijay's walked round. Waddle! Oh! A brilliant flick, but Sociable now known about. A 2 versus 1, which he needs to clutch from, but can't! Pacific will win Lotus and pushes to map 3!
Finally actualizing some reprieve here. Getting themselves back into a game. 4 rounds down at the half, but they will not fail in overtime. Pacific with a map win, which will send us to the decider. Can they do the business there? Well, that's what we're waiting to find out.
We got the man here. We got the man of the moment, Valorante. Incredible game from you. You guys just won something that's not split. What's on your mind?
I think we played good. I think in general we played our game. So obviously we didn't win split, which we won last time, but I think it was very close. And not really anything on my mind. I'm just happy that we won this map and we can go to the third map and show them what we got on Ascent.
Some crazy rounds coming through from you. When you're pulling off the clutch, when you're pulling off the big play, how do you make it happen?
Just confidence. Like, the more confidence you show on the server, the better you're going to play. And I think that's just how I push myself to play in general.
Well, best of luck on the decider.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with that decider in just a moment.
Nice, boys. 5 alive is... I just had to play on my food, you know? Make sure he's... I gave him a cheeky little wink.
Take me down.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put with the put get a pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite getting my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out, 'cause I'm a pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep.
I mean, yeah, pray to God a little bit. I don't think the guys are, like, I don't think it's something mental or whatever. I think it's just that, yeah, like last time against Gentlemen, we got spliffed. We made some adjustments during this week.
We had some mental block, I think.
Yeah, we had a little bit of mental block, but now I think we don't, and it's not like something that comes from that we carry from the stage one, like in terms of, oh yeah, we are losing the games 2-1 or something. I don't think the players are thinking about that, so yeah, let's hope we can get the win in
this time is different. We almost come back first map. We lost the first one, but we win the second one. So
yeah, now it's different. Walla Villa.
Let's hope the mental is better.
The question was about how you get it over the line now that it's gone to a decider, and I think it plays into what Valorant was saying as well, right? Confidence. That's what's key. That's what they need, and it seems like a much more confident Pacific team that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, they're going to need that confidence. Like from Finky, I don't know what to take from there because he was like, I don't think it's mental. I think it's just a mental block. And I'm like, okay, then I guess we're done. But that would be incredibly exciting because I think that especially this Lotus had a lot of the opposite of what we saw in the first map. There were so many rounds that made no sense that would go to the side of Pacific. But to me, Billy, the difference was that I saw FUT losing those rounds. Yeah. Whereas when Pacific was losing those rounds in split, I just thought, oh, that individual brilliance of like Cristalli having that crazy transfer is not something that you see every day. But with this one, I do think that FUT dropped the ball massively.
Yeah, I think on the first map we saw some maybe not egotistical but overconfident plays coming out from FUT, and then in that sense they were throwing rounds. But I think in this occasion they were constantly getting that first engagement, and I felt like they were playing with the number down by the time it got to these post plants, which is why we saw them lose on that side. And I think that that's what was really difficult. I think to come back to the coach confession that we just heard there as well, something that I didn't even consider until it was just mentioned was how many times have Pacific won the first map.
Yeah,
and then they've lost on the second map, and then it's been
look unrecognizable on the second one.
The series has been over. Whereas this time round, I actually do feel like a bit.
No,
I get feel positive, and then it gets thrown back in my face. But like It's made
he
me
will
feel,
lie again.
It's made me feel.
He will lie
when
again.
they lie. It's made me feel a little bit positive though, like raising that. I think that's a good thing to raise because then again, Valorant mentioned the confidence. I think that they can definitely go into this map with the momentum in their favor.
It is such a wildly different experience, right, when we talk about the mental of coming out strong and then going flat versus having a disappointing first map where you maybe got it close but didn't get over the line, and then having the resilience to have the bounce back to win an overtime game at that.
Yeah, I think that it's about a feeling going very slowly on this ascent. At the end of the day, we were seeing and speaking about a couple of maps where we saw some adjustments from Split and whatnot, and we're jumping into the question mark, which is Lotus, and ascent is the last pending task that both of these teams had to cross on for today. I think that for both of the performances that we saw last week, we saw a Pacific that very much like FUT is doing today was giving up those first engagements and whatnot, but they weren't able to bounce back mentally. As Said was saying, I really hope the Pacific jump into this third map without thinking on what he's thinking, because he's thinking this should have been a 2-0 and that cannot happen anymore, because he's like, oh, we almost bring it back in the first one, and that doesn't matter anymore, because at the end of the day that went on the side of FUT. Just keep everything on this ascent. They have proved that they also have what it takes to turn the rounds around. They are making FUT nervous. All of those mistakes, stupid untradeable duels from the side of FUT, stupid pushes, it's like they're doing, you know, with a dog, you're like, and they're coming. And they're coming, and that is like the worst mistake that they could be making. Also, I do not think the sky is the way. I just think that the ice is too strong. I didn't see a Crystalli that I'm like, you know.
Yeah. Does this play into what we heard from Sop in the first post-map sideline check-in, where he said, you know, when they were coming back, there was some nerves coming in, there was some concern, right? Maybe going back to what he was talking about last week in the wake of that Na'Vi game, that there was maybe too much chaos around to make them feel comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why not.
I mean, I kind of mentioned that I feel like it's rare to hear someone like Sop say that they're nervous, but it's also kind of rare to see FUT nervous. I don't think I'd put it down to a nerves thing. I think I'd put it more down to like not being able to close things out when they should be able to close things out.
Maybe it has to do also with the way that the schedule is working right now, and every team should be thinking of not really prepping for their opponent and just having a strong map for them, a strong core for themselves. I know that they always say the let's play our game and whatnot, but you really do not have the time to make feasible changes onto what you're doing just based on the opponent that you're having, when in 2 days is going to be a different one.
Yeah.
You will only survive so long, and for most of the teams that's going to be middle of the table. In fact, the only team that we have going 2-0 is KC. Like, you know, let's get some ground here. And as we jump into into Ascent, I would like to see the Pacific that we just saw here being cheeky about knowing how to play with your opponent, not just against him.
100%. I think that the composition that we're expecting, at least from Pacific, runs on their strength here, especially starting on that defense. What we saw last time was a double Sentinel composition, and what I really like about Pacific coming into this series is having a very clear identity. I think that that's something that they were kind of experimenting with a bit throughout stage 1, but coming into this stage 2, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The roles are very clear. Now it's just a question of, can they finally close out a series? And if they were to do it against FUT, well, in my opinion, that is a statement in itself, considering FUT are a team that have just come back from a top 6 finish at a global event.
Well, we're diving into the agent composition here. We have the Deadlock again locked in. Anything in particular piquing your interest here?
Yeah, I think the way in which Ninja has been using this Deadlock has been really nice to see, because yes, it is a Sentinel, but it can also be used in an initiating way with that Duelist. And I think that that's what we'll see, that synergy between Seven and Ninja here. When I'm looking at FUT side, they have decided to switch things around. Sociable's back on that Omen, and Zeus is going to be on the Phoenix.
Making sense.
Yeah, it's back to making sense. I think for me, my kind of issues previously was the fact that Zeus was on the chamber. I didn't really get it. I feel like Sop is their kind of sniper guy when I'm looking at this team.
But I think Sop is better with movement and going in. I think that he's more reckless in that sense.
In that sense. But yeah, I think I'm happy to see this change coming out from FUT.
Yeah, I like it. It makes sense. Sociable is having an incredible day. Let's hope that he can keep up the performance. Seven also moving on to the Waylay. The first time around was on Split. The second one is here. It almost works out with them starting on the defense, playing the double Sentinel, making the adjustments and already knowing, if that's what they say, that's what they say. What went wrong against Gentlemates? This is probably Pacific's best chance to get their first win in VCT EMEA.
Are you feeling it? I'm going to ask you to actually make a prediction.
Don't.
You have hope?
Seriously, we've spent 3 hours here telling you we can't. We can't. Am I hopeful? Yes, okay. Yes, I am. I hope Pacific
She's
wins.
back. She's back in. They tried to keep her out, but she's back in. Just when you think you're out, they drag you back. Billy, what do you think?
But this is the thing, Pacific win a map in a series and we're still waiting for them to be able to close it out. As I just mentioned there, for me, if they do it against FUT today, that is a big statement for them to make. But when you look at the games they have coming up ahead, it's a hard group to be in.
It is a hard group. It is a hard group, but just a win. A win by any stroke of fortune would be so much for these two teams to build on. And to cast this potentially historic moment, we have Haza and Cairo. Take it away.
Eternal Fire, Gentle Mates, could it be third time lucky up against FUT? That's what Pacific are trying to do right here on Ascent, get their first VCT win.
The only team in the VCT internationally yet to find their first win. The other couple of teams, e.g. VALORANT, finding them in the last week or so. Yeah, third team, third time lucky perhaps. That's what we're waiting to see from Pacific. Both of these rosters had struggled with their Ascent performances in the previous week, so the retooling on either side makes perfect sense as the Des discussed. You can see FUT already showing the strength of their own composition, taking a main and ready to fight out onto the site.
Yeah, Cooper is the one that's hearing most of this. Obviously Ninja close by his side, and this will be a full retake, probably from Tree and Heaven. Spam not quite working out, but there's a little bit of damage on a few of the FUT players. Overall, the most of the utility still on Pacific's side.
No extra ground here for FUT, but as soon as Yettage receives this push on the flank, I want to see what the reaction looks like.
Got to see if the players can hold on towards Tree. The likes of Cupid, Yettage has stood the test, and FUT look to win their pistol round. Most of it, of course, as we know, has been won by Pacific, but Waddle not accounted for, and issues start to arise for FUT. There's players dropping left, right, and centre, and right now, Pacific's retake nearly getting underway. FUT win the first round.
Yeah, FUT there through Zeus and Sociable combining to find the last couple. I really thought Yettage was on for a third, but he doesn't overheat in main, does a brilliant job at dealing with the flank. Pacific a little more decisive in this retake, I think, which is nice to see at the very least. They've been good on pistols before, so losing one here early against the attack side on Ascent no less is definitely a big blow to their chances. Of course, you know, they chose to start on the defender's side. And with this composition, it's early gains you'd be hoping for, double Senti.
Just going back to look at the last time that Pacific obviously played this Ascent, absolutely blowing out the water against Gentle Mates on the last map, mostly through how good Mini was performing. But I feel as if FUT also have that potential.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There are players on the FUT side which can take a game into their own hands, and that's where Pacific end up dropping off. I think it's always towards the back end of the series where we don't see the best from them. And I don't know whether that's the intimidation of the occasion or anything else, but this is your proving ground, an opportunity to really make yourself known in the circuit, because right now the only thing that they're an outlier in is not having that win.
I think right now the decision to not give any opportunity for a player to heat up by dying to the spike, good decision. I mean, FUT are the players you do not want to be popping off, getting orbs, ultimates in the place.
It's also a pretty light round here from FUT, all things considered. 2 Ghosts, Marshall. So just the 1 Phantom and the Bulldog that they can bring through into this next round. They buy up around it. It looks pretty good, all things considered. And now I want to know, Billy spoke about it, I think she hit the nail on the head. We're seeing this identity for them now for Pacific with the deadlock, similar to Apex in the past, where you've got a couple maps that you have something you can work with. What is that going to mean on the defender's side? Because a lot of the times in the past, you'd see Teho paired up, you'd be looking for util damage off the net. It's only Ninja in A main to start this one.
I mean, Cupid close by, should he really need it? At this point in time, considering the bodies that we can see on the map, 100%. There is an exploration by Yettage, as we see on the B side, but this pop, as soon as the wall goes, could be very quick. Oh, nice.
I mean, Ninja doesn't need any support, apparently, but playing from back of Generator, he is exposed to utility damage. Shock Dart lands at his feet, down to 58.
But Pacific have done a great job to handle this initial pressure from FUT.
And look at the reclear. This is lovely. The drone doesn't reach far enough. But I like this from Waddle. Steps up and I think has just seen where it's Yeji. Certainly held him anyway through the bullets.
Change up on the trap as well there that you see from VALORANT, posturing it towards market.
It seems as if they've got an idea with FUT then going to reclear mid.
Yeah, you've got the sensor here through short as well, so early notification for Ninja. Pacific in a really strong position just to sit back here and let FUT start to create some pressure of their own as the door is also closed through tree.
30 seconds left.
It's Ninja once again. They're going to head back into the grab net flung out, but unsure if it hurt anyone. Certainly the audible's being heard, but still doesn't peek out, still doesn't give himself away. Sociable spamming away. It's a good flash, but still doesn't get the kill. And Pacific in a great spot. Lovely from Cooper. Somehow wins the round, but Pacific deny the bonus, which did have a bite to it.
And it's a solid answer to some of those questions that we had coming into the round two. It looks like Pacific do want to play a little isolated across the board again. It doesn't look like this deadlock is being set up to take anything too substantial in the early round. Bit more of a mid-focus early on, at least using the information of Waddle on his best agent. This is the Sova, which we've not seen in the first couple of maps. And with 7 on the waylay now, just be looking to see what kind of an impact he can have as this one progresses. It's a rotation round that he's looking to play right now, gathering info.
SOP starting to encroach into this market space that I worry for. Seems as if Pacific do have a slight idea.
Deep trip in B main as well here at the back of VALORANT, so he feels a little more confident to take this market fight now with the support of Waddle.
Yeah, to Cam take contact as well.
It's a nice setup, but the rest of Pacific protagonists proactive in through middle and hopefully trying to catch out Sociable here maybe, but no. They only leave Cupid behind.
Sociable is starting to find himself down cat as well.
Pacific constantly in a state of flux in this mid-round, not really settling on one idea, one setup, but fortunately enough, Cupid does get that first engagement, so it's another round where they have an advantage.
This is another setup that we've seen from Pacific before in terms of the site setup, with both players bunkering down on D, and they've never really made it work. Can they stick the landing this time? Waddle's at least been able to get one, but Aloe not. And he was a real highlight in the last one, but it settles 3 on 3.
Yeah, 3 on 3. It is Cupid isolated, detached from the rest of this retake coming in from main. FUT bunkered down themselves now in backside, looking to fortify the space that they have with little utility remaining. Crostali waiting for that dart to come up, can't wait long enough.
I mean, this paranoia is going to be huge from Cupid. You're really hoping that it hits the players that it needs to, but instead they're walking out. Cupid has the idea. Down cat it goes, and 7 starting to take that space for himself. Cupid at his back. A clutch in the last round, but not a clutch here. Ninja forced away, looking to try and make FUT at least lose their buy. But instead he's getting chased down himself. The lamb to the slaughter. FUT convert.
Yeah, I mean, that round coming in stages really for Pacific. Felt like there were multiple points where they had a good setup. The decision ultimately in the end for the players on B to backtrack from market to boathouse is because of the info that Cupid gets in middle. But once again, when it comes down to that killer moment, Alorante taking his timing a little too soon there, I think.
I would
Or a little too late, perhaps, even, off of that initial fight.
I agree. In fact, as you said, I would have loved him to take that step forward and crunch through mid.
He's got this big, wide sort of room for error. He's, you know, neither here or there, I suppose.
Yeah. But I'll tell you where FUT is, through mid. And
yeah, and actually, fortunately for Pacific, because they've taken A main early here, there's a chance for them to collect that information.
Well, that's going to allow 7 his ultimate orb, 3 away from the wheelie ultimate itself. And there's a few bodies starting to collect here in market.
Yeah, Ninja would have liked that. One off the deadlock ult. It is just pistols we're talking about for Pacific, so an empty threat perhaps.
Oh, maybe not, as Valorant is able to find himself a rifle. Sociable now stuck between two players, and I mean, it's a difficult fight in the end, but Valorant is still alive and able to come away with another. Knows about the omen, and unfortunately the cage doesn't drop quick enough. So it's 2-on-1 on site.
Yeah, Sociable just playing spoiler to all of this, though, in terms of the timing that he takes. Plenty of room for error. Valorante down to 15, though, and this is where you then write the round off.
Yeah, Crystalli's shock has been spot on. Valorante needs clean fights. He needs no damage to be sent his way whatsoever, and unfortunately that flash is his doom. FUT up to 4.
I mean, one more kill there would have been decent damage to the economy of FUT, all things considered, but Pacific just with one round to show for right now, Cairo, and heading into the next gun round, I think this is where I start to get worried that we're heading back into familiar territory. They can't afford to let the game get away from them too early. And so you start to wonder when that timeout comes through, if it's an injection of fresh ideas required. I mean, it's on the defense, the protocols, all of the systems should be there. I feel like they're maybe not getting the most value out of this deadlock in the early round.
No, I 100% agree, but there's one thing that you have to say about Pacific in this series, and it's that they have tenacity, a little bit of bite around them. I mean, 9-3 on that first half on split, right? I mean, they win the pistol round the Antico and then go on to lose 5 down to 5-2. The operator of SOP not connecting, so still 5 alive on the defense here, and 7 starts to make his own way in towards B main, getting information for this defense.
Yeah, got to be thinking about their own operator and how much that's going to do to afford a rotation here. Numbers arriving towards A for Pacific. They can't come soon enough. FUT scaling now.
Yeah, they are, but they're scaling into the deadlock, scaling into the setup. Fortunately enough, it is only one kill in the end, and SOP puts the advantage.
That was the flank.
Yeah, on towards the flank. I don't know how he's got that, but fair enough. And now we're in post.
And now, with Pacific on the back foot, it was all on Anorante stepping out heaven early. He drops, and the rest should be thinking about a save.
Yeah.
They can get back to B-Link. It's a chance to pick up the operator and safely guard that one in tiles, but Pacific misplaying the situation there, you can't help but feel. Individual errors, again, costing them.
You take a Turkish team to Ascent, you best know there is going to be a challenge. And I feel as if we are in what we call timeout territory.
Yeah. What is it that Mitch calls it? The something province?
The what?
Like the 82nd province or something?
I don't know.
Apparently there's 81 provinces in Turkey, and this is the 82nd because they're so good at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't ever understand that, but I'm sure.
that makes sense, to be honest. And that's actually quite smart from Mitch.
Yeah.
Don't often see that.
Poor fella.
Poor Pacific. They are going to be timing out in this preceding round, giving themselves a little time to speak to the coaches, because right now there really needs to be a kind of settled approach to Pacific, because it feels like gentlemates all over again.
And look, I come back to what we were saying earlier and what the desk were discussing. Billy mentioned it, getting an identity out of this team, but identity doesn't mean all too much if you're not bringing, you know, setups to the table which you feel like are actually going to get any value. I feel like a few of these rounds here, Pacific maybe been a bit more focused towards B than A, and for exploiting that with some of their mid-control that we've been seeing, getting quite a bit of value through that. Again, when you're playing double center, you're quite happy to sit back and let them invest utility and fight you deeper into the sites when that happens. But a lot of the time, Pacific are losing bodies a little too early, and then it's a situation where, you know, you're down a man, someone's forcing an engagement that they can't win.
So how do you change that up if you're Pacific? What would you do if you are Thingy right now, speaking to Cooper about how the setups aren't working?
I mean, potentially just show us something in one of the mains a little bit earlier. I think that would be nice to see with the utility they've got. Again, I'm thinking this Sova Deadlock combo could be pretty nice with the shocks and the net. I know it sounds simple, even 7 trying to play off the back of it. Getting him online's got to be something you're thinking about. Currently 0-5. We saw the Neon before, it's the Waylay now. How exactly does that work with the rest of what we've seen?
7's picked up a rifle without a shield, so fancies his chances, fancies his own skill. He's currently sitting 0-5 right now. It's unfortunate, but still a player that's showing up time and time again, and that's what we asked of him in this series.
Early shot comes in. Waddle looking to trade recons here. Sop has managed to punish Alorante fully there as the rotation is called through the Omen ult towards B. Pacific will have numbers here. FUT with a freeze.
Letting Sociable go for an exploration. Still confirmation that there's bodies in that B main. And I feel sorry for Alorante. He's still in logs, by the way. It wasn't like a full peek into main.
And as we know, Sociable loves to call around his own positions on a lot of these rounds. Ninja has also walked up in A main. It looks like, actually, FUT are going to be heading back into his neck of the woods. Now, he could be a real difference maker here. That's also if 7 just clears the corner and doesn't get caught off. Oh no!
He's walked straight in and oh my god, Sociable's been given a freebie. Ninja here in the steps, a couple of his own. Yeah, this is a good chance for Pacific. One more to find. He knows that the Sova's deep in the corner and is awaiting the swing. It comes through. Crystalli, excellent. Sociable 36, 8 points of health and still not cleared. Still an issue.
Spike planted.
Molly's out the map.
Yeah, and Waddle out on heaven. Next fight, not clean at all. What is going on with Pacific? It feels like as soon as they come within a grasping chance of a third map, Hazza, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, I mean, look, Crostali excellently navigates the situation there in main. Use of the recon to get it perfect. Not the first time you've seen Alorante. Maybe it's a discipline issue. Maybe it's something else. Just be found hanging in a position. This is just not one you want to watch back. Nice! I know there are so many people that want to see Pacific win. Lendoth's going to be fuming after that one.
There's no way Lendoth's got a shout out.
He deserves it, mate. He has taped
respect.
a Pacific logo to a blank t-shirt. Doesn't even have the money for the merch, but he's got the passion.
Sign that man up. Ninja high-low with Alorante, but instead doesn't want anything to do with it. FUT just given the full breadth of this map to do whatever they like.
Pacific, we're playing with a pack there in B, and that's sort of alluding to what I wanted to see. Numbers trying to make something happen, but it's Sociable right through the middle, slicing them open from the belly of the beast. And just letting the rest of his team know that B should be open with that in mind. It's not Cupid that he's considered, however. And 4-on-4 with a weapon picked up. This is a huge chance for Pacific to do something. Again, when the pressure is off.
I mean, perhaps they fancy themselves. Ninja's the one who's got himself a rifle as well, as we get an ultimate rip from FUT. At least that's a win for Pacific, but they want more bodies, and Cupid approaches from main.
See if he can get anything done here. Really wants a distraction from that CT fight happening. You can see Zeus ready to fight off the back of this, though.
Will there be any time left for Pacific to get back into sight? Time's ticking away, and Cupid's just sitting waiting. I think right now this is a safe call for the two riflers.
I was going to say, yeah, they have the guns, so if you can just stop any kind of an escape route for FUT here, then that could be a small win in and of itself. Valorante able to get a couple from it down to the melee. Nothing more. And looking at it here, just because of the plant, actually, Crystali lives in B main, so not too much trouble for FUT, all things considered, and yeah, they have the money to fall back on here anyway. 7-1, the scoreline in their favor on the attack.
Confirmed advantage for FUT. We'd always say that typically when it was like, the double initiator kind of meta, it was 6 for the attack, was complementary on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we also have to remind you all at home, Pacific need these remaining rounds. They didn't win a single round on their attack half against mates when they played Ascent before.
No, they didn't. But with that being said, let's see how FUT try and extend their lead in the comms.
Enemy tag. Jeko ya, pikli Jeko. Wait.
Araba dokunmuyorum şu an, aldığımı zannetmesin diye. B'yle Deep City operatör. B lobby gelecek, pikleyecek kanka buradan. GT'den. Marketini alacağım. Market gelemiyor değil mi? Gelemiyormuş. Oku alacağım. Burası mı yedi? BT pik atacak.
Mid'de trap var. Oman A'da TP oldu beyler. A main'e dön Okan. Okan Spike'ı bırak, A main'e dön.
Get sana vermem lazım.
Drone'un yok değil mi?
Yok, reveal'ım var.
Tamam, A main'e reveal atacaksın. Vayne Oko. Tek başına gideceksin. Top mid'e gel, şuraya bir şok dart at başta.
Kanka
Baby var.
beni gördü beyler.
Kem seni mi gördü?
Evet,
Dönün A'ya,
sağ olun,
dönün
çok
A'ya.
korusun.
Ha short'a dönün.
Yalandan bir de Vandal'la sıktım, dikeye çarptı. 3 saydı burayı.
Atıyorum reveal'ı.
Bir de daha split yapın.
Kanka short'a flash'e
You
çıkalım.
can take
Aa,
part.
Geldim, sakin.
Because you gave me the one on Lotus.
Atarsın flash. Ben de
Okay.
Garden'a oyunu... Yo Garden smoke verme, Garden'a gireceğim.
Atıyorum flash'ı.
Exec smoke attım.
Damlayayım.
Side'a gel, bol attım, side'a gel. Side flash ver.
Flash atıyorum.
At.
Voley attım Under'a. Körüm. Öldü.
Heaven alacağım, Heaven aldım.
Vuruyor. Çıkar. Görmüyorum.
Atlar ama.
Yo atlayama, vururum.
B'li ultisi var beyler.
Main'e ulti attım.
FUT into post plant on the A site with a man advantage now. Pacific tools in this retake, most notably 7 with the convergent paths, but operator in hand, not an easy task.
No, it's certainly not, especially with Sop holding on towards this angle.
Through the looking glass into heaven, he will send Alorante hat straight off the head with a hole in it. And look at that, Pacific want nothing to do with this. That second player down is their call to action to disarm this retake. Get out of there, but not before Sop chases down another.
I don't think these players are going to get out with their lives by the looks of things. Sop's still chasing down 7.
FUT just don't want to offer a moment of relief. 7, at the very least, can break his cold streak, break the ice and find his first in this map. But trailing at a score of 8-1, 7 rounds between the teams with FUT on the attack side still. Just feels like another situation which is irretrievable before you even have half a chance.
3 rounds remain and a timeout just before them for the coaches once again. Try and bring things back on board, and it feels as if when we get a turn of half, Pacific have a new lease on life. They feel like a different team, and they always feel like the second half has really bounced back.
Again, it's just not enough rounds to give you any belief, and I've said it a couple times already, I don't want to be this big critic of how Pacific are playing the defender side, but, you know, just a trap play, a set piece, something it feels like this game is calling out for right now when we've really not been offered any variation.
I mean, the simple one, right, that everyone calls is the old vision strikers, and you can do a variation with that, with the the Omen and the Deadlock combination.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I would probably even be thinking Waddle's got that Hunter's Fury, Ninja's gonna have the net up, maybe you can send 7 in through mid, something along those lines. We don't know how much thought has been put behind what Pacific are offering us here, and right now, just doesn't seem like we're getting the full extent of what this composition could offer. That only means a little, I think, at the end of the day. Comp is only one thing, it's how you play when you get in the server, and FUT's fundamentals have been spot on.
Famous man did once say...
you get shot in the face, you die.
Yeah, exactly.
No way. Never heard that one before.
But the point being is there's only one team shooting in the server right now.
It does feel that way. And again, it's that decider drop-off which Pacific have been prescribed with. 7 right at the front of it. Just a single kill for him so far. Waddle, the following act, trying to see if it can get any better for them. A 2-pronged play from Pacific in short. And a couple players to aid it from under the arch as well as the information comes through.
It's a nice refight in towards mid, and one that Pacific for a moment had the advantage. Still put back to a 2-on-2. Sociable has just seen that the bodies have reflooded back out. So when the fight comes in, oh no! Oh, please don't.
Make it stop.
And no wonder Yetajay's laughing.
Situations like that where you just see the real worst end of some of those issues put under the magnifying glass for Pacific here. Both players drifting.
Dear.
EVS, how cruel are we going to be?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
it's not as bad. It's not as bad as what I first thought.
Makes it look like a Bond movie. It's more like Benny Hill on the replay there, but...
Is that the voice actor for the Vandal?
That's a reference to an episode yet to come out. Cairo farming TikToks from the green room.
Gotta.
Trying to give your best Vandal impression to Assault.
Oh, it seems as if Pacific are trying to give us our best impression of a site defense. It's actually a fairly good ultimate, but Ninja doesn't capitalize. Still alive are the FUT players, but they're badly wounded.
And it's harsh to say, but it feels like this is one of the better rounds that Pacific have had a chance coming in too late. Waddle still with that ult. They need to deal with Yetajay top mid. Oh, they just can't do a damn thing. Yetajay with a transfer that is absolutely divine. There's little rounds left to try and recover this one now, so Pacific will give it their best shot. Waddle still banking that ult for a rainy day perhaps as the rest of FUT are cut off from main. Ninja still going as he's been picture perfect so far this series, but Sop is online this time and that's the difference maker for them. Waddle's going to drop cross Dali, but it's still that golden boy to make it happen. Waddle hasn't done enough. The time evades him as it always seems to do for Pacific. And with that, FUT take 10.
A Red Bull clutch for Sop in the end. Waddle's still alive, sure, but as you said, that ultimate being kept. I just don't believe it. Yetajay should have never got this kill. And from there, I mean, Pacific start to roll their way back in. You can feel the hope rising. But once again, time is the cruel mistress in this game. And Pacific 10-1. And the belief, I feel as if there's none on the faces of these players.
Looks like we're going to see the Gravnet coming in A main here. Maybe. Not sure what the info is of. It's like failed one way, perhaps into the smoke. They're trying to fight, but
God.
Yeah, FUT immediately shut it down. This is the ult that we wanted to see come back through, and Waddle gets 2 kills from it.
Yeah, Cooper's still very low, and that's the benefit of FUT. But they start to fight through middle, and that's where Aloe and Waddle is.
I mean, Waddle might go undetected for this, actually. No, it wasn't for Sop. Clearing him out so cleanly, cognizant of the fact, and Cupid on the flank, cancelled. A long, winding road back to the B site where FUT can lay their hat.
Yeah, Cupid, KD player, it seems.
Spike planted.
Sure.
Nah, I'm joking. He's gonna have
Salt in the wound, man.
Nah, that is bad. That is bad for me. 6 points of health and a Guardian in hand. He was the reason that they won the last round, if you remember all the way back.
It's been a long time since then, Cairo. It really has.
Has it been a long time?
It has.
It feels like a long time.
FUT winning 8 or so since that point in time. Cupid trying to bridge the gap with smoke cover, and the spam is good onto Yetajay. It's 1 kill.
Not.
But while he's found his man, he's not going to find the round. There isn't long enough left to make this one feasible. Sop's just gone straight past him. Looks a little confused about the outcome, but there should be no surprises with how this half has finished. 11-1, utter dominance from FUT.
It feels exactly like the last series against Gentlemates. I mean, they didn't win Split, they won Lotus this time. Push it to a map 3, and Ascent is dominant. We'll find out what the scoreline looks like after this halftime.
One enemy.
You can finally let go. Red Bull gives you wings.
still even more dominant than the last time that they played against Gentlemates. There's currently 11-1 if you're just tuning in towards FUT's favour. Pacific looking to try and get that first series win as but it feels so far away.
Yeah, I was just saying to you, man, I've played these games before. I know how this goes. It's so hard, and again, it's the hope that kills you for anyone Pacific inclined. This team has so much potential, but as many would say, it's the potential team. Unlike Na'Vi, we've not seen them live up to any of that, really, over the last couple of stages. And right now, it's feeling as if they will continue to be winless against one of our top 3 teams from last stage. SOP already setting the tempo of this one, but 7 in behind. Does well to deal damage, nothing more than the one inflicted.
Still though, SOP not hindered here. Oh my god! Unbelievable stuff! The Golden Kid can do no wrong. VALORANT, I mean, all on his own.
Saw the ace in the previous map. VALORANT would have to go Gomma mode to win this one. I learned a bit of German, means God mode.
Interesting.
But not this time.
No, definitely not. VALORANT has been good for a few pistol rounds of his own in years gone by, but that was in dark. And SOP wasn't even playing in Turkey at that point in time. That was a long time ago. And he's looking to finish this one out. VALORANT reposition. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time for this.
No.
We're expecting this to be 12 for FUT. And to finish things out exactly as expected.
It's the elevation that he's got to play back into as well. FUT queuing up one of the most distinctive, dominant displays that we have seen so far this stage. A 13-1 on the cards. The only round picked up by Pacific against their bonus. This is utterly damning. And for all the improvements they made to get to this point, a gritty overtime win that they had to dig deep for. It's all undone as easy as this when we get to Ascent. SOP's playing games, bro.
Nice! Woohoo! Yeah, I think that just sums
Not
up.
even Valorant. He's playing other games. He's got games on his pistol.
He's got games on his pistol. So does VALORANT. Sociable got... Oh, SOP. Oh, my god, man.
He's playing a different game.
He's on another level. That's how it feels for anybody who plays against him. An international Femon. Maybe there's not just Waddle left, he's low. And it's exactly what we expected. Maybe a bit longer, but FUT are the ones to win out. 13-1. And certainly that course corrected on Ascent at the very least.
Yeah, FUT getting past Pacific handily in the end and restoring some faith in their performances. They go up 2-1 in the group and take the lead in the championship point race overall. But when you go back and look at it, felt like even when Pacific were trying to make that breakthrough, put themselves on the front foot, they were hamstrung in a sense. There's something holding them back, and it's impossible to say what that is. Even with the transfer made and Waddle coming in, we've seen some improvement, but it's still not enough.
At least they're consistently reaching a third map. I mean, I know you're making noises, but like, listen, at the end of the day, you've got to take the wins when you can get them, right? We look towards Apex, they weren't able to get a win in VCT, and I feel as if Pacific have got a much better chance.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, we're talking Pacific. It's got to be take every lesson that you can learn on this road towards play-ins, where ultimately their season will be settled. But for FUT, they've managed to get back to winning ways, and not only that, look damn good doing it. SOP starring the show here today, and that's exactly the win conditions that they have to be thinking about if we want to see them go on another deep run and towards Shanghai.
Yeah, you're going to be thinking about later in this week as well when they're playing against BBL, the top boys, and it seems as if a return to form for them. So that Turkish derby with extra bite coming into it later in the week.
Yeah, it's a Turkish derby with some serious spice added to it. An interview for us here, though. It's Vlad standing by.
Vlad, that last map, your boys made it a little bit more comfortable for you. What went so well for you there?
Yeah, we had a little talk on the outside, and we changed kind of our approach, and like we could have converted a lot of runs in the Lotus, of course. Like they did some magic runs. Yeah, we took. I mean, we stayed more careful there. Yeah.
There's always going to be some of those magic rounds, but when those rounds are getting away from you, when they're converting rounds they shouldn't be, what's happening in your team? What's happening in the comms?
We're just saying, like, we can't be losing like this. We keep saying, and then we try not to do those mistakes. But yeah, I mean, like, those boys are, like, they support. I think they're going to win some games against some of the opponents in the upcoming games. Like, they don't deserve to be like winless, so to say. Like they have good players as well. They have good understanding of the game. I mean, we're playing against an opponent that has nothing to lose, basically, and we. I can't say it right now, but like sometimes we're kind of backing from our potential, and we gotta be making sure that we stay on our momentum. Yeah.
On a more positive note, thinking back to the beginning of that series, are you glad the team got another chance to play the split after that Na'Vi game?
Oh yeah, definitely. We made improvements. It's on the table because like those guys are one of the best split teams in our group, so to say, and it's of course like making us happy that we converted that game. We should have ended on Lotus, but like thankfully we also made improvements on our ascent as well.
And while we're talking about the maps, I'll just say it one more time. You guys floated the summit once more. You waiting for someone to pick it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm up to it. Right now, this map pool is one of the best ever happened to this team, you know? Like, we were having some problems with the last map pool, but we're so happy to play in this one.
Well, I'm glad you're loving it. Congratulations on the win. It's time to set it over to your teammates over on the couch.
I'm joined with Bambino, yesterday, and Bea as well, of course. Welcome, guys. I want to catch up from London, first of all, though, because I don't think we've had a chance to chat to you yet. How was that experience for you, yesterday, finally getting to be back at the top with that finish that you ended up having?
Yeah, actually, it was amazing for me because I really missed the international stage, and also I missed to meet people other side of Berlin. And it was nice, and I am so happy about my roster because they achieve international. So we have to be better now.
Yeah, for sure. And for you, Bambino, having the home crowd there as well, I guess. It was a fun experience?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the home crowd meant a lot to me. It was really special Masters for me to attend with the home crowd, you know, and it was really nice to see the crowd being loud, and like, even when they were against us, just the energy in the room was so nice. So like, the fact that there's something going on is good.
For sure. I want to pick up on something that Vlad had just mentioned there. He had said that it maybe should have been a 2-0. Why wasn't it a 2-0 on Lotus?
Yeah, let's talk about Lotus.
Yeah, let's get into it.
I've got nothing nice to say about how we played on Lotus.
And that's perfect. And that's exactly what we're asking.
The truth is, it was shocking. It was shocking by every account. Lack of discipline. We got all the basics wrong, and even then, we still should have won.
Wow.
It was a shocker. But you know, we got some good VOD review material, and then we got to go out and play Ascent, which is always fun. So
how did that feel from the inside?
Yeah, actually, after losing some rounds, we just being more stressful, and that just makes everyone angry, and then we lose. So I always say, guys, calm, that's fine, but they don't hear. Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
He's like the
yin and the yang.
I think we literally have a clip. Run the clip, because it does not look like you're the one that's calm. Yeah, Jay.
Yeah. I mean, between the map, Yetu's definitely the one that like will chill the boys out. Oh, mate.
Yeah, this reaction, you didn't get to see it yet, Yamir. Or maybe you did, but the way that he sprays across the stage.
And he doesn't look at a single bullet.
So this is you being calm, or?
Yeah, I mean, for our team, like when we losing, I'm always calm. I'm just trying to help them about communication.
Yeah, I think that you're doing a brilliant job with it. How we talked a little bit about London. You guys are already a few matches in here in the region. Tell us a little bit about the format. How it's affecting you? Do you think it's a positive, a negative? How we like it having that many games together?
I mean, personally, it's like a much faster prep turnaround, so that's a bit less fun. But I feel like we're a team that plays well when we have some momentum and we have the ball rolling. So I think for us as a team, it kind of fits as well.
Do you think it benefits you?
Yeah, I guess it was nice format.
Saying hello to Fnatic.
Yeah. Eyvallah, teşekkürler. Yeah, it was nice format, and I like to play matches like more, and it was really nice because our team was like, if we got momentum, we can play every day, but we need this momentum. So
we have it on camera now, so you said it. Get ready.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of prep, though, are you surprised that they didn't pick Summit against you today?
No, I'm not. I mean, like, they're definitely a team
It's
that will
specific,
have...
Billy.
Like, they will have a tricky Summit.
Should be like an ace up their
Fair
sleeve,
enough,
though,
Yeah,
no?
but like
right?
they're a good split team, and to be fair, like credit to them, like I don't think they play like a winless team, and they provide a really interesting challenge and a problem to solve with this like double senti stuff that we're not seeing in the league, and so I think their split is nice actually, and so is their Lotus. So I'm not too surprised they didn't, and they stuck with their guns. I think it's good for them.
Let's look ahead as well, right? Like we went through this best of 3. There were some moments here and there, but it is not over. You have a full Turkish week this time around. You've already won against the first one, but BBL will be your next match. Thoughts, feelings, expectations, Jet2J?
yeah, actually, I missed to play against them on stage, and right now we are more close, and probably Larok or the other players will be try to trash talk to us.
It's going to be loud in
Yes,
here that day.
yes.
It will be so nice for us, I guess. It will be so exciting match, and I hope that we prep really good, and I really want to win against Turkish Derby.
I will ask a follow-up on that one, if you don't mind, because it's BBL, and then finally you have Vitality.
Yeah.
If we were to have one of those decibel machines, I don't know how they're called, you know, to measure how loud someone can scream, who do you think would win, you or Yampi?
It's not a question, is it?
Yeah, it's me, obviously.
Okay.
Oh.
Production, can we make a note?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I love that. Love the full confidence. Well, either way, it's been really nice having you both. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back with the second series of the day. It's KC up against Fnatic after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Hello everyone, hello. We're back. EMEA. Back with the content. Back with the content. We're mic'd up. We are mic'd up actually.
One B. He's running in on A side now.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Stage 2, where we now have the game that we thought was going to be the game of the day. The first one turned into a bit of a banger, at least until the third map.
You don't dare speak. You actually made me believe.
So we'll just talk about this one now so that Kukuka doesn't get mad at me. We have more to talk about. We have KC taking on Fnatic for a game that could have pretty damn big implications down the line.
Yes, I think that this is an incredible, important game for both of the squads, especially because of what must be in everybody's minds. Eng left KC, or whatever happened there, went to Fnatic, and this is the first time that they're going to play against each other. We're seeing a KC that is hit the ground running, is looking pretty well, and as you're saying, it might have great implications, because if somehow KC ends up today in a 3-0, as in keeping up with the 3-0 score in the entirety of the stage, they will be in a great position to start even thinking about playoffs. So it's crazy that it's just Wednesday, week 2.
Yeah, it definitely puts them maybe not quite in a comfortable position just yet when we consider all the teams that we've still to see play, but definitely puts them in a good spot. And I think if you'd asked me at the very start of the stage, like, oh, could we imagine like KC potentially finishing top of their group? I probably would have said no, given some of the teams in there.
And I wouldn't have blamed you. I wouldn't have blamed you, but as you can see, KC is the only team that ended up week 1 in a 2-0 record. FUT, we see that is now topping Group Alpha after the victory that we just had, also with those 12 points. And speaking about points, Pacific still is the only team that has not gotten a single point in the entire world.
We don't need to dwell on it. You were getting mad at me for dwelling on it. Now you're bringing it back up.
I speak about it and I'm not mad anymore because I'm like...
Hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
We'll move on into this one. We don't have to think about that for the moment. And what a better way to set the stage than to have two old friends now turned rivals. Got an interview where we caught up with Aang and Seish. I'm here with Seish and Aang, the coaches of these games. We were about to do an interview and you said, wait, can we get Aang in here? Wait, what is it about playing this guy right now, in this moment?
So, we are really like good friends outside of the game, but right now it's like war day, so he's yapping for now, like he's making like some clowns stuff, but I cannot wait for the game. I think it's gonna be a funny one.
How do you feel about the fact that he takes over your job, and then suddenly they get 2 wins last week?
Okay, that's it.
You gonna show him who's the master though today?
To be honest, I hope it's gonna be a fun match. Like that's it, because of I feel like they have an insane form right now, and we only getting our shape back. So yeah.
And meanwhile, you gotta show the old sensei how it's done now.
I mean, I have a picture in my phone with like these turtles. I don't remember, Turtle Ninja, and like there is the one small one with like the old one, and like people used to compare us to this. Like Aang would be the old one and me the small one. So like right now, like I became a head coach. I think also like to be respectful. Like of course we like trash talking each other and stuff, but I learned a lot of things from him. And like if I can do a lot of good things also today, it's because what I learned from him. So like I hope it's gonna be a good match, and like that we're gonna have a good face up and not like fight each other after it. Of course not. Like we're gonna love each other, but yeah.
Hold on, wait. You're gonna do what now?
Nothing. I'm just pretending, bro.
Little brawl after the game. What do you think is the key to bringing him down? You know him better than maybe anyone does. How do you bring him down? How do you get in his head? Maybe with the comps.
Get in his head? You cannot get in head of someone who is crazy. This guy, like, he's not predictable. He's just like crazy, like, so you just like do whatever you have to do and that's it, because you cannot predict a crazy guy. Like, would you predict a crazy guy?
It's true. No thoughts, just vibes?
Da. Yes.
Da.
Yeah.
Good luck to both you gentlemen today.
No.
I am not kidding when I tell you.
Doing a sticker of Aang doing this to the camera.
He's so diva, no? Like that was so diva from him.
In the words of Aang, da.
Da, indeed. I just love the fact that Seish specifically comes up to the interview and goes, what, no Aang here? And I said, you want Aang here? And he said, yes. And there we go, masterpiece.
I cannot believe that you went to Aang and asked him what you asked him to begin with. Like, yeah, he takes over your job and now they win when you couldn't win a single thing. Like, I would have been just as stuck as he was. You're like, what do we even say to this?
Sometimes you gotta throw a little match on the fire.
Damn. Yeah, but Aang is a sweetheart. He's crazy.
Well, he's the one squaring up and then throwing fists in that interview. All I'm saying is let's dive into the matchup that we've got here now, because we've set the stage beautifully, I think. There's a lot of history between these teams. Eng's coming over from KC, now over here. We heard Avaz and Zeish both have been looking forward to this matchup in particular. And now we have a KC that's looking phenomenal headed into it. So the question of, you know, who's little brother, big brother is kind of maybe in doubt.
I feel like both of these teams have quite a contrast when it comes to style and leadership. I feel like you hear moments where maybe Boaster is having to kind of micromanage the rest of Fnatic in those kind of team fights. I think he was speaking about it on the desk last week, where like it's nice to have voices like Cloud and Crashies in the team that can coordinate those things. Whereas I think for Aves, he's very much like listening to all the ideas of the team. Not to say that Fnatic don't do this, but it feels, as we've mentioned, a lot more loose rather than structured. Like, I feel like when I think of Fnatic, I think methodical, structured. When I think of KC, they're really just, you know, creating their own kind of style.
I love that there's so much to, there's a big story behind this game just because of recency. But if we look at Fnatic last week, now that they have Cloud in, what is the first match that they play? Against GIANX. And now KC is next. They were able to defeat a lot of demons with in that game against GIANX. But at the end of the day, are we sold on anything? Like, how much of that is that GIANX that was not ready, not well prepared, didn't have their 5 players, and also Cloud having a field day against the team that he knows better than anyone on this planet.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a buff going up against your ex team though. Like it usually
when
is
you've
a
been
buff.
IGLing for them as well, it's like, oh, I know exactly everything. If there was one person that knows, it's Cloud.
The difference being Cloud was in the server last week. Obviously, Eng is going to be in the coach booth and not quite in the server to be able to do these things to his ex-team. But yeah, I think as you mentioned, we're also seeing Cloud jump onto different roles because, of course, similarly to how we spoke about the Pacific roster and, you know, the recon having to move around, we're having that in this one as well, where Crashies is that primary recon player. And now we're seeing Cloud jump onto things like the Sage.
You know, it is interesting because you're right, he's not going to be in the server, but I think his players are going to have a lot to prove for him as a head coach. He was actually on a stream talking to Yinsu, mentioning the fact that he wasn't sure after this coaching stint that he was going to get another opportunity at this level of play, right? And so I think that there is a lot to prove for Eng, and particularly towards your old team, there's a lot to show.
Absolutely, and specifically when we speak about Eng, we've always had like the Eng method, which is like play 3,000 scrims a day. Like seriously, it's like exhausting. You get one day off at Christmas just because, and because it's probably Sunday as well, and you can't work in Berlin. But we've always spoken about how important and relevant he is as a coach. But this time around, he is joining a team that already has a lot of a structure and has been known for all these things. So I guess that people are also waiting to see what is going to be the Eng effect on Fnatic.
We'll have to find out. To find out more about this match, we're going to dive into the skirmish between Cloud and Levin.
You want to play first round Sheriffs?
We can play full rifle. Rifle, full.
Only okay, let's play full rifle.
Fight!
I'm ready.
Nice. Oh. Oh, that's a nice angle.
Not this time, not this time.
I was ready for that. I was ready for it. Oh. Oh no, you got me. You got me. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Dub in the skirmish to KC, and the question will be, is that going to hold going in here? Anything we want to see from the map, Vito?
I'm excited to see anything because, as I said, I think that KC is doing a brilliant job so far. And for Fnatic, everything is still a question. You know, it's not a bad team. So let's see what they've cooked up for stage 2.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we finally got it. We finally got it. Our first summit of EMEA. It's happening. We're playing Summit. Let's go. First thoughts.
That is so crazy because it's KC, the team that actually went to EWC picking the Summit. Okay. Best heroes of the week, everybody. Buckle up.
Actually, too stunned to speak. I love that from them.
Well, if you're too stunned to speak, I'm going to ask you to speak just a moment more, because in a moment we're going to be headed over our stage. I can't wait to get into this Summit. But yeah, I mean, just anything that you want to look out for, anything you think should be getting played in Summit.
Hair.
5 seconds.
Kayak's hair, definitely. That's what we should be talking about.
Kayak hair? He got a lot less of it from what I can see. But times keep changing in my ear, and the times are changing because of new maps in the pool. Summit, thoughts?
We're staying?
We're staying
Okay,
for a
I'm
moment.
Staying right now.
As I said,
I'm excited. I think it's a bold move coming out from KC, considering like they're already in such a flawless run
With
so
such
far.
a way to surprise. And obviously, Fnatic has never been good on new maps. But, you know, it's time to change things, guys. They're just looking at me. I feel the pressure.
Stare them on down because it's time for them to stare each other down on stage. It's time for our face-off.
Versus Carmine Core.
So now they faced off on stage, and we are very eager to see the face-off in this first map of the Veto, the first Summit ever. And you were just saying, Bea, that the Fnatic not so good on the new map.
Don't ask me anything. Engen says she's hugged. I'm not okay.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Usually we save that
I'm
for
not ready
after
for
the game.
This day. People
but
promised me this would never happen.
Starting early. All right, she's lost. Billy, what do we got here?
That's okay. I feel like it's still bizarre seeing Cloud in a Fnatic jersey. Never mind Eng as well. It's odd, but it feels like a new era and very much needed considering the position that they're in now, potentially having to make it all the way to that grand finals in stage 2 to be able to make it to champs, which is a position that Fnatic aren't usually in. They're usually one of those dominant teams in our region. Having this Summit come up as the first map for me is exciting. I want Fnatic to get back to being the team that define the meta rather than being slaves to it as they have been throughout this year so far.
It is so bold. We were speaking about it in the first series, but at the end of the day, when the entire region has been dodging the map, you do not want to be the first team who picks this map. So ballsy from the side of KC, definitely something prepped. I do not know how ready this is going to be, but for the side of Fnatic, we're speaking about having a lot of time for it. And if they decided to perma-ban something else, you know what you're facing. You know that there is... It didn't have to be KC. It could be any other team that could have picked it onto you. It could have been Giantess last week for all I know.
I do think this lends beautifully into some of the narratives that we've been building up here because you have a KC that's pioneering a new style of calling that's going looser, that's going a little bit more flowy into the individual decisions.
They're not really pioneering.
And you have for themselves.
We can take that, yes.
We'll go with
they
it.
found something that works for them. Yeah.
And also you have an old assistant coach going against his head coach, now a head coach in his own right. What better way to show up your old sensei than to do it on a new map, to define a new way of playing?
Okay, so do we think that Zage knew that Eng wouldn't know how to play Summit? Is that why KC decided to play Summit?
That's toxic if that's the case.
Alpha on the chamber, good days here. Cloud doubles down on the Sage. I really like the Fnatic composition, playing double Sentinel here. And for the side of KC, never mind, I think I like this even more. Harbor Viper on this map, plus Narrate on the chamber.
It's the chamber head-to-head, I think, that we're looking at here. I think Harbor on this map
incredibly underused. The Harbor is so strong.
I'm excited to see how that's utilized.
The walls on Summit, nonsensical here with Harbor. They cover absolutely everything, like for covering mid, like for covering so many places of the map. Only Harbor can do it like that.
I think starting on the defense here for Fnatic, I'm going to be looking at how Boaster's placing the stars around the map as well as the Sage lows to allow Alpha to get those deep lines on the chamber. How are they fighting for that extremity control? Because realistically, they don't have an awful lot other than maybe the Neon with the Fade utility. Yeah, how are they fighting for those mains? Because I feel like it's super important on this map.
How proactive do we want to be with the Sage? Timings on the wall, super important. How much can you do with the chamber knowing that you're going up against the Viper, against the Harbor? A lot of angles to lock down and a lot of visions that is not just going to be granted for Fnatic.
Well, we are breaking new trail here in EMEA, the first Summit of this event. And there's no one I'd rather have at the trailhead than these two gentlemen, Tom Biz and Mitch Man. Take it away.
Well, you know with us, Mike, you'll never get lost. It's time to dive into this match, and I am so excited, Tom, because looking at Fnatic and KC, talking about the old coach of KC leading Fnatic, of Fnatic always being the team that sets the meta, and now KC come in and they pick the new map against Fnatic. It could be a mistake, but as Aang said, they're still trying to find their form. And his old team of KC went from 0-5 to 2-0. This is a big turnaround and the biggest test. Aang to get back in the saddle. And for Fnatic, the comp is cooked up. Seems to have a lot of benefits when it comes to the defensive side, especially on a map that already looks quite hard to attack on.
Well, yeah, I think we know that about Aang in general. His defensive side setups have always been very good, even going back to the Gambit days, but the attack sometimes goes amiss. Already, though, seeing some of that battle for middle. It was talked about a lot when this map was released, that having control on at least one side of the map is going to be important, and Alfia looks to try and roam that in terror. I'm excited to see how the buttons are going to be utilized as well. We know how important sectioning off some of those angles is going to be, but Alpha is not shying away from the fight just yet. And in fact, it's going to be Crashies that meets Sugetsu.
And they're expecting this re-aggression around mid. Important to take this control, but more importantly, they heard Alfia take a step. So, coming back with force to clear it out. And now, big advantages stacking in favor of KC. The doors close on B and towards middle. This is going to be a straight-up blitz to the B site. Reinforcements harder to get there. And it's going to be on Cloud, the Battle Sage. He's delivered so many times already in the game that we saw him play for this banner. Now, he's slipped the net, he's made it past, and he's whiffed every shot. It looks like KC are a shoo-in to take this across the line. Alpha will try his best to recover.
That's that left all onto Bosa. The wraparound will gift him one, but that is all she wrote for the pistol. And I'll be honest, from the way the pistol round started with like very heavy B main control coming out from KC, I was sat there going like, oh, are they not going to play this how I thought they would? Like really battling for that middle control, especially having the ability to section off so many angles with that Viper, and of course with Dossier on the harbor. But they double back. They take the control early, they leave a player in, and then they rotate back into that mid presence. And you can see how much ground you can get splitting to either side of the map. I feel like it's going to be such an important, imperative part, because getting into either site through the tight main choke, it feels like a death sentence.
No, straight towards the B site for KC. This is one of the more dangerous rounds. One of the maps where this round is most dangerous, I'd imagine. So many corners and crevices for you to tuck on into on either site. And with these low-buy weapons, the classic, in fact, it's all classics. It's a full eco round coming out of Fnatic with only utility bot. Their chances of success are very low. The KC want to make sure that they lower them even more. Playing a fake, containing the other side of the map, and going back late. That slow is going to cause problems, though, and I'm not sure Kayak's going to... Or sorry, Levin's going to get out of there, and indeed he won't. Taken down by the classics. This is already getting a little dangerous.
Yeah, the fact the Headhunter, and look, all those angles just not quite being cleared properly. The deep control from Kayak has caused them issues already. And sure, the remaining couple of players both have rifles. It gives them the best chance to turn this back around, but the numbers firmly in Fnatic's favor.
This should be locked down, you'd imagine. A round that seemed to be KC's gifted, but instead it's a battle that they never expected to take here. Fnatic 1-1. And hell, you know, we said it, it's difficult to attack on this map, and Eco presents a lot of danger, but I loved what Fnatic did here. Cloud slows made this impossible for Kayak to do what they were, sorry, Levin, I keep making that mistake. It made it impossible for Levin to do what they were trying to do. Get in, sell that fake, and get out. Well, with two slows down, there is no get out, and they immediately crunch on him. Frustration on one side of the stage.
Round two, bro, come on.
But I think for him, for both of these coaches, such an emotional investment. Yeah, they're going to be friends after the game, but during it, they're going to hate each other.
Maybe even for an hour or so after the game. We'll have to wait and see. 1-1. Fnatic with a huge upset round now get the chance to do the same. I do think, especially in early days of a map, especially first officials, I think the splitting up and looking for clues technique has a lot more risk. Because people are going to be able to get away with way more cheekier, riskier plays, even if you may not have seen them so much in the scrims. I think that's where KC have truly fallen victim. I will say, just on an agent basis, I'm so excited for both chambers. Narrate's been fantastic. Well, there you go. Didn't even get to finish the sentence before Boaster's head is ripped off. And I don't think I need to tell you about how good Alfia can be.
We saw it in the last round. For KC, a chance to bite back thanks to Narrate. He's in the right place to take a few more. The Headhunter, the best chance that they have. And he'll go down after just the two, but just the two in an eco round. Not as good as it usually gets. Cloud trying to contain. Gets that little heal. He'll be back up to 100 in just a moment. Slow down behind as well, so no support for Levin as he falls. And Cloud is working his way towards the ult. There it is. Found one way or another, and a price that I think Fnatic will be more than happy to pay. This should have been a 2-0 start with contention in this round, and instead, Fnatic have the leg up and a res coming into the next.
Yeah, I think one of the good things in this scenario is firstly the res, but also because you won an eco round, you might look at this normally if this was your like second round conversion and go, oh, this was a lot of damage, but economically, Fnatic have already built up quite a few credits. Now they have a res to come into the next round with. Another solid showing in a round from Cloud as well, who, as we saw mentioned, had a great first week with Fnatic. Obviously only playing the one game in comparison to the two that were won by KC, and well, an early blitz, an early battle with an aggressive stance from Alfie, but that's the value of having that chamber. He's able to escape.
That's exactly it. You see him go so much more aggressive even as the util's thrown his way. And then he's not only able to escape, able to get healed up as well by Cloud. Rez still in the back pocket for Fnatic. We don't want to see too many overextensions if you're going to pull that into play, but with the mid door down, Cloud doesn't have much to do. He's chosen to go and join the crew towards the B site, and it looks like he's made the right call. It certainly looks that way to him. He heard the Prowler just seconds ago go right past, and yet the flock has flown in a different direction. It's the A side under threat, as Kayak's about to find out.
He's going to move the second the wall breaks. That was why he was on that side. He knew they were locked in for the moment, but now looks to join his teammate just around the corner.
It's a double thing?
The fact is, though, yeah, it feels like KC are more than happy to try and play with this middle control. I like the trap positioning, though. If anybody walks into that, if any steps are heard, it gives alarm bells over to Crashies. But yeah, it seems like they're going to go back, and go back again. But they're still walking right into the arms of Kayak, who's ready and waiting, but only one.
And Narrate as well have been waiting the entire round for someone on Fnatic to get aggressive, to push towards the spawn. The very thing that's happening now for Crashies, but it's way too late. This big fake from KC didn't seem to have worked out, but now they've got themselves the site. The res is possible here for Cloud, though. And the flank, indeed, if they can draw the eye with that res, it could be their round.
Res up.
It's free.
No opportunity to really deal damage without a massive risk, but also holding on to that Reckoning. Timing is going to be important, and well, it has at least forced them back, but do they know about that second player? They are. They're looking for it. Good work from Dosia, and now can create a little bit of additional space for himself around the back of that site. Cloud knowing he needs to break through this quickly, but even still, he's walking back into the hands of Dosia again. He did enough in this round, it seems, but still comes down to Aves. It's another round on the board for KC, and we're equal once again.
It was such an interesting idea from KC. We've already seen them in the anti-eco play spread on the map. So I sort of expected them, after being punished so hard, to avoid that play, at least for a couple rounds. But here, they come in with the idea to early fake the B site, pressure the A site, embed two players, one on each of the angles on A, then go back in the other direction, use their harbor wall, and their neon to fake out that B site, and then go back in the other direction. I mean, this was a wild round from them. It looked overcooked, but it worked out wonderfully in the end, and Doja checking for that flank is what won them.
Oh, the same fight once again, and no matter how quick Alfie could normally be, he's not quick enough on his escape mechanism this time around. Of course, Fnatic's extra credits have been thrown into this one. But with that early man advantage, rushing through this choke would have quite a lot of risks about it. Of course, they're going to break the door, remove one of those more aggressive angles, more awkward angles to clear. But you'd expect if they are going to go this way, I was going to say they'd need a Prowler or two, but they don't have any of those left. Oh, nice shot from the Narrate, and quick enough to escape as well.
Spike down mid.
3 versus 4, and the angle from Crashies is going to bring us back to even. Health back up for Cloud as well, and well, the advantage has quickly faded for KC. They've got some mid control for their trouble, and breaking the door after Levin makes it through. That's a beautiful idea, but it doesn't look like anyone's been caught in that trap as Fnatic play back towards the site. Now push up in A main, it looks like Boaster's going to take very aggressive control, and this is perfect. They're swapping positions with KC, but leaving the attackers surrounded.
Oh, one door shuts. Of course, everybody at this point has already passed the angle. Cloud, he's been waiting the entire round for another fight. was just patient with his push, and he knows there's another guy coming, knowing and dealing with Dotia has been difficult, but now everybody on the other side is waiting and watching. Fnatic reclaim their lead, and it really does feel like, obviously again, very early stages of a map, this has all been about mid-round calling and less about strategy. I think that was what we saw in the round before, constant mid-rounding back and forth, and this was all about mid-rounding in aggressive ways, like, okay, we've lost this, you fall back here, I'll move here, you move here, and we can trap them in. And I think that's what makes this map a little bit more scary for KC, is they're probably up against the best mid-round caller in the world.
Yeah, this is why we expect Fnatic and why we've seen them so often succeed on new maps, succeed with new metas. This is a squad that makes their own rules and forces you to play by them. And it's getting frustrating on the side of KC. You could see it in those replays there. Zaysh is not happy with what he's seeing. And for KC coming into round 6, not a lot to work with to make Zaysh happy. With the Tour de Force activated by Narrate, is their best opportunity. A few Sheriffs in play as well. And it looks like, again, we will see somewhat of a fake. You see Levin towards this B site, with the spike and the pack towards A.
That's one of the more interesting things about this map choice in general. Like, I wonder, because I expected the teams to be picking Summit to be underdogs. Like, I would go into a game and go, okay, they're picking this because they're an underdog. Or if like a massive favorite wants some practice. Whereas in this case, because of form and what we've seen recently from KC, I put these two teams level. So them picking this either, in my opinion, makes them believe they need an upset map, like Summit, or that in scrims they've been incredible at it. And only time will tell. If it's that they believe they're an underdog, I'm a little bit worried, because I think that Fnatic, especially versus GX, didn't look their best. No, it's week 1 after an extended break. That can happen, but KC have looked hot to the touch so far.
Oh. That's big damage by Alpha. He's found himself one, slowed down the push, and 8 seconds left to get that spike planted. KC need to pick up the pace. A kill on the planter here will seal the deal of the round, but Fnatic are playing patient, allowing the plant to come in. Oh, his head's visible. Sugetsu thought he was safe in the cove. Maybe thought he could fight back from there, and that's a big problem for Alpha.
Yeah.
Running through that wall is going to be nasty, but Narrate's ended up with 1.
Yeah, considering the buy, it's going to all be about damage, but realistically, it's just that singular kill, a comfortable close to the round for Fnatic. But those are the sort of rounds we want to see, with the early back and forth, the early damage that was able to be done with just pistols alone, to come out with 4 players standing, build up those credits once again. But now is where we'll see the buy back up for KC.
Yeah, it wasn't really around that we had a lot of hope for KC in, and Fnatic did well. I mean, from the very start, they were using up smokes, blocking out main, nobody peeking when they were down. And it felt like the first minute and a half of that was KC. And understandably, when you have just a couple Sheriffs, classics, but they're saying, all right, Narrate, go find something. We're going to wait for you. We're going to maybe pressure mid while you sit in A main. We're going to play towards this B site, run the fake, and you'll find the value. But he didn't. And that wasn't because of lack of trying. Fnatic refused to give over any opportunities. A timeout called here by KC, as well, we could see Zaysh wasn't happy with how things are going. This is his chance to remedy that.
Yeah, and I think as well, like getting into a map where you kind of picked it as a pocket pick is going to be fairly important. But also what I was talking about, like you go back in history of VCT EMEA, and it is a very one-sided history that goes the way of Fnatic. But you then look back to EWC qualifiers that we saw not long ago, that best of 5 where I think it was KC going 2-0 up, almost throwing it all away and then coming back and closing. Like this has been a team that's in form. They beat PaperX even recently, which was gobsmacking, even if maybe PaperX weren't at their best. But this, for me, is probably the best opportunity we have seen for KC to beat Fnatic. I think in a long, long time. So for them going for a pocket pick, it had me excited. Thus far, we haven't seen much from the pocket pick. So I want to see what ideas they have, and especially with Fnatic then going on to the attack side. If you're not foolproof in your plans, and it comes down to mid-round calling, Fnatic are going to win.
The other thing is looking at form for KC. You know, you say this is the best chance to beat them, and reality is it's the first time that if they win, I won't sit there and go, oh, that's an upset, or that's a bad map from Fnatic, a bad series. Instead, this looks like even footing, or maybe even favorites off recent form. KC have been playing extremely well. And to start this round out, it is no different. A double opening, and yet they don't blitz in towards this A site. There's still a res online for Cloud. If they decide to give up this space, you'll be fighting an extra man. You know that for sure. I still expect them to finish on A, but the patience from KC, they play that freeze just to put doubt into the minds of Fnatic.
A lot of fallback angles. A lot of positions that can be taken. And Cloud again does well, but he tries to switch up. I think Levin actually ends up diving into his own Harbor utility, but didn't affect him too much. Boaster ahead of the curve, but Levin is well aware. Another big round for the Neon. And Abbas is there to close things out. After the pause, a much more confident round, but again, that feels more off the basis of Fnatic's aggression. I want to see in those slower rounds if it will still work out for KC.
Well, that's the main thing. When you look at this squad so far, 2-0 in the season, a complete turnaround. And they start this map out a little shaky. It does look like a mistake, you know? Just thinking of history, to play a new map up against Fnatic, to pick it is another thing entirely. And for Zeish, well, he called a timeout, seeing things go wrong, and they immediately answered up with a round, with advantages early on as well. But they need to do it again. Fnatic back up with a full buy. Alfia standing, waiting for this contact, and he'll end up with Levin. They throw everything at him to ensure he'll have no impact, and yet still he finds what he needs.
That's one. Trade back immediate, though. Dossier has been on fire so far this game. A lot of the time, Harbor players suffer with their individual ability, but not him. He's looked great so far. With the Viper's pit up, cutting off a lot of the rotations.
Spike planted.
I was going to say it becomes very difficult, but it seems like they're just giving up on that. Maybe expecting at this point that Fnatic aren't going to be giving too much over. Bear in mind the credits are fully dissipated for FNC. And while they have no choice really but to hold on, I like the switch up of pace as well. Like the KC, we sort of mentioned it, there's a lot you can do with mid control and these sort of slow rotations back and like the back and forth they were doing in some of the early rounds. And the last two rounds, they've just gone, yep, we're going to hit A. We're going to be very direct. If they're going to try and be covering all these other positions on the map, they're going to struggle to slow us down, and they did.
Yeah, it definitely looked like, again, looking at the frustration from Zeish, I don't know if the game plan wasn't being followed, if maybe they were doing it too frequently, or overcooking it a little bit. I'm not sure what was going wrong. But I do understand the theory behind it. You're looking at this as every side is difficult to push. There's so many nooks and crannies for them to hide into. So what do? You push and pull the map. You get them to move like an accordion, and eventually they'll stick on that last fake. They'll never expect the triple fake. I get it. Great stun by KC? No, it was a Fnatic stun, but sure, look. But now taking the more direct approach, although that is kind of where we worry about this map, how difficult it can be to play straight into sites. It has worked. Now Fnatic are taking the leaf out of KC's book. They're going to go direct with a push into A main. Not quite running, contacting it, and Narrate won't even get to click his TP.
That's a good trade. With the weaponry currently on offer, potential to get an operator, at least for now, into Kayak's hands. Nightfall has been used on the other side of the map, though, realizing the danger of this round and already clearing out enough positioning to get rid of the door. Of course, you can drop down to the left. Pretty similar to what you see on Lotus, but obviously with a big door in the way of the normal gap. Kayak, though, already looking to rotate in. Now, he has to question whether he wants to put this operator into this round or save it for the next. And I think that's where you're going to wait for space from other players. Alfia wants that backstab, maybe trying to hold them in, and Dossier's gone down as well. Although the time is ticking, with a man advantage, there's much more of a likelihood of them getting back into positioning down into that 2v2 scenario, and Levin is also going to activate his ult, but the spam is perfect. That was enough to close out this round. The time long gone, and KC with a lead once again.
That was big by Sagetsu. On the flood into the B side there, you can see that Fnatic are still getting comfortable when it comes to this map. Like a smoke went up on the site as you see Crashies throw the reveal to try to punish them on the run out. So once they emerge from the smoke, they should be revealed. But they're not, because there's a smoke blocking that line of sight. And by the time they wrap around to an angle they could be seen by it, the haunt has disappeared, and they get the site for free. Valuable PC utility thrown into the wind. And it's a micro mistake, not something we regularly see from Fnatic. And I do think that's just a symptom of this map being so new. We'll see that change. But for now, it's given KC the advantage. They'll leg up in a 5-4. Still that full buy for Fnatic, though. And I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Alpha hit that form. He's due around.
Okay, Lemon's not quite quick enough, and neither is Dossier on the trade. They knew the Alfie would be just around the corner, but he was ready for that second player. Wow, a two-man advantage of Alfier alone.
Bring them down.
Even still, though, they are slowly making their way towards this B site. An aggressive position from Boaster, but a spam could close the door and leave him alone, but maybe Crashies alone is enough. In fact, it will be. He was so wary about a player coming from behind that instead they've both been slaughtered and left Narrate with, again, probably a save.
Yeah, I guess.
He could go for it.
He's
He's got
bring that op
credits,
through.
But do you want to give them an op?
Well, he hasn't got credit. He's got 250 credits. But yeah, the team does. There's plenty there to work with. Drop over a rifle. But for a 1v5, you know, maybe it's a 1v3, sure. Maybe if he has a spike, sure. But too many conditions stacked against him. And so he will go. Another round in favor of Fnatic and a tie up. The question only is, can Narrate make it out with the weapon? And, well, now the answer should be yes. The only player close by is Crashies. He's deciding not to even push him, which I think is a wise choice here.
With their own, with their own finances, it makes sense. Like, I think if they had a few more 1,000 credits in the bank, they'd probably go for something there. But yeah, more of a confidence round for Fnatic. Like, firstly, just these aggressive pushes is exactly what you want to see from Alfia. It's why we're going to see Chamber played, I think, in a lot of different teams and a lot of different comps, because there's so many fallback. There's so many fallback angles that you can take. You can literally do that multiple times from multiple positions on the map. In fact, we've already watched Alfia do it across the board. So if he's not feeling confident, that's where we're really in danger.
Well, a minute 30 on the clock, and Alpha has changed up his position in mid, but Narrate has found him all the way back in the spawn. He's found himself an opening pick, a nasty angle. And a 5 versus 4 now for KC. We've seen him play more direct in recent rounds, find success there. Now with the man advantage, I expect that's exactly what we're going to see.
That's a very safe TP position to go back to. The fact it can take you all the way to your own spawn. Again, showing the value of what Chamber can bring, and there he is once more. 2 kills for Alpha in the last round, 2 kills for Narrate, going toe-to-toe, and Crashies left blinded in the corner. It seems they know he's there, and that makes it all too easy for Levin. The remaining couple, again, it feels like it has to be a save scenario, and ooh, okay, Kayak is a little bit ahead of the curve. He is going to be able to kill off Sugetsu. With a res, there might be a temptation. It's just looking at the positions of where players could be resed. It's only really back B that has any opportunity.
At this stage, by the time you put that res in, I think the round's already gone. They've got to get some work towards the site if they want this one under their belt. And with Cloud down, that should pretty much seal it. Kayak, take a glance at the credits. Alpha's pretty low, but has an ultimate to work with. So it's not like they'll be missing any pieces if he does go down, but I think he's happy with how many weapons he's removed from KC. Not that it'll make much of a difference. The next round being the last of the half.
Wow. 6-5. The back and forth of this map continues, and nobody really able to get a foothold. Of course, for the teams within EMEA, we don't really know where this map is going to land in terms of if it's very one-sided to one side of the map. Someone might be having a great half or a horrific one, but I also think it's you're going to learn the most from your play in these official games. And obviously, for the most part, if you're in the same group as a team, you won't have played any scrims against them. And nobody really does that unless they're insanely confident or quite bad. So those will be the
Let's play.
Bring them down.
The likelihood that neither of these teams have played against each other just yet. Res online, tour de force, as you mentioned. Narrate's pretty close to his, but unless he's going to run double op, doesn't hold the most value.
Double up in a different sense, yeah. A Kimbo. Well, not quite, but...
You get the quick switch, at least.
Yeah, it's true. Second shot makes it almost like an outlaw.
New outlaw or old outlaw?
Well, it's only got one shot, I suppose, but yeah, pull out time. New Outlaw. I'd say he's got the new Outlaw.
Is it inaccurate? Is it inaccurate?
He suspects that
Okay.
Sugetsu's in the corner. Cloud, I don't know what gave that away, but that's beautiful work. Breaking the wall took a little too long, and now, posted up on the angle will be Alpha. Damage onto 11, 16 HP. Slide all you like, that should still be an easy shot.
They've thrown in the Reckoning, but they're not done anything with it. They were building up orbs to get that ultimate online, and instead, they've ended up with nothing. And then the re-aggression from Crashies has just completely shut them down. They're trying to swing back into this angle. He's just waiting for them, but again, Dosia lands the shot. Even still, though, 25 seconds. They're hightailing it towards the B site where Boaster is waiting. Dosia again. This fight could be everything.
Kill my allies.
If Boaster gets this kill, it should be round over, but it seems like Abbott spotted him. It doesn't matter. The IGL has closed this round for Dosia. He needs this kill within seconds, and he does get it, but he's not going to be quick enough to turn back around. 6-6, dead even in our first half of Summit. And well, let's see if anybody's learned anything ready for that second half.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, here's the thing. We've had a lot of expectations around this map, and I don't quite know where it sits, but we're not the only ones who've had thoughts about it. In fact, we sat down with some of our pros early on to ask them what they think of Summit. Take a look at this.
What's the biggest thing that surprised you about Summit when you first started playing?
It's a combination from a lot of maps. I said that when I see.
How tight some of the corners are, especially in more so city spawn, like in that area.
It's looking like a huge map, but also too hard to attack because the side entrance is always so tight.
Yeah, the map is really pretty. I love the colors, nothing's too bright. And I think when maps aren't too bright and I can see the outlines of players, it's a map where I really thrive on.
How at some points it's way too open in some areas, and at the same time in some of the areas it's way too claustrophobic.
You can shoot the doors, to close the doors and stuff, which is cool.
And you cannot open them back. So it's like new mechanic in the game, which I don't know if I like, we'll see, but it's something new, so probably it's gonna be fun.
Welcome back, folks. 6-6 at the halftime. Now, Tom, where do you think this sits for KC? Was that a good half on the attack?
Sure.
Answer was it was a great half for the viewers at home because we enjoyed watching every single round of it. We don't know where these teams sit. Have Fnatic done enough? Have KC fallen short? I don't know. Let's find out. We're going to get back into the game, and for Fnatic, it's onto the attack side. Good half out of Cloud, but the highlight we thought would be Alpha. We thought would be Narrate. It was Doja. He had a lot of big rounds during that. There's a big reason why we're seeing this neck and neck.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to sort of sit there and go like, okay, he's playing the Harbor, he's probably not statistically going to do that well. I think that's been a curse. Like we saw Profek a second ago, that man likes to complain a lot about having to play Harbor because it does normally damage your ability to frag, but he seems to be doing absolutely fine. One thing I did note though, and it's something that's going to be interesting maybe for Althea or Boaster, whoever's going to be lurking, Sugetsu was getting picked off a lot because a lot of the time you are having pressure on one side of the map at least. But we've also got Viper on the defense, and I think that's always an interesting talking point. Maybe not as interesting as the chamber-on-chamber action. As already, we're going to see a couple, but then the trades are back immediate. Advantage now one way. Ooh, I think Sugetsu got seen before he got past that, but you know, he's fine. He lived.
Crash is in a good position here. It seems like Aves was going to go walkabouts and try to link up with this A-site push. Get there early to help out the defense, but Fnatic have slowed this down, and, well, in the 4 versus 3, I think they're doing the right thing. Wall goes back up, and again, we saw this wall on the attack, but we didn't get to see it used on the defense in that first half. Fnatic playing without it, and this is interesting to give them a lot of control down bottom mid and in A main, just to make those first fights so much more difficult for Fnatic. Hasn't been that difficult.
Ooh.
They've got the advantage, but maybe not for long.
They both know each other's there now. It was the element of surprise that Aves had initially, but
30 seconds
didn't
left.
seem to catch Crashies at all. And as said, these are the sort of moments where you normally talk about Fnatic doing their best work. Boaster just selling a full-on ruse. Look at him. He's shot the button. He's gone, look, the wall's gone down. Smoke up. Oh. Yeah, I think the penny's now dropped for Sugetsu, but he needs to kill off Boaster. They have done that relatively quick. They've also then implanted another player in Crashies, though. Do they check for this one? If they get this kill, maybe there's a chance of winning the round, but it's not a trade that goes favorably. They would have liked to kill him off without losing anybody else now for Kayak and Cloud. Well, with angles already sectioned. Again, has to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they're being.
He's made it all the way past. I mean, put it this way. If he picks Cloud and goes straight for the defuse, Kayak's going to have to sprint. He's on the right character for it. I'll give you that. And the tap, that should be the end. Cloud on the swing, and you could hear how close the steps were from Kayak. 7-6 for Fnatic. The lead is theirs again.
Yeah, these are sort of the things I'm talking about when I say that Boast is very good at playing the mid-rounding. Sure, it probably was a little bit closer than he would have liked, but it's just like, okay, you're going to wait out there. I'm going to sell pretty much a perfect ruse on this side of the map. He didn't even know that both players were there, but neither of them were going to move while he's doing all of that. And then they get the plant for free. They put the wall down. It means that a player has to run all the way around and stand basically perfectly in the open with no chance of an easy fight. That was very comfortable. And if that's how this continues, yeah, it's a little bit worrying for KC's map pick, but it's only round 1. Plenty more to come.
Well, round 2. Narrate with a headhunter in hand has already dealt death to one! Ooh. And he saved at the last second his Kayak as the wall shut down. It's going to allow him to get back up to full health, and what could have been an awful advantage to give away ends up as still a pretty workable position for Fnatic in the post plant.
Well, the jumping right-click classic over the top of the Sage wall, to my surprise, did 0 damage. But maybe that'll work out next time for Zagetsu. Kayak's position. Okay, never mind. We're talking about Cloud. Another couple. Alfia there to support him. Got to be careful. He's being swung from the other angle. Again, this is incredibly costly and got dangerous. Down to just one man standing for Fnatic. Not clean whatsoever. And now they're going to have a choice to make of how much they invest back into this round. Seems like a decent amount. And oh my god, 3,000 kills.
That's pretty impressive for Alpha. That averages more than a kill per day since he started. It's actually more than 2 kills per day. It could even be more than 3 kills per day. I don't know how many days he's played Valorant for, I'll be honest. And this is only within VCT, so that'd be confidence 3. But if we're talking whole career, I don't know.
Come on, Captain Cal. How many days has Alfia played in VCT?
Yeah, kills per day. Get that stat up.
Kills per day.
KPD. Let's see it. Let's see. He already has it. He already has it ready. 8-6. Fnatic now trying to defend that lead. And, well, look, losing this, they'll still have it. They've got a lot of rifles here.
Well, yeah, they invested quite heavily into this one. They went in almost with a 4-buy, and it means that 2 players are basically on 0 credits for the next round. This is a less conventional bonus than you might normally see, but I guess they took so much damage in the last, they decided to risk it. Also, they did have the Nightfall, and then you go, okay, that might bring us the round. Well, Crashies died immediately in the initial battle around A main. So they don't have that ultimate anymore. Although they could get it back if Cloud gets a singular kill, and that is why he is being set up to take contact by Boaster.
After losing opening pick, it's a very, very slow round. 40 seconds, Spike making it to mid, and now the split to the A site, but KC ready. Those are just now starting to look in the other direction.
Yeah, look at Narrate as well. Look how far forward he is on the B side.
It's a good chance for KC. Numbers in the right place. 11
Good
caught by that stun, though. Great work from Boaster. An Astra utility hitting, and the wall has left Zagetsu on 21 HP completely alone. If Cloud's the one to get the kill, they'll even have the res to add on, and he'll just go for the plant for that exact reason. Boaster with a freebie has set them on a path to victory. 4 versus 3, and there goes the res.
Cloud gone.
Right there.
Walking back into the angle, Dosia seems to have a good idea of where his opponents are standing, but has to wait for his teammates. Both of them are still on that flank. It's patience from KC, hoping that someone makes a mistake instead. They now have that information, but that was also just to give space over to Dosia. He's trying to bait Kayak into the fight, but it hasn't worked. Eventually, though, he will clear out Kayak and leave Boaster alone. But the time is already ticking. Halfway gone. He needs to swing this, and the trade is perfect from Aves. It was a round that looked set to go the way of Fnatic, but KC, they fight back in.
Yeah, good work from Aves in the end. A 2K in that round, but again, Doja getting more work done than he should. This guy has been such a highlight of this map so far, and I can't even put it all down to the Harbor. It's not like, and I do like the Harbor, don't get me wrong. When I saw these compositions, I sort of lean towards KC's, not even just because they have a Viper. Let's go! Because I'm not sold fully on the value of Viper on this map. But Harbor, on the other hand, on that attack, being able to dish it up is beautiful. 1.95 kills per day. God damn it, I'm a liar. I'm sorry, everybody. Listen, I tried my best. Didn't mean to be this guy, but...
No, it's not you. Alfia needs to try harder.
That's true. That's true. 3,000. That should be 5,000. Come on, man. I hope he didn't hear. No one send that to him. I'll be in the building like half an hour after this game.
Yeah, he's like 2 foot taller than you. You should be careful.
2 foot he's a 9 foot tall man. I mean, what can I say? For Fnatic pistols, Alphier with a headhunter, and I think a weapon has been deleted. Indeed, it was a weapon. Kayak now picking that up. Crashes in himself, making their way towards this B site. And guess who's standing there? It's the raid boss, Doja, ready and waiting. But they'll go the other way. They've sensed his aura. It makes sense.
Oh, the problem is the opposing side re-aggressing as a group. 3 players taking back the fight into middle and giving them a further advantage. Now, Cloud does still have that res available, but it's finding a position of whether it's worth being used.
Coming through.
Well, you can see just Dosia's ability to just fall back to another angle to fight from. He's been doing it all the way throughout this round. Like, takes contact, falls back, takes contact, falls back. And now with 20 seconds left, they're going to get themselves in towards the site. But from this point onwards, it makes sense for KC to almost just wait and play this as a retake.
10 seconds left.
Well, that is exactly what they're going to do.
Planted.
The late game plan, Cloud much more cautious to go for bodies as KC fill in that space, not allowing the res. Now they'll look to crunch in from 2 different angles after breaking the wall. And it will be Kayak who has to deliver. He's the one stuck in the corner. Boaster steps in to help, but he's only got a classic. Kayak's going to have to take this one across the line. 53 HP as Cloud comes in to help out. Steps into main, but he's walled off. And he'll have to play this one alone. Not a bad angle. Oh, it is. Actually, the boxes are in the way. I don't know how he's going to get away with this one. Straight to half, and already KC are deciding who gets to take the defuse. 8-8. A weapon saved for Cloud. The scoreline equalized for KC.
Yeah, it was a lower buy round for Fnatic, but I think they might have hoped to do at least a little bit more damage once they got into the post. But again, I just really like the patience from KC. Like, even though I think people have maybe overreacted slightly about the no strats comment, it seems like their communication is very good. Like, you can even see when Dosia goes to swing, that was the major danger when Kayak's holding that angle. They just go together. Like, him and Narrate were in perfect harmony to take that one across the line. I'm on Fnatic after losing 2 rounds post Pistol and second. They're now going to have a pause of their own. Of course, it's Eng and Desmo on that side of things. And well, Desmo has a lot to say.
Well, they lost the Pistol in the first half. Went 2-1 up, went 4-2 up. It was a great leg up for them, a great early performance. Now 2-2 after winning the Pistol. It's KC who seem to have the ball in their court. This timeout looks to change that, but again, you look at KC, when they call that timeout before, things changed. I think it was round 6 coming out of it. From then on, 3-round streak, and they started to look alive. They made it even at the half, and now in with a chance to take the lead. As we said, for these boys on the stage, they're playing for another win on the board. For the boys in the back, there's so much more to it than that.
Well, as well, we know how important, like, I think especially for KC, with points not really enough to take them
thanks
to champs anymore. Now they have to look to try and get top 2, and going 3-0 in the group puts them in a great place. For Fnatic, it was the break in the pause. But now, let's listen in to how they deal with this attack side.
Yeah, do it now. Take it back.
We're gonna res, it's fine.
Your duty is not over.
Came through! Oh, just...
Spike down, B.
I have the spike.
I'm walking dragon right now.
I'm gonna... Do you want me to smoke you off, Alpha?
No. There's a trap here. Wait, can you smoke here?
I'm walking in again.
Do it.
Make pressure on the B main if you can.
Do it. I have really good timing. Take a.
Wait, now wait.
On heaven.
One backside and one locker. One locker, one backside. My bad. I didn't put the stun that round. I didn't know we were gonna. I thought it was just a B main default.
B main, punish. Come on.
Can win this round. Can just run.
Oh, that's a big blow dealt to Fnatic. They tried to go for the res in main, but Sugetsu got past the wall, made the play, flew under the radar, and struck at the right time. That's exactly what Narrate is doing now. He's heard that rotation to the A site. He's called for Doja, the big player for this squad so far, and he's going to be in position. Rotate on the way from Sugetsu. And the ult to delay them, to cost some time. 14 seconds less now. The plant needs to come through, and the flank is underway. They're buying time as Narrate has got a freebie. Cloud down and out, leaves Boaster alone. 4 to take. 4 must die in his hands for any hope, but no. KC, 4 players alive. A big credit-making round, and the lead is now theirs.
I think the most concerning thing in this round for me is that Sugetsu is alive at the end of it. Like that, a man that basically gets an opener, runs back through your wall while you're putting it up. Well, let's just have a look. Opener goes through, you wall next to him, and then he gets to go and kill 2, and then leave?
Yeah, the fact he gets out.
leaves? How does he leave? How does he escape that moment? Like, in my head, I just assumed he died. Because I saw someone else die. I was like, that must have been Sugetsu. Because there's no way he could still be alive. That's mental.
Can I tell you what worries me more?
No.
We just had a timeout, and I heard Boaster in the listen and say I didn't understand the strat. Timeout from Fnatic. That's not what I want to hear. There's mistakes being made there. And KC taking full advantage of it, 9-8. The lead is theirs, and the man advantage in this round as well. This is an investment for Fnatic. They are leaving nothing on the table, or next to nothing. Boaster's got a little bit of cash to spare, but the rest of the squad are skint. For KC, double digits will likely see more rounds fall their way with an eco after. Fnatic shut out of top mid control, and still desperately trying to break through on A. There's a Viper's pit blocking off one side, and if they go back to B, well, Narrate's in their spawn now.
Yeah, they're able to get so much ground. The only real problem, though, is that he might have missed the boat. Yeah. Now, there is still a player over on that B side of the map, so no matter what happens, eventually, his flank is likely to pay dividends.
But Levin's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, Levin has no
idea.
idea.
He assumes it's clear because Narrate just cleared it, but there is a big gap, and they've just now realized it. So we talk about mistakes in the last round for Fnatic. That's an abysmal one for Cade. I don't want to see a replay of Zaysh because he has broken something. And now, and now they've let Boaster walk right past. I don't know how much value he'll have from this position.
Well, you'd say
he
that,
could catch him going back in.
In post, but there's Narrate. The backstab eventually coming through.
Boaster's got this round.
He should do, but we have to wait and see. A Bulldog ready and waiting. Stun through. They're looking his way. Or they were, at least for a second. It seems like they do have somewhat of an idea that he's going to be coming from this position. Timing going to be everything, and he's got the timing perfect! Boaster takes over! The backstab, the knife twisted, and what should have been a flank on flanks, now that man is all that's left in Narrate. A round that looked all but set from the get-go to go the way of KC, but Boaster throws the ultimate spanner in the works. 9-9, nothing separating these two teams. No one able to escape that one-round deficit.
I am so scared of the replay we are likely to see of Zaysh. That round's got to be so frustrating. They push deep and take control, and they lose to a blind spot that they created. And then later in the round, this happens as well.
That might be the cleanest Bulldog triple spray down I've ever seen.
Oh, they're trying to calm him down, but it's not working.
Oh my God, Jakey!
Huge. I will say, I can blame him 0% for the reaction either. I think I'd be worse. And that's such a frustrating round. That was a chance to put Fnatic on an eco, to run away with this map. And now, Fnatic are right back in the game. And when you say that, you very rarely see them leave again.
Well, yeah, let's say that it's been a bit messy. It's kind of what we expected with the new map, but I also think for KC the risk is slightly higher considering they're the ones that picked it. And yeah, I didn't expect to see someone die almost literally with their pants down, but hey. right back in it. Purchase available. Narrate does have the tour de force, but he also has a rifle, so I'm guessing he's not used it. And it's just waiting on the other side. It's bait. It's a beautiful bait, but the reveal almost gives up Levin. He's going to get out of here, isn't he? No, he's pulled back. He slid a little bit early, but luckily he had a teammate to throw down the cove to make sure he was safe. A great bait and switch.
It looked like he thought he could break a siege with a slide, and, well, you can't.
I was kind of hoping that he was going to wait until
That's what I thought,
and then he was going to slide, and then he was just like,
maybe
no,
he thought,
I am strong.
Maybe he thought it was going to break. He just had a misread in the timing, even though it happened just a second ago. But that, you know, is what it is. For Fnatic, well, look, the last round was a real haymaker straight to the chin of KC. That one's going to set you back a couple steps, but their legs not looking so wobbly, standing tall now at 10-9, and the lead back in their hands. All they need to do is, and I think we saw this on the attack side in the first couple rounds as well, though there was some success for that there, so I mean, it's not as airtight a point, but I do think that not overcomplicating things has its benefits here for KC, especially when it's a new map, and there are some gaps being created that they're clearly not aware of.
With that, I think both teams at this point must have accepted that there's going to be sucker punches in this map and they just have to get back up. It's like a Tyson Fury back from the dead style thing, because the last round, well, the round we just saw was obviously a guy managed to get away with hiding in a corner. That was a nice bait from Narrate. The round before was wild, and the round before that was wild in the other direction. So I think both teams just going to go, all right, this is, you know, it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be messy. But we got to get on with it. And for Fnatic, again, they're in a position where economically not the greatest spot, but they do have that overdrive. The counter immediately thrown in, though, directly placed in the face. And, well, I was going to say he was unlucky timing for a swap, but actually he trades evenly.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how he got away with the kill there. Doja onto Alpha. Seeming to stack the advantages are KC. Boaster's answered back. Levin's been caught as well. And, well, we're back into not only even footing for Fnatic a second later, it's an advantage. With the plant coming through on Cloud, they can pull back another player. But the bodies aren't really in the positions to do that. Boaster, on the other hand, getting into a great position in the same old setup that we saw work for KC in the last fight. Oh, no, it's not a bait. They ran. What? They ran through. I thought they were going to bait. One player takes the fight, the other stands in the corner. They just saw it happen. Crashy's alone. Now the numbers were in his favor moments ago. He's going to deal with Narrate up close and personal. And he will. Bailing Fnatic out with a Red Bull clutch.
That was a terrifying round.
What was that?
I can only assume that Fnatic thought they were further back, put the Cosmic Divide, take control of the smoke, wait for them to run through. Instead, they were much closer than they ever theorized and got absolutely wrecked for it. But luckily, they have Crashy, who is very good at clutching and will bring home the round anyway. They've got to make every single Fnatic fan on the planet sweat to an immeasurable degree. No high fever can ever beat being a Fnatic fan.
You want to play? Let's play.
Aang looked very calm, cool, and collected there. It looked like that was all part of the plan, but I'll tell you, it most certainly was not.
I think that's called acceptance.
Slow orb up and over, trying to hit the button with it. Skill shots. Didn't work this time. Poster. Oh, it's starting out well for Fnatic. They're getting some trades out with some space as well towards this A site. Spike can come through, but Boaster's being caught on the lurk. And now it looks like Kayak will do the same. He's 30 HP. So he wants to try to make a play to catch off these players on the rotate. The surprise about to be revealed, but it looks like Narrate was ready. Ready or not, here comes a bullet.
Planted.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Res still available for Cloud as well. Rotation. I expect Aves to wait for Sugetsu to join him. The problem, though, is with the wall down, it leaves them so many angles they have to try and swing from. Shot not connected by Alpha yet, but he's able to escape. And now Kayak, who was known, they marked him on the map. It doesn't matter, though. Even on low HP, he is landing every shot in front of him. His third of the round, and Aves realizes he needs to bait them into the fight. He does just that, but Althea is a little bit more patient. Sits back a bit further, just needs a singular bullet to end it, and he will do so. Now Fnatic have the lead for maybe the first time in a while. It's gone back and forth so many times. I'll be honest, I don't remember at this point.
Yeah, we've definitely been even a few times, but it's been a while since we saw him do the math, run the numbers, get Captain Cow on the case. Either way, I'll tell you what, it has been a back-and-forth game if ever I've seen one, and I think this has delivered exactly as we've expected. We've seen the map used in ways that those tight little angles, we've seen bait setups, we've seen these crazy ideas from KC to start it out as well with the triple fakes in like round 4 or 5. There's definitely been a lot of ideas, but equally there's been a lot of mistakes being made. A new map, it's expected. KC called a timeout here to ensure that they can at least trim a few of those mistakes now that it's gotten down to crunch time. Fnatic with the lead, and 2 more rounds will send them out of KC's map pick with the win.
And the thing I always like about Zeish is I feel like you see him get the frustration out before he talks to any of the team.
And Aang's almost the opposite. That's the beautiful thing about it. Aang's so calm the entire time, and then he's rattling it off. You can see sometimes he's like, what are you doing, bro?
He's building up the anger into his core so that when he can just launch straight in at rapid speed.
Unleash.
Well, we'll see who does it best. 11-10. Fnatic now with just 2 rounds needed to go into Ascent with an advantage. I'll say Ascent probably feels like, if anything, more of a middle ground than what we've seen as of recent. So I wouldn't say the series is over, but the pocket pick of Summit for KC, wow. It's looking like the little bits of like tissue or lint that you find in the bottom of your pocket. Like maybe you should get rid of it rather than like...
I mean, maybe Doja had a hand in picking this map. He certainly seems to feel at home. A chance for him to show up. This is mid push. Well, in fact, it's Narrate to be the tip of that speed.
He hit him.
Landed a good tag, and the heal used up already for Fnatic in the early stages. And now making it around to this A site with the spike. It looks like Crashies might have a job on his hand here. Breaking the door. Trying to sell the fake. But, well, I mean, not really. Not even a PC utility thrown. This almost works better. You just throw fade util, nothing else behind it. It's going to be very obvious it's fake pressure. But you handle it like this. Well, they think maybe you're freezing outside. Maybe you're ready to break in.
Maybe you're faking the fake.
Yeah, maybe
you're
triple
out faking or fake with a fake. So you think that you're not faking, but you actually are faking. But you're not. Everybody get that? Cool.
I was following.
Moving on.
Following the whole way. And they've done exactly that, Tom. Exactly what you said.
It is
back to B main.
Annoyingly, it is the truth. Doesn't make it any less confusing, but it is the truth. Narrate, however, has not fallen for it. He is waiting patiently to eliminate, obliterate Kayak, and then there's a second layer. But with the snake bite down, 30 seconds left. Are they going to try and run back to the other side? Because they also haven't moved the next player. Now, the stuns that Boaster have been using have been fantastic, but this time Levin is not sticking around to challenge. 20 seconds now. They're not going for this. It's fallen into a save for Fnatic. The spike is still all the way back towards the spawn, and this time the fake on fake on fake into a real hit didn't work. And so, unfortunately, they've run out of time.
Yeah, I mean, it was great utility, like when you look at Boaster putting down that stun that caught Levin a while ago, but they also had players to run after him. They had Kayak to quickly close the distance. Levin wasn't respecting that star. He saw it in the ground. He said, I don't give a damn about your utility. He got punished for it, and now the second that stun's going through, he's already sliding out of there. He knows what's going on. I think also last time he was mid-fight when it was popped, so the timing was absolutely perfect. This time they didn't have the bodies to take that risk. 11-11. A good fight back by KC. We're neck and neck for what could be the first time in this series.
Yeah.
But this can only go one way. For KC, a chance to push up to 12, to put the pressure onto Fnatic for Zeish to have the upper hand against his former head coach. Let's jump in with KC and see how this vital round plays out.
We're gonna play.
I'm gonna full guys, I think they wanna split maybe.
We play heavy. We play heavy.
Nothing.
Can you play it to ult like this maybe without ulting B or no?
They're gonna try to end
it from here.
Okay, it's fine.
They will try to revive maybe also.
Yeah.
Amen. Neon, maybe operator. I'll take it.
I'm gonna float on you.
I don't see it.
Tell me when I should take B, Marshall.
I mean, he's gonna smoke me most likely.
Ult goes.
Fade, Neon. I'm moving, by the way, Dima.
Two more side, bingo side, green bingo.
Green inside.
Is this walled? It's walled, it's walled, red.
I will destroy it.
Spike planted.
I heard one leave, like fully leave the site.
Fade side. One HP. In front of I'm only team.
They smoked me off.
On you.
You just spammed me back.
Player standing.
Nice try.
All good. We can do the same shit with our approach.
Crashes was 10 HP there as well. The molly sent through, the shorty in hand. I thought he was dead to rights, but well, dodges the headhunter shots and fires right back. It's 12-11 for Fnatic. And again, that chance, that opportunity to go into their map pick with one under their belt. It's just around the corner.
That kill was everything. Like getting rid of Dozier at the back of the site. I believe he had his Harborough in the Reckoning online already, so if he'd been given an extra second, he might have been able to slow that push to a halt, but instead, the rest of the players flooding in to try and save him. And if anything, Eng might be giving a small favor over to his Padawan. The man looking to become the master in this matchup has a pause now to talk with his team, but clearly Eng wanted one final idea to try and cement their victory in this map.
Well, I look at the cams here and I see one person out of four talking, one spitting bars. It seems like the conversation of Fnatic's happening within the team as well, where Zeish is dishing out commands. With 1 round left to play for, Narrate coming in on that operator. I'm expecting it to be some defensive aggression out of KC. Narrate's done very well at shutting them down when they come pushing into his site, but Fnatic quickly seem to plug up the gaps.
Yeah, he got the opener in the last round and they just went the other way.
So I want to see him get involved in that early stage without just sitting back and waiting. We'll see if that's what we get. 10 seconds on the clock. And it is Narrate moving towards this A site. Last time it was a really nice bait that was set up. The same TP allows him to go so deep and get right back out of there. But this time, well, Fnatic, at least starting, are going towards the side of the map where there is absolutely nobody. Sugetsu's the closest, and even then he was watching mid a second ago.
Yeah, I think with the trap, the orb, and the snake bite, he does have enough delay to potentially slow them down. But the second an aggressive push isn't spotted, the second Narrate is firmly in control of that A main position.
Still waiting.
That's where they now give up that spot. Fnatic instead, though, battling more for middle. The button actually being shot by the defensive side. It cuts off a lot of the loop around, and that's somewhere we've seen Boaster really do damage from, so I really don't mind that at all. You limit the amount of angles that can be lost. Sure, you no longer can fight in that position, but KC don't mind that.
They've just heard how far back Aves is with the Prowler coming out from miles away. They didn't read that there was aggression elsewhere for that control in mid to be given up. Great opening for Narrate. He gets out scot-free. And now they look to the other side of the map where still KC are in position. And now Aves has the info just in time. Alpha was about to be a real problem. But it looks like KC haven't lost hope just yet.
20 seconds. And they've been hit by the Nightfall as well. Aves has probably single-handedly won this round. And Levin gets to pick up the pieces at the end. Sure, that wraparound in the end from Boaster will be an attempt to do some damage, but it ends up being an in-zone flawless, and maybe giving your protege a pause was not the best time to do it because they looked very comfortable. And I'll say as well, I do really love the button break from the defense from Aves, and then him knowing exactly where he needs to cover. His utility from that point onwards was perfect. The fights he took, the Nightfall, he won the round on every decision he made all the way through.
Yeah, genuinely, the Haunt could not have been, if it was half a second, if it was a quarter, I would say even a 1/10 of a second late, he's getting killed. But he threw it at the very last moment. Great read in that round from Aves. Good performance by KC here today, and for Fnatic, 12-12. They've also had a good performance. Some would say a very similar performance. And it comes down to overtime to separate these teams. No ops in play this time. But to be honest, it hasn't looked like Narrate really needed it.
No, he was doing very good on the defense, and I wonder if maybe he'll risk it on that side of the map. Instead, though, trying to get that Reckoning online once again. Very good for creating awkward positions, but also it covers so much of the site, either side of the map. If Dozier can garner it, it can slow a post plant. For now, though, a lot of play towards this B site, and again, it's the same as on the other side. The defensive chamber able to get the opener. Does Alpha go in for more?
He's sitting back, but Levin might go in. It looks like he wants to fight and maybe If he could go back in time, he'd make a different choice. Down to a 4 versus 2. KC sought some advantages, but they lost everything that they had in the process. Narrate and Doja, they've been impressive so far.
He's so low.
Doja in the first half, Narrate in the second. Still the numbers are stacked against them. The odds not in their favor, and with Narrate spotted, it is a done deal. 13-12, and another chance to close this map out for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think a smart round from Alpha here. Like having the initial aggression, but then not getting overzealous from a lot of those positions. Like he sits back, even expects somebody to try and challenge to clear him. And again, we talk about the sort of the positives and negatives of Levin. I feel like that is one where you want to see him with a little bit more support and make sure you can clear Alpha here, because the fact he's able to just hold on to that ground means anybody can rotate through those positions. He can create a crossfire and helped a lot towards the end. 13-12. Fnatic with an opportunity to win the first summit in EMEA. I'm sure there'll be a million different learnings for them to take away from this one, but all they care about is the dub. Although, you know, if there's going to be a spam through the smoke that immediately eliminates a player, it might be a little bit tough.
It might make it more difficult. Crash is on the attack. You know, some would say plays a crucial role.
Pivotal.
And now they'll have to make up for that lack of information, which, as we've sort of stated when it comes to this map, is certainly not ideal. Cloud's going to play for the orb. He thinks maybe he can get that res off a little bit later. I guess he's going to be our planter. And he steps away, stomps away so Alpha can get the strike onto Sagetsu. Lovely strategy. And the Spike's even reconsidering this push towards the B side. I don't know if that's because of the pick or because they realized the chamber trip is there.
Again, we see this push up, though, from the defense. Narrate, he did go for that operator, but he's playing it very differently. This time with a trap on that B connector means that they can rotate to the other side. Cloud was walking with a wall out, and because of that, Levin's off angle. It wasn't traded properly.
30 seconds
They had no idea that anybody could be in that corner, and that's a massive mistake. The walkthrough, though, from Alfie, it might have just saved them. It's given them away onto the site, but Aves, again, good positioning. Sat back and catches Boaster with the C's. Now having that man advantage to swing in already, and he has no idea that that player could just be coming from behind. But Boaster's timing, it's going to be everything here. He's being flanked. He's missed the player in the smoke by a millisecond. Half a second is all it took, and the timing again from KC is spot on. Both peaking him at the exact same moment.
I mean, Narrate is putting his all into this game now. 13-13, another overtime between these squads. And from the game that we've seen so far, I'm actually happy that we get to keep seeing OTs, because it does feel like each team is now starting to get in the groove of how this map is played out. Except for maybe Cloud at the start there.
So awkward.
But it is so many little corners. And if you're going to play with that wall to try to instantly get in, to try to instantly, oh my God. Zace looks like he hasn't felt happiness in years. He looks like the dopamine receptors shut off long ago. Just staring blank at the screen as they push the OT again.
That was like the Pedro Pascal meme in the car.
Yeah, literally. He's our Nick Cage. Well, overtime number 2. And for KC, an op this time in the hands of Narrate. That's going to be a nasty surprise if
maybe
Boaster
not.
wasn't quick enough to jump peek it.
He is alone, though. He's completely alone, but maybe that doesn't matter. Caught with util in hand. Wall to section things off. A chance for Cloud to fight this back. That spike drop. Now he has support. Narrate just waiting on the angle, but instead he knows at this point that's an unwinnable fight. 2 players to the backside, and they need to try and reset this. Levin is the dagger in the dark. Does Crashies even consider that there could be a player here, or does Levin even go in that direction? He's just going to hold on to this ground, but I feel like if this ends up in more of a retake scenario, it could be a problem. Or if Crashies times this right, he might catch both. He's going to hear all the steps. That's enough to know that they're going that way. And in fact, oh, he's missing it by a millisecond each time. That's the spike. If he drops that player, it's a huge problem for KC. But instead, he's just biding his time perfectly, denies the plan, and doesn't even need to fight Aves. He knows it because his teammates will arrive. They cleared Levin, no problem at all. And Crashies, it might be just a singular kill, but that singular kill was perfect.
He is so lucky that he had a Phantom there, not a Vandal. The 2 shots he fired down mid, I think he might have hit his keyboard. If that was a Vandal, I even saw them ping that angle that he came from. They were worried about it, but not worried enough, evidently. Someone please take the wall off Cloud. It's 2 rounds in a row. He ran out there, not a care in the world. Looked at the angle twice. They could have swung him at any moment. Didn't care. Didn't even think about it. Someone tells that man to wall somewhere, and I respect it. He's going to do it. He doesn't care what's. It's like watching Hacksaw Ridge. This guy doesn't fear
soldier.
death. Yeah, maybe he should fear death, but I'll tell you what, he certainly doesn't. Timeout from Fnatic. Another chance to close out this map. And Aang isn't going to let that slip without a chat with the boys.
Now, I will say, at 12-11, they also took a pause trying to close the game.
They did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was an in-zone flawless to KC.
It was certainly an aggressive round from Narrate. Found himself a lot of control early, and it looked like they had a bow tied on at 30 seconds in, yeah.
Well, let's see if this one's a little bit more effective again. It gives the same opportunity to Zysh, but the defensive rounds seem to be looking a little bit more comfortable for either side. I think especially Narrate having that operator. I think for Fnatic even maybe just figuring out where he is, but normally countering him is tough, and if you avoid him, then he takes so much ground that then it's a problem because they can stack up the other side of the map. So it almost feels like an evil for Fnatic that needs to be dealt with.
Oh, the problem last time as well was the guy who got caught out was Crashies. And on the attack side, you lose yourself that fade, and it leads to maybe a player in the corner getting 2 kills.
That was the same spam.
That's Kayak this time. It's a little bit easier to lose him, but
is it?
I don't think it's going to be easy for Fnatic.
The guy that slides into the site and takes their aim away.
I'd still rather have the fade utility.
Who's he dogging for?
Well, that's it. For himself, perhaps. Certainly not for Alpha here. That's another spam from KC successfully found.
There you go. They are not here.
That's good info. Now, what do we do on this corner?
He's got another Prowler.
You just have to face it, though, because Prowler you kind of need for the site. Like, it's the problem is that you're always in a bad position in terms of the utility. You always have to take a risk, but that risk is paid off. That one, not so much. Great shot from Narrate. He'll be blocked out from any more impact.
Oh, is Boaster? I thought Boaster was about to go through and try and fight him. They need to find a footing in this round, though. That's what becomes tougher. A singular start. Still in pocket.
Oh,
now, Ava's just flying. If Crashies kills him off, there's an opportunity, but he loses the fight. And now Boaster has to fight versus 4. Sure, 2 of them are low, but they can almost just run in and give the information of where he is. There's nowhere left to go. Hit by every piece of utility that was remaining in the belt. Somehow yet to take damage. There's one, but anything more, an impossibility. They narrowed out the angles, and okay, this one isn't flawless, but it still seems fairly comfortable for KC. 14-14. It might just be an attack side round that ends up being the decisive factor in this map.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it for now. But for KC, how can they keep getting away with this? 2 smokes to start the round off that they spam straight through and end up with massive advantages. When we talk about this defensive side, Narrate being the problem, being the issue, that operator could be anywhere at any moment, even in the most aggressive positions, because he can TP back out, and instead it's 2 players spamming a smoke to win the round.
Just gonna get a pause every round from now on. It really is like, get in there and make it about you. It's been the storyline of the day. The coach is faced off it. Did you know these guys used to work together? It's crazy. I don't think the desk even said it once. That's a joke.
Long ago.
That's a joke. I can hear Bear coming already.
Nation Aang used to live in harmony.
Yes.
But that was before Fnatic attacked.
Exactly.
They took the coach. They stole him away. In fact, no, Aang said, I've had enough. He said, this has been such a disgraceful season, 0-5. He started out, and he's a man of his word. He started the season and said, if we don't do anything here, I'm leaving. They didn't do anything, and you know what most people would do? Bench themselves, take the money. No, Aang left without an offer, ended up landing in Fnatic, and now's his chance to prove that last year was a blip, or last stage was a blip on the radar.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. KC have just got to be sat there looking at Fnatic as if they're Vitality.
Wow. Wow. Slightly different context to that scenario, I'll say.
Well, 14-14.
Fnatic fans are going to love you for that one.
Yeah, why not?
Let's go.
A big game from Narrate. On the other side, it's Crash. He's 23 kills. Where have they come from? He's had some good rounds, but the consistency must be contributing a lot here.
Had a big clutch as well.
Yeah, he did. A very good game.
Both teams have now taken, well, in Fnatic's case, multiple pauses to try and get that final attack round. KC have taken one hit. That's where both teams have been eluded. And well, everything for now screams a take towards that A site, which at least for now is the more stacked up, but we know that KC are more than happy to try and play with those rotations.
Yeah, they might have shown that earlier on in the game. A couple of fakes here and there.
That's about 2
in the
weeks
same
ago.
round. Kayak, that same spot Levin's been playing from. A stun, buys a little bit of time, and he'll reposition for the fight. Oh! Ooh. Sugetsu! Man down for KC, and it's gone from bad to worse as Kayak shows up again. Levin all alone, but it's okay, because Kayak comes to join him. In zone flawless for Fnatic, and another attack round lost.
Take the pause. Other team wins in zone flawless. I feel like I've seen that one before. We're just in an infinite loop of rounds, but this one was different because it was a Kayak pop-up. He's had an okay game so far. He's had a moment or two, but I don't think any quite match up to the pure dominance we just saw in that round. And
oh my goodness.
Wish it was me.
Well, I'm free after this. 15-14. Fnatic with a chance to close it. All they have to do is figure out the attack. More specifically, all they have to do is not get spammed through a smoke twice in the first 20 seconds, and then they're off to a great start.
As we saw, Zaish's plan went perfectly. But can they still continue what has been just an infinite streak of defensive side rounds? Funnily enough, it seems like Fnatic have the same idea as their opponents. Try and take some of that control. It's another bait and switch, though, from the defense. They've left Dosia in this corner. Instead, it seems he's just going to smoke the angle off. Fnatic, in the meantime, have gone back the other way, but there's a trap waiting. And Aves as well.
Sees has caught Kayak, so it will slow the push. It'll remove that neon wall as well. And they're a Prowler down on Fnatic's side with none left to play with. So a bit blind in the walkout. That's perfect for Narrate. Oh, but he's missed the shot. Shot straight through the two of them, and now Cloud's the one to find a double. The man who could have been dead to rights, his eyebrows shaved a moment ago. But instead, it's a 5 versus 3, damage done to Levin, and it looks like the attack side might finally have been figured out.
Well, hold your horses. There's still an opportunity.
There.
Dosia versus Crashies. The Crashies may be just deciding to back out, and they know he calls for reinforcements, and through the wall, another body hits the floor, leaves Sugetsu and Levin. Chances seem minimal, and Alfie still fighting, even on 4 HP. He's had enough of Summit for the day. And while Levin, there is no way out of this corner. You can pad the stats. He doesn't even have enough bullets to kill everybody. It's Fnatic and an in-zone flawless to close out the game. 16-14, our first map of Summit. I don't know if any regions had a closer first map than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll tell you something for certain. Fnatic are leaving this map with their heads held high, a 16-14, a labored victory, but their pick is up next. And on the other side, for KC, this is going to be a big recovery needed. They looked, certainly in the coaching booth, like it was getting to them, the frustration there towards the end, and I'm sure that compounded with Fnatic closing it out.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially with how this round went, the final rounds, like, and the fact that, yeah, back-to-back in-zone flawlesses. Nonetheless, a man we always love to hear from. It's Mike with Boaster.
It is indeed, and now we've had a few extra rounds indeed on this first summit. I just want to get your early thoughts on this map now that you've actually had an official and a few extra rounds to test it out.
Yeah, I like it. I think there's a lot of variance in comps right now in terms of when we're practicing. So it seems people are trying to find the meta and trying to find which agents work best on that map. And yeah, I'm enjoying the process.
And how much did it play like you thought it would, now that you've actually seen it on the stage?
I think we have a good idea of the meta. I just think the AWP right now is very strong, you know, with limited resources to clear it out. And I just think, yeah, now that we've played a game on it, I've got actual good VOD review notes for the boys to not die to AWPs on attack sides. Because if I'm in a 4v5, I'm like, great, round's over, kind of. But we managed to pull through one round from a 4v5, I think.
Well, a few more ideas now to cook. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the insight as well, and good luck in the next map.
Thank you. I thought you were shaking.
We'll be right back. I'll do a handshake there. We'll be right back after this break with map number 2.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing.
Okay, you were the first team to leave Summit open against KC. How confident were you in your Summit comp?
I'd say we're pretty confident. Like, we definitely started playing Summit pretty early on as soon as teams started playing it. So KC probably didn't have like so much back time against it. So we're a little bit surprised to see a Summit pick. But I would say really confident in the chamber, especially the chambers like a menace on this map. Even KC's chamber was like hard to deal with. So, yeah.
Sets us up nicely for the conversation here, right? Boaster bringing it up, the coach is bringing it up. Chamber is a menace on Summit. That seems to be the early conclusion here.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I was feeling for Boaster when he was speaking about the attack because it was almost impossible for them to find an opener. Out of all the incredible and amazing number of rounds that we had on this map, they were only able to find an opener from the attack in 3 of those rounds. And we're preparing to talk about, to bring you this kind of information onto the desk. Some of these shots make absolutely no sense, but if you did not watch this map, you might think that chamber on either side was not the spotlight, and you would be completely wrong, because round after round we saw different spots, different menaces. Like, you could tell, and you've heard it from now the coaches, now the players as well, that you need to play this engine on this map. I was so surprised on the immense impact. What did I say? 2022. It's back.
It's back.
It's really nice to see though, because there's so many tight corners throughout this map where you can TP back to, and you know, we've had complaints with things like Yoru in the past of, oh, how annoying is it that an agent can just get a kill and then get themselves out of danger, and I feel like
I don't think it's annoying. I say we bring it back.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
I will say the one thing is I was getting a little bit tilted by KC at times when they would have like their chamber chip and then sit and watch their chamber chip, and I'm like, guys, please no, like, this is taking control of this space on the map. Unless it's say narrate, like fighting off the back of it, I can understand that. But when there's like 2, maybe 3 players on the same position as where a chamber trip is, I don't think that you're actually maximizing the potential of the utility that you have with the composition that you have, especially when you're running double controller as well. I felt a bit like, I had a gripe with that, I should say.
This lends it into something else we had some questions about, which is especially on that KC side, those really deep Viper walls on the defense. What were we thinking there?
They're just... They are okay if you want to fight mid, but you have to fight mid. You know, like there is some intention behind it. Like we saw a lot of different changes and whatnot, and I try to keep my mind open and be like, oh, you want to fight for mid? I just need to see you fight for mid. That's it.
I think another thing that we kind of spoke about was when Viper walls are used for conditioning, and I can completely understand that, but I think even in the later rounds, in that overtime, Fnatic were able to make these reads based off of however the Viper wall was positioned, whether that was for the mid space, knowing that KC were never fighting for this mid space off the back of the Viper wall. It gave them an early read on things.
There is the scare, right? Like, you know that most teams, not just Fnatic, are going to smoke mid at the beginning of the round, but you need to be so wary and careful for that chamber. I think they did a very good job. Another player that to me is being such a highlight is Cloud. He's playing so well. The only thing is that sometimes he's a little bit, this is literally the only complaint I can have about it, is that sometimes a little bit too eager in using, like, instead of one slow, he uses both of them like almost instantly just because it's in the heat of the moment, and you don't really know. But seriously, I am so incredibly happy for him to see that his performance is now going up to what it was back in the day, because 2026, it was a bit of a shaky year for him, and now we're seeing the Cloud that we have always highlighted as the player that has never won anything but should have a long time ago.
That performance hopefully will continue as we get off of the Summit, as we move into the next conversation, as we move forward to the maps. Any final thoughts on Summit before we do turn the page?
I want to see more. There was a couple of... I think that KC needs more time on it. I think that they were on Summit. They need more time on it. There was a little bit of an overlapping utility in your teammates, but seriously, it was a very complicated map to play for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think that you kind of had mentioned, like, you could see the nerfs on both sides, right? And the overlapping on utility when there's a Viper orb up and then there's a Harbor orb on top of it. Little, like, just very, very little details like this where it's like you just need to get reps.
It's just don't stun your teammates.
Yeah. Well, there was that round as well, but I'm sure that will definitely be picked up in VOD review.
Yeah, I think Boaster put it nicely when he was saying, now we have a VOD to review.
No, I was not speaking of it. I seriously, I was surprised.
Yeah.
In my head, this was a map that they had not played, and then I was like, when I started, I was like, they have played this map. They actually have played this map.
They've done some work.
It is more than micro. They just left there. No, they actually played this map.
They've done some work. We turned the page to a map that we know they've played a lot of, or a lot more of, certainly. Ascent coming on in here. What are we looking for?
seriously, I'm looking at Cloud again. I love this also, this head-to-head, because to me, jumping into this map, this is perfect. Cloud, an amazing performance as well. Now from the KO, Narrate is being a menace for the entirety of this stage. I don't think I've seen him calm down for a single map.
I think it's two players that are definitely on their kind of redemption arc, right? You have Narrate that came back into EMEA and joined this squad once again, hadn't been there since 2024, I believe it was, before he went over to Americas. And then of course you have Cloud, as you mentioned before, has kind of had a difficult year, had a great run to be able to make it to Champs last year, but then is looking to be able to give that chance to Fnatic to make it to Champs this time around as well.
We'll be diving into the agent composition. Anything on your mind?
The agent composition as we expected. Levin playing on that Neon, saying, I think that I want to see a louder performance from Kayak. Do not get me wrong, I do not think that he had a bad first map, but I kind of miss those days where you would see Kayak plus 20ing everyone else, you know? I think that if I want to believe in this Fnatic, and what they've been for all this time, Alpha will turn up at global events. He can take a nap here, we will be fine. It is Kayak that I want to see dominating regionally.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I really enjoy this Neon head-to-head as well, though, between Levin and Kayak, because I think the same could be said for Levin. I definitely think that we saw glimpses of that on the first map from Levin, especially on the defense particularly. But yeah, I think for Fnatic, that's the player that we're looking at here.
Well, they couldn't quite make it happen on the new map of Summit, but KC will dive right back into the arena against Fnatic. And your ringside announcers for this one, we got Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Darth Mike, our ringleader. Fnatic 1-0 to the good, coming into their own map pick. Ascent, though, Tom, you said in the last map, this is more of a middle ground from your side.
Yeah, well, we've only seen both of these teams play versus GX. One of them won it dominantly, and the other was Fnatic who picked it. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Obviously, a different matchup, different styles. Maybe they feel like they can cope with the way KC run it, but I think that they're fairly comfortable on it. Honestly, obviously, I think we did see them play against each other on it when it came down to the EWC qualifiers, but even that wasn't like crazy dominant. I think it was 13-10 to Fnatic, so clearly they've been workshopping and feel very comfortable on this map. I think Cloud on the KO makes a lot of sense, but I don't think this is a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination for KC.
You certainly wouldn't imagine so. It was a very close first map. The pick of Fnatic, sure, but what you said, not somewhere KC have exactly been slouches already. The defense has a good read. They've rotated 4 players towards this B site. But Fnatic have sent Boaster out to contain this mid and A space. He's seen nothing, and well, if you're making that pressure and seeing no reaction, it's likely that they've stacked up. So Fnatic will take it the other way, at least for now. We've seen a lot of willingness to play slow rounds and try to challenge for that control, but Narrate upset the rhythm a little bit. Great reswing from Cloud, though. He was sitting tucked away, didn't get blinded, and pounced just in time to save Crashies, who's now on 6 HP.
I guess if you've watched the way your opponents like to play, having anti-flash spots like that are going to be very important. 35 seconds left, though. Had to fire off that Paranoia a little bit earlier, and running back through would have a risk about it. Kayak, though, has dealt with Docio with relative ease, and the remaining 3 players not within the site. It's going to have to be a full 3v5 retake, and there is not a lot of utility. In fact, not any utility to play with.
I must wait.
Well, the dry swings go about as well as you'd expect. Big round from Cloud, and Fnatic 1-0. The pistol under their belt. And we saw the stats there. I think KC were doing slightly better when it came to pistol rounds, but that's going to take a knock to the statistics for sure. And it really is Cloud at the start of this round, avoiding giving them an early pick, and I think more importantly, avoiding having Narrate with an opening pick and alive in the late round. Still with a flash to play with as well.
I got you pistol. I got you pistol, Jake.
Well, Cloud's a modest man, to say the least, but he did get them the pistol. Big round from Cloud.
3 kills and an assist, you know, it's fair enough.
Yeah, he did a lot of the work there, and he kept Crashies alive.
Oh, we saw a second round victory in the last map. I'm hoping we're not going to see another.
A very different circumstance, though.
Now the push-up is not badly timed. There's not anything holding on to this position, so a lot of gamble stacked towards the B site. How much damage can they hope to do? Oh, they're going to go back and try and go for crashes instead. Couple of tags, not ideal, but Levin's going to win the initial fight. First kill goes the way of that defense, but this is where Fnatic realize in the mid-round, okay, if they push that far up, have they now given up control of the A site altogether? And wow, their gamble is correct.
Yeah, it's a nice paranoia from Boaster as well, that even if Narrate had a flash and was ready to swing out of that smoke, anyone in there is completely negated, pushed back by the paranoia, and they'll make it to the A site. Fnatic, good patchwork in this round, realizing the aggression had come in down mid, down through A main, so that site's probably easier to take through the spawn. Now it should be a formality, but Crashies and Boaster already tagged, and it's Crashies. 59 HP with a rifle in the open. There is no fallback. There is no retreat. He is dead after the first fight. The question is, how many can he get? And with only one, this is a very dangerous round. And I thought different circumstances would see Fnatic find much safer ground to stand and fight from. Yet we end up in a 1v1. A painful round for Fnatic, but they've just about gotten it over the line.
Yeah, I think low on HP with a rifle, that position is wild. Maybe that was the gamble, that nobody would check this because of how ridiculous it was, but yeah, that felt like an unnecessary risk up against the pistols. Luckily, Kayak just basically made that look like a montage, as he'll come out with a multitude of frags, put himself 5-0.
Just.
Just indeed.
Just about.
I love it. You almost win on a full eco, and Zeish looks like you've just thrown the round. The guy is so positive in real life. You put him in a coaching booth, and his demons take over.
It's a stressful job.
It absolutely is. And I think facing off against Aang, now with a map under his belt, even more so.
I think as well, now that we've seen some good from KC, pressure is on. People start to believe maybe that road to champions this year is more of a likelihood. And well, Narrate started off well. In fact, the information they've got is incredible. And he's locking them in already on a flank, making it so there's nowhere left for them to go. They could run back through their own spawn if they wanted to. But other than that, they are boxed into middle.
Well, when push comes to shove, KC will be more than ready to answer this call. Kayak won't survive the first engagement. The push through the smoke from Levin finds the spike. It's all onto Alpha. 1 against 5, and well, you'd like to get out of here with some damage done, but that is not possible. 4 players spamming into his angle, and with so many left alive, of course, it's an in-zone flawless for KC. Big moneymaker round coming into round 3.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. Like, you lose a very close map, your map choice as well. You come into a map that ultimately you're comfortable on, but I think having a round like that really sort of wakes you up. Of course, it was, I want to say, somewhat of a bonus, because I think it was 4 rifles in the last.
Yeah.
But they still have a buy in this one, but it's got a couple of Guardians in the mix.
Yeah, the last buy was arguably better for them. This time they do come in with the Guardians, as you said, so it is a full 5 rifles technically, but they had 4 big rifles in the previous. It was a buy round for all intents and purposes when it comes to how it played out, and, well, Fnatic getting nothing done is definitely worrying for KC. That's exactly what they need. Early performance. Showing up, Alpha not lost any confidence. He stepped with the Guardian into B main to look for a fight, but he's decided to back off. Not going to overextend, but towards this A side, there might not be much of a choice. This flash from Narrate coming in as the smoke fades, and they have caught everybody with it. Beautiful work from KC. Great flash from Narrate, and the paranoia to guarantee the space. Good return by Cloud. He is much closer than he knows to getting that kill, but it won't matter.
Narrate manages to hold on to control of the spike, but he is now dealt with by Althea. Boaster's position is an interesting one. I don't know if Levin's going to expect it. He's looking towards main. Okay, that's the moment the realization comes through, and unfortunately for Boaster, he's not long for this world.
30 seconds
18 left. HP. Dart through, and while Althea felt like he needed to take a risk, and instead he has delivered the spike like a birthday present, left it on the floor.
And closed the door behind him as well.
Yeah. It's about as good as it gets.
They have gifted the spike over, but as you said, right, 2v3, Boaster's on a sliver of health. You have to make a play there. We feel like you have to at least. Doesn't work out for Fnatic this time, and good kill by Boaster to get out. It will secure 1 rifle, but that's 2 rounds in a row for KC, and with the big investment from Fnatic into round 3, I think that's going to push the limits and break the bank for this squad. Indeed it is.
Yeah, there wasn't much additional to play with. It seems like maybe they'll be able to have that singular rifle for Kayak. But other than that, it's not going to be a particularly pretty purchase. And from what was a crushing defeat in the last, just for how close it was, and the pistol not going their way, KC don't look phased at all with what was a very solid defensive side versus GX. They're looking for more of the same.
Running back put in by Narrate, but he'll be dealt with right away. Still, it's allowed some players to flood in behind that wall, 11 being one of them. He's finding his first pickup at that reveal. Has caught him, luckily. Aves there to help out. That spam as good as it gets. It seems to be KC's specialty. Although they won't be able to serve Alpha up today. He's avoided the flambe, but 5 HP left.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was sticking around too much longer. Aves with his triple. Hunter's Fury is online for the next, and it's clean as can be.
Yeah, I've seen some people with some really good graphic settings that are able to do the things that Aves does, but honestly, that is just impressive with how consistent he is spamming through those smokes, especially after the level went down. I was a little bit worried, but comfortable stuff in the end. Credits really starting to build for the defensive side. They'll have a bye at least into the round after round 6, even if they are to lose it. But this is where Fnatic come back in with the bye, and they have a multitude of ultimates to play with. Okay, sure, some of them can be traded out by the players on the other side, but I think especially that Hunter's Fury always makes things a little bit more awkward for the side trying to defend.
Well, both players having them, no surprise for Aves. 9 and 2. He's going to pop it early. He's getting it on so quickly, why not? But doesn't look too good. There's a double tag to close it out, though. Cloud and Kayak both very, very low. And that's value enough for a blind Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, I think especially Kayak feels like a bigger problem. He's normally the one that has to break the lines of the defensive side, and him being tagged, oh, now him being tagged even lower makes that an incredibly big issue. 40 seconds left on the clock as Fnatic now look to explore towards middle. The B split potentially there with Alfia still holding on to main control. Now we're going to see that KO put into play. That'll remove the utility, but he's already on the ground.
A couple of picks go back here for KC. And they keep on going. Aves finding a lot of damage, and with Kayak and Crash, he's so desperately low. Oh, and the damage done to Cloud.
Oh my god.
This is ridiculous. Fnatic are barely surviving as KC thrive in the spam battle.
Oh,
the
no.
plant's at least
Not
to be
the
found, but now
overdrive.
this ult. This is an insta-kill on any of these players. A laser that will take them down. 4-2 for KC. That's a wonderful retake, but again, I don't know how Aves is getting so much done.
Well, it's crazy because you look at this round, one player, I think, got 2 kills and probably did about, what, 300 damage? The other player got 3 kills and did about 45 damage. Just running around at the end with everybody being so desperately low. You also have to bear in mind the initial damage was done by a Hunter's Fury. Do you know what? Aves might have done about 400 damage and got 2 kills.
Yeah, I think that might be pretty close to reality. The fact is, like, that Hunter's Fury blind, it's often
he's 11 and
a big mistake, but they found his value there. And later on for KC, they've got to be on cloud 9. Different
Oh,
org,
hope
but
not.
let's take a listen in and see how things are going for this squad in the anti-eco.
They smoke him on.
I'm gonna sit on B.
Mid, run, mid.
He's gonna
Guys,
drown, maybe.
take a split. It was just full push on B.
I'm picking slowly. I don't see.
One tiles.
One was about around South Bros.
Yeah, one mid should be. One mid
I
still.
block it trap on B.
You're gonna drone. I'll pick him. Two dead. You might not have split, I think.
One main.
Yeah, it's okay, I see it.
I'm not helping
I have also one top mid.
1 HP, Cypher.
You wanna peek him?
Let's pick 3, 2.
I'm holding top mid, guys.
Yeah, by the
I'm gonna push link.
He's probably main or...
I have main, guys. You cannot cross. Only on you can be.
Nice!
Nice
job,
job.
Insane.
Okay, this time.
Well,
In
the vibes
zone
are
flawless.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate. And look, if you go out of an in-zone flawless with anything but that, we've certainly got a problem. A 5-2 scoreline now, and most importantly, 5 rounds in a row for KC. They faced off against a double bio to start this streak, and they made it look easy. This obviously being an anti-eco, but there's been a bit too much success from this squad, and I'm surprised to not see Fnatic calling for a timeout. Going into round number 8, 5-2 down. They're happy that the players have the right ideas.
5-2 down on their own map choice, and other than the pistol in second round, it hasn't looked particularly close. 4 ultimates online, but they haven't had too many opportunities to use them. Losing players early has been a problem, and just look at the amount of information Levin's already going to get. He's walked all the way up B main. That means they can stack up players over on that A site, and again have this 1-2 punch potential trap setup. He's going to walk. You're a lucky, lucky boy, Crashies. You walked back at the perfect moment, but does he then go that little bit further forward? No, the drone is actually going to sell the potential of a B hit and even pull Aves back towards this side of the map, but the other 3 have not moved.
And now they've heard that they made the right call. This play coming in, Narrate doesn't know where that TP just came in from. Boaster being able to find one, but Narrate still flying under the radar. Luckily, the trade comes in quick. Great flash from Cloud. Got him through that smoke. Back to the spike. If he goes down, there'll be trouble aplenty. Waiting, though, is Cloud as Alpha sneaks his way up top as Crashies waits to catch them on that rotate. But now, the spike falling. Hunter's Fury will be deployed, and Doja won't make it out of there. It's left to 1. Levin up against Crashies. He's already dealt with Alphayer and the reposition.
He baited the steps.
He's
baited
walked
the steps.
through, ready for him to swing up top with 12 seconds left. I mean, Crashies has to go, and he has no idea that victory was just around the corner. Victory turns to death as KC find 6 in a row.
Oh, I thought he'd played it perfectly. I genuinely thought he knew exactly where he was when he baited those steps. I was like, oh, genius, and then just didn't check the window. There's the one spot that went under the radar, and that's a little bit more damning with what was a good round from Crashies, a lurk into a Hunter's Fury that kills off a player, but that last low man standing.
Let's go!
And then a momentum continuing for KC, 6 rounds in a row. Well, there is the timeout.
They took their time, that's for sure. And even coming into this round, it's curiosity as to what they're going to decide to go for. We've got credits mix and matched for Fnatic. It definitely looks like we're at panic stations.
Yeah, I think also just this matchup is an interesting one. Back in week 1, obviously these are just the stats for stage 2. It was a quieter performance from Kayak, whereas Levin in both games was a high impact player. You look at the map that we're in right now, Levin is 12-3, whereas Kayak, obviously, it's tougher on the attack. I'm not going to say that this will be how the scoreboard ends, but he's 5-6, and it hasn't really been a star performer for Fnatic yet, other than the pistol round, which, as Cloud said, he gave them. Unfortunately, he hasn't given much more. And that's what we need. Like, this is your map choice, and it looks, if I was going to gamble, I would say that this looks like a KC pick from what we're seeing right now.
Well, especially considering that they lost the pistol and follow-up. And they were close, and then they came through against 2 full buys back-to-back, and they weren't close. They were dominant for KC, especially the first one was incredibly dominant for KC. All the wind in their sails and filling them fully. It's Fnatic who have to find their way back in. They've gone for a buy. They've gone down to their last credits to make this happen. After the timeout, something has to change.
Oh, it's a bait. They're baiting to try and give Sugetsu an angle. It's one that you'd expect to see, but I like what Levin is doing. The re-aggression timing is perfect, though. The second time they've done that, and Boaster is gone. Alfia trying to fill in the gaps. That's a wonderful shot. Dosia even predicted that he would be there. Now Levin's been dealt with on the other side. Even still, though, it ends up even. a top mid push that they have to be careful of. They've been flanked before, and maybe Avez was almost just working as a distraction, but they are watching for Narrate. Good prediction from Cloud in this round, and now it's all on to Sugetsu. He had 1 kill in the first 8 rounds. If he wants to keep the streak going, he needs to end with 4.
Spike planted.
Well, Sugetsu has the ult to at least grab some information, and, well, that was a bit of an awkward time to have your knife out. Luckily, there's only a half check by Crash. He's now falling back to the site. The high-low should be in play, and Sugetsu will find it impossible. It's a low-low setup instead. You said we needed to see something from Cloud, Tom. How's that?
Yeah, no, good round from him. Like I said, he won them the pistol, which basically gives you the second round, although it was dangerously close. And then he's won them the next round that they won after the pause. So it's interesting. This has been a case at times for Fnatic where the player standing in can have some of these standout performances. I think Vekaj regularly has standout performances. But can they now build off that? Because I don't think that if they come out with, say, 5 rounds on this attack, that's not really too much of a problem. But if this ends 9-3, I'd be damned to believe that KC aren't going to be able to close that out.
I'll run it back online for KC. If this is where you want to bounce back for Fnatic, it's probably not the ultimate you want to look across the side and see. The fact that Narrate, especially in the last map, was phenomenal. The Trailblazer. And now there's 2 of them, or potentially, at least. A minute on the clock, and Fnatic, well, it's not surprising that they're being very cautious towards A main. This is somewhere that's being pushed consistently by KC, but finally it's time to go.
Oh, the spam not quite meeting, and they've dealt with Narrate. That's a risky no-scope attempt that ends up with Lever going down. The spams
Spike planted.
aren't going to stop that plant from coming in. Flash seemed like it was to try and push someone into a spammable corner. Instead, that piece of utility now gone, but there's another ready for Narrate if he needs it. The flank has been spotted as well, so Fnatic know that those back angles are safe. That spam, though, has helped a lot. Crashy's still stood in the corner. He's trying to be the snake in the grass, but again, Avez just spams. He's so good at finding players through the smoke, and now Narrate drops Cloud. This is falling apart. The defusal already began. They need to start spamming. They need to stop them from defusing. The swing out, and it's enough from Alpha. A Red Bull clutch to give them another round. It's too close for comfort, but luckily, they had Alpha.
How close was that? That felt like I thought he didn't have time anymore. I thought the defuse was done until the shot landed. Incredibly close. Alpha's cover there kept Boaster alive, but 0.48 of a second. Down to the wire, but for Fnatic,
please listen to each other, okay? Let's go. A little bit.
It was just close enough, and that could be the round that gets them right back on the saddle, 6-4. Cloud calling for them to play together. If they can do that, we might be neck and neck at the half. Who's seen that before?
Camera taken out.
Yeah, it feels a bit different on this map. 6 rounds in a row for KC. If it would end 6-6, I think they'd be bitterly disappointed, especially on that defensive side where I think we've seen both teams thrive. I think it would put the favor firmly to Fnatic. This buy definitely not the best. Another risky peek from Levin, but it also gives an awful lot of info. It seems like they're going to try and challenge Dosia, but he's just looking to try and slow them down. Oh, of course, weaponry for him is still pretty decent. The pistol that was shown might be a ruse. Alfia again, having to try and bail them out of trouble. He's turned this back to a 3v3, and the attack have decided maybe another avenue is better.
Well, Alpha might just have a freebie. They're walking right up into his crosshair, but an uncharacteristic miss and whiff as Avez puts them into the advantage. Defensive side, well, pressure on an Narrate, a bookie, and a classic, all he has to work with. But Avez on the sides got the big gun, got the reveal to help him out. Well, not going to help anyone out. Narrate's dead to rights, and the door's closing on Avez. But before it does, Cloud taps his toes away.
10 seconds
left. Sugetsu again. He's had to play retake simulator a lot of this game. The B-site pushes haven't happened too often, or if they have, it hasn't been him dealing the kills, but the first one is so quick. Again, it's another round that Cloud is almost single-handedly winning for Fnatic. It was Alfia to start and then him to close. 12-9 at the moment, and it's only Aves who is 18-6 right now that stands above him. But I can't believe we're actually in a spot where Fnatic now go into this next round with an opportunity to leave this half level.
Last player standing.
I really didn't think it was possible for them to end up level at this half. Like, the last three have been remarkable from Fnatic, and considering KC have had nothing but success before that when it comes to buy rounds, and there were plenty of them, this recovery has been sensational, and a lot of it is Cloud. Like you said, I think 4 of the 5 rounds I'll put down almost single-handedly to that man. Maybe he's needed one more time to put us level. Hunter's Fury online for Aves. That could be a big problem. Last time, he took over the round on the back of this ult.
He's taken over a lot of rounds. He's had an insane map so far, and I think this more free, loose style of calling is helping him out a lot specifically. Either way, though, the attack side maybe finally about to make a move towards that B site. And Levin just walks out into the open. I think he even caught Alfia off guard. Now maybe just seeing Alfia was enough to make them believe initially it was just a lurk. Instead, though, catching a second player. That's Crashy's gone. He's been having a rough one. Breaking the trip and now moving their way back towards the A site. 30 seconds left. A trap set up there once more with a flash, just waiting around the corner. They know, they have an idea. The narrate is there and clear him with ease, in fact, but they need a little bit more. Aves versus Boaster, the IGLs, and it's Boaster to come out on top, but Dosia's still here. He makes it should be impossible to plant, but never mind. Cloud again, and he's removed the ultimate from Levin as well. Another saving grace from the new buy on the block, but not this time. Levin will make sure at least KC will go in with a lead. But let's be real, Mitch, it should have been a much bigger lead than this.
This should have been a much more convincing half indeed. 6 rounds in a row, coming off the back of winning round 3, of dealing with 2 full buys, of hammering Fnatic into the ground. This looked like a dominant scoreline. But for Fnatic, there is still hope. And with a man like Crashy's on the team, of course there is. We sat down with him before the game and had a little chat. Why don't you take a look at it during the halftime?
Crashy. I'm here with Crashies, a guy who I've known for a very long time, actually. I was looking back, the first time we ran into each other, I think it was 2018 at a little tournament in Chicago called CGC. You remember that one?
I do, a very long time ago.
Different world, different life. A lot of success since then for you. And now this Fnatic team, how has it been after the first week?
It's been good, I would say. Like, fixing things that we need to fix and just enjoying our time together. So, yeah.
And speaking of your time together, you got a new guy in the camp, right? Cloud. What's it been like playing with him?
I've always kind of respected him as a player. He's always been someone I've played against before, so bringing him in was kind of nice. Different perspective, and just we're giving each other tips and yeah, just learning from each other every day. So it's been fun.
And for this matchup, right? KC, really hot start, looking very good indeed, maybe playing a little bit looser. How do you game plan against that?
So, they've been talking a lot about they don't have strats and they're a very loose style team. So we just kind of know what to expect going into it, just like they know what to expect out of us. We're very structured and we know how to play against that style of team, Paper X historically for us. So it's nothing really new for us, just different team, same style.
What do you think the key is then? Is it like reinventing your own comps a little bit, or is it just being ready for that mid-rounding?
Yeah, just being ready for what they're known for. Like I said, they're very freestyle, and they like to embrace that style a lot, so there's really no surprise for us today.
Are you going to throw it back to the Rank S Combine days, drop like 30 right now?
Honestly, we'll have to see. I'm used to dropping 30s back in the day, but Valorant's a different game, so we'll see.
We'll see how it does. Good luck today, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good job, Darth Mike.
Yeah, this is where he was cursed.
Yeah, he's got the 3 from the 30, so that's good, but it's just a lot of zeros before it, not after. 7-5 for KC. a good half, but the context of how we got here, kind of disappointing. It looked like this should have been a lot better. And remember, with Fnatic climbing back into the game, well, they only need one more map to close this out. The threat and the pressure applied onto KC. I think we saw that again in the coaching camp.
Yeah, pistol here. If anything would give Fnatic the advantage. I think both teams have showed that the defensive side is the one that's favored. In fact, last time when Fnatic beat KC, was a good defensive side half. And a lot of that comes down to a B-site hold from Alfia. He's been fantastic on it. Well, this could give Cloud a few assists if anybody dies, because he has just caught the entirety of the team with a knife. I've just watched a player push spawn and not die. How did Levin get away with that? I'm almost certain they saw him. There you go, final boss himself. He's going to be the only defender. He's dodged the paranoia. But there's so many people calming down. Help from a teammate. Gave an opportunity! And this is why you don't run towards the B site. Luckily, Narrate makes sure it doesn't go any further. Because for a second, I thought Alfia was about to kill them all.
Paranoia from Boaster really helped him out to refocus, to take down Sugetsu, who, yeah, we obviously said about Crash. He's 3 kills in the first half. Pretty tough. A tough start to this pistol, but Sugetsu's been in that same boat. It's a guy who was showing up in some really important rounds for KC, looking back to Summit. And on Ascent, the Cypher on the defense, well, Alpha's just done everything Sugetsu did in the first half in one round.
That's not very nice.
This goes here.
True.
It is. It can be both.
Actually, no, he hasn't done anything. He didn't die 8 times.
Right. Anyway, moving on. It's an important pistol for KC. After letting that half slip away,
Going up.
I think they're going to know that this will be the tougher of the two. Of course, you've got your double duelist. You've got Narrate that can farm up those orbs. And I think this stage, and even over just the last couple of months, I think that Narrate has really gone back into the form that we saw from him a couple of years ago when he joined KC. So I'm very excited to see this attack side from him specifically. But it is the tougher of the two sides. I think it always has been. And for Fnatic, although the deficit is incredibly likely to be 4 rounds, I don't think it's out of reach.
It's been such a big game from Abez as well. 2 blind Hunter's Furies that found huge value. One with damage, one with a little bit of damage, but more so the information of where the secret play was coming through.
Here.
He's been crucial. That was even the pick, wasn't it, on the crashes? So it was, yeah, it was massively impactful Hunter's Furies. Big rounds from him, 20 and 8, I believe, at the moment. No, he didn't quite. Oh, he did eat the shock dart. Never mind. It looked like he was far enough away, but no. Must have got caught by the edge of it. Levin in there for a few, and without shields, they're usually as free as can be when hit by that Marshall. A 1 versus 3 with Alpha alive, though. This could definitely still end up being costly for KC.
Single kill for Narrate. The Marshall kills got the majority, and now Marshall looks for a kill to get his ult. And that might be the reason that Alfia is being a little bit more passive. I think anybody else getting an ultimate orb is absolutely fine, but you do not want to allow Narrate to have the run it back without having to pick up an ultimate orb. At least you have a chance to deny. But as you can see, it will just be him going down to the spike.
I like the run, the sprint towards the side at the end, so maybe someone sticks around if they hear, oh, he's coming to defuse, and then they go down to the spike. It's a tiny detail, but yeah, it hasn't worked out. 9-5 for KC. This pistol has given them enough of a gap now that a couple of mistakes can be made, and they will still have their lead, still being with a chance of bringing us to map 3 of Split. To be honest, between these two teams, between these two coaches, I do want to see that map. But I'll tell you what, Fnatic most certainly don't. They want to make a deep run here with a 2-0 start, not just in the map, but in the series as well, so they can set themselves up to make it all the way to the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona. And that's right, you guys can join us there. Scan the QR code to get yourself a ticket, or just go back in the VOD and you'll see it. It'll be up there later on today as well for KC. Double digits is what they're after, and the buy, it's not that bad.
No, it's an incredibly good bonus round. They'll still be able to buy into the next Alfia. It looks like he wants to try and get a little bit cheeky. He knows there's a lot of players around this corner. And Abez, as said, it just seems like he pulls off miracles the second there is something in his path, which makes no sense. The defense, though, have traded, and timing is going to be everything. Bear in mind, that is the spike in the hands of Abez. But instead, it would be Narrate to lead the charge, run it back. Can hope to try and clear some of these more aggressive angles, but everybody, bar one, has fallen back.
This is position from Levin. Now they're starting to go back and suspect something like this is a full cancel of the... Oh, that's beautiful. Levin's caught him with a knife out and almost took down Kayak as well. Got a chance to strike, but with him falling, the A site was no longer the target. But Sugetsu has made B much easier to get into. Now, they don't have any smokes here, and so they're going to have to fight on the way past, but Boaster gets nothing done, and that flash, well, let's say it blinded Kayak.
+1.
At least one.
Well, if you get the kill, you get the kill. It doesn't matter. The push and pull is definitely interesting. I feel like KC, when they saw Levin's position, were on a full rotate, though. Like, that wasn't a ruse, because you could see where the spike is currently going, even in that little shot of the map. It was all the way back in the spawn. And then Sugetsu gets a kill, and they go, actually, B site seems a little bit more open.
Go!
Nice! Woo! They're starting to believe again, and yet 10-5 up. Zay
one of them
still
is
looks
starting
like,
to believe.
It looks like he is having the worst day of his life every time we cut to him. Double the rounds of Fnatic, pushed them onto an eco, but he's not happy yet. Not till he sees 13 up top. And I mean,
I don't think he'll be happy until Split is over and they've won.
Well, yeah. Well, he might not be happy at all then. We'll see.
Poster. And he's going to get cleared. Cloud trying to re-aggress. All right, then. Levin's decided this round's his. Well, Crashies would need impeccable timing. Speaking of impeccable timing, Althea had done well, but it's gone very good, but at that sort of range, unlikely. And in-zone flawless as KC build up their streak once again. We saw this in the last half as well. It was 6 rounds in a row. Now they're on 5 rounds in a row. Just 2 away from closing out Fnatic's map pick. A map pick that, as said, like, you look at the 2 games we've seen, a 15-13 win for them versus GX. KC beat them 13-4. Maybe that called some things into question. But, yeah, evidently they didn't feel that way. But I'm yet to really see what that turning point was. And well, something that's going to be a big part of this tactical pause is going to be those IGLs. Avez has been having an insane game, but also, Mitch, I feel like in terms of his individual play, since they've gone to this new style under Zeish, he has been solid all the way through, and this is probably his best performance yet.
Well, I think you can definitely see him being unleashed, not having to micromanage as much, because you don't need to when we're playing off vibes, when there's no strats as out there of a comment as that seems to be, unless we're calling on the fly for the quadruple fakes. I think we might have some notes scribbled down, at least on a sticky note, but the fact is, Avez, the looser system is benefiting him massively. He's currently 22-8. Levin's been having a confident game, even going back to Summit. And you look at him now, 22-9. It's Avez with the 100 Furies. He's been blindly doing a ton of damage as well. It feels like he has stepped up to another level, and I do think a lot of that is just the responsibility being lifted from his shoulders.
Yeah,
a little bit.
He even said that anybody can pitch ideas. He gets to say yes or no. That means he's not having to just focus on everything that's going on. Whereas we know that Bosa's style is very much like being the sort of mantle of the team, which benefits a lot of his players, but individually doesn't normally benefit him.
I do wonder if things will change now that Cloud's on the roster as well. Someone who has a lot of experience IGLing. I want to see him be another voice in that choir, harmonizing with Boaster. His attempt to take deep space from Levin. And to be fair, they're respecting him for now, at least, giving him a lot of space to play with up there. It's because Boaster wants to stab in the side, but, well, this wraparound is, oh, well, I was going to say expected. That jump from Levin showed it wasn't.
Again, pause seemingly making the difference. We saw this in the last half. It was maybe a bit later than we expected it to be. Well, you know, you got to try and be sneaky sometimes, but for Dosia, that leaves him on just 6 HP. This round, I was going to say, looks firmly in the favor of Fnatic, but again, Avis has just been impeccable. Now they try and swing into Narrate. Okay, utility's gone, but when it comes down to raw aim, it feels like nobody can match up to KC in their current form, and Fnatic definitely have to be a little bit more careful going in for this retake.
Boaster's taking the operator. Play this a bit slower, but more importantly to give Kayak the ability to get right in there through Heaven, and that's exactly where he's going. The rest of the squad through the door. They'll draw the eye. Cloud first to find a pick, and Aves down below, waiting for Narrate to emerge from the smoke, but there's enemies at the gates, and they've been shut out! Aves reaching another level here today. He has gone godlike, 25-8. Jeez, yeah, just bring Split on, man. At this point, Aves has earned it.
The crazy thing as well is when they tap the spike, I was like, oh, he's dead to rights. He's looking the wrong way, but somehow he gets both kills. Like, sure, you have to look at the Fnatic players and go, okay, if he's looking the wrong way on one of those fights, how are you not getting him? But hey, everybody seems to be hitting for the side of KC, and Aves is having a performance of a lifetime. 12-5, 25 kills for the IGL. Normal for Fnatic, a map choice that they may live to forget or regret, whichever way you look at it.
Oh, that drone is not broken, but Under's Fury from Aves. He's found himself a pick on the Kayak. Not like that's a big player for Fnatic or anything. It has been a rough game for him, a rough map at least. Fnatic need a hero to show up soon, or this story's going all the way to the final chapter.
I think we might already be there. I've always spoken about Fnatic comebacks, but there's been nothing to really make me believe this is going to be the case. Might work for Boaster. Alpha yet swing onto it as well. He's done incredibly well. Dosia was hoping to be a little bit sneaky, and you know, he's won that fight in the end. Desperately low on HP, and the spike, I'll be real, I'm not sure there's too many worse positions on the map.
Not looking.
But yeah, timing here is going to be everything. 11 spots him, that's one. Down to a 2 versus 2. Time is ticking away. That's the main issue that we currently have for the side of KC. 15 seconds, but Levin can make that run.
Door open? Yeah, door's open. He gets there easily. He'll get that plant in before they can even make it out. Giving up the spike they were holding, hoping time would be a little bit too costly for KC. That could have been Doja down and Levin alone. And in fact, it would have been the round. But Doja still drawing breath. A man who had some incredible rounds on Summit and now steps up to new heights. But Cloud is hunting him down, and he'll find him before the TP is completed. One more round for Fnatic, but 6 in a row needed to bring us to overtime.
And you can see that nobody on the KC side is sweating whatsoever. Cloud is definitely...
I bet Zaysh is.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the players, they look relaxed. Zaysh never looks relaxed, so that's, you know, that's fine. I'm hoping we're not going to cut to a facepalm from him, because I feel like at this scoreline, that would be pretty outrageous.
Punch the monitor.
Why didn't you win the 1v2 on 30 health? See?
That was a good attempt.
Fairly chill.
It's a good attempt at it. No, but for sure, the vibes on KC have got to be immaculate. 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic. It's too tall a task for most teams. But if anyone was to do it, it won't be this team.
It's weird to say. Not seen as much of that magic. The last map definitely had some of it. The Crashies clutch, the 4K from Kayak. Some of the aggressive plays we saw from Alpha. But this map, a lot of those players have fallen quiet, and well, more so, a lot of them have been silenced. Boaster's position is being watched avidly and immediately eliminated. Hunter's Fury, an attempt made, but nothing. And while Levin, he's being left behind almost just to try and sell a ruse. The rest of the team are heading their way towards that B site. As said, there's normally a reason that people avoid this side of the map. Alfia's B site hold at times is legendary. And they may need it to be once again. Look at the current positions of the Fnatic defenders. It doesn't even need to be a ruse sold by Levin, but he's selling it anyway.
He's being spotted. And yet still, if he walked right now, he'd have a backstab on Kayak. They thought he was in main. The door closed, the ruse sold, but Kayak shut him down, and Alpha's still waiting. 8 seconds, just needs to drop the spike, but he can't get it done. Whoa, that's a risky reposition. That's a very risky reposition, and he'll live to regret it, if not for a quick shot from Sagetsu. Kayak got in there with a second to spare, but the round doesn't belong to Fnatic, nor does the map. They might have picked it, but KC came in with a big game, Aves especially.
Oh, a crazy performance from him. I think he even might have got a wallbang kill at the end there that got rid of Crashies. So I don't know what he's been having for breakfast or what he did for this one, but a man that could ask him is Mike, down with Aves.
I can indeed. Tombiz wants to know what you had for breakfast.
Nothing, I just went to play football before match is the best thing.
Little bit of exercise, get the blood flowing. It was flowing on this map. You were dominating. Oh, we can handshake there too. Wait, everyone thinks I'm handshaking. I just talk with my hands. How are you going to close out this series on the final map on the Decider?
No one knows how we play on Split. It's going to be our first time with this team playing Split because we were insta-banning it, so we have some surprises. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck. And we'll be right back with Split after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Check.
Quite the answer coming through from KC. Maybe not where we expected it, but get it done all the same to give us a real series on our hands here, Bea.
My question is this going to be like the first series? Am I going to leave this series thinking this should have been a 2-0? Because there is a world in which we don't end up going on to that overtime, and we see KC with a very clean slate onto this one. But yeah, Levin, Aves, Abon, everybody else, incredible performances.
100%, and I think it was Levin and Kayak, that Neon head-to-head that we had highlighted coming into this match. Kayak still having a bit of a quieter performance, not really being able to set up. We saw him try to activate the operator on that defense towards the end, but wasn't really being able to find any sort of value from it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Aves and Levin, they were very much the main characters throughout this series, especially starting on that defensive half. Very funny, Mike.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, for me, they were the main characters of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. From the other side, I think that as you were speaking about the head-to-head with Kayak and whatnot, Aves was shutting him down constantly. Yeah. I was so bad for him because it looked like Aves could do no wrong in that map.
It really did feel that way, right? And that's got to be such a redemption for Aves and for the team as a whole, right? Just in terms of like getting so close with the ideas on the summit, not getting it over the line. Now they come out here and it's like, dang it.
So, some of his kills are absolutely ridiculous. Like, please someone count all the kills that we've had through smokes. Just in EMEA, I bet that every single region I know is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing new on that front. But what it is new is KC, and speaking about the way that they've been communicating and working within the game. In Summit, it being a new map and you not having reps on it and whatnot, I understand how that could get much more complicated. But for Ascent, a map that I would say is the easiest to play, like on a fundamental level as to how to understand it, it makes so much sense that Aves is able to give us these numbers.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that if you have your IGL fragging like this, there is so much confidence in the rest of the team to be able to go out and make their own plays individually. I think it was absolutely ridiculous, the numbers that Aves was putting up.
Smurfing.
Absolutely bonkers.
Smurfing.
It lends back into what he's been telling us in interviews, right? Which is that their changes in approaches, the philosophy that they brought in with Zeish taking over the head coaching role of maybe doing things a little bit more by committee has allowed him to focus a lot more on his own game and is allowing these kind of pop-offs.
I will say, I think we also need to speak about the other side, because we saw Fnatic again, the losing advantages and not being able to, I believe that most of the rounds that they got, even though there was only 5, they were like 1v1s, incredibly close. Like there was no comfort found in that Ascent at all. And do not forget, at the end of the day, Fnatic chose to go to that Ascent. Split, though, can be a different conversation.
Let's talk more about that split. I'm going to cut you off here for a moment, because before we get into the conversation, we hear it from Zeish.
This has been a very strong start to stage shoot for you. Are you planning to keep the streak going on split?
I mean, we just need to stay in our bubble. Don't like listen to the noise outside. Keep working like in our way. Keep like being focused on how we discuss in review, how we discuss in strat time. Even though, like as Marshall said, we don't have like many strats, but like we have like a strong system. We discuss a lot of stuff together. Like we have a lot of fundamentals. We have a lot of like win conditions and stuff like this. And we just need like to stay inside our bubble and keep like. Because it's not usual for us to win, right? Like because this year it was pretty like rough for us. So like we just need like to stay on the floor. And I don't know how to say it in English, but like we need to keep our head cooler. That's it. Thank you.
Cool heads prevailing here as they head into the decider, Billy.
Yeah, well, I think what's exciting for me is we heard from Aves on that sideline about how, you know, they've not played this map and that they've got potentially some exciting things coming. So I'm intrigued to see what those exciting things could be. I think that exciting things aside, just the fundamentals on that last map, I think, was what allowed them to win so many rounds. I think the way in which they were taking the team fights, it was so cohesive. It was always together. It was always very coordinated in the way that they were wanting to win out the rounds. And I think that Zeish kind of mentions that there, that they still have these protocols in place for them to be able to win them.
I need protocols though, because Split is a map where so easily we go into hooligan mode and you see just 4 people running together in the map and just being completely shut down by a shotgun or anything. If this is, I want to see that he really means it and that we're going to see it on Split. Because Mike, I think that now that you've been here for a few days, isn't Split the map where you just see the craziest plays being like, what is that? That is Split for us, and I think that this one is going to be more of the same. It's not only that they haven't played it in a while.
Yeah.
They They haven't won it in the entire year. Like, it's not a good prospect for KC, but they seem to be very happy about it.
Is this not just a new KC? Because I absolutely agree. We should be expecting some fun, some highlights, some craziness going into that split. But can we really, at this point, lock in the KC of before to the KC of now? It does feel like a team reborn in so many ways.
I want to think that that this split will be different. Honestly, I would like for this to be as close as Map 1 was. I think that this series is worthy. I think that the KC that we're seeing is worthy. I think that they're testing how far, limit testing themselves. And I think that split is the perfect round to end it all.
And as we dive into the Asian composition, we have a Yoru out for Fnatic. Let's talk about the Yoru.
I am the crowd, actually.
Yeah, you are. Listen, I'm happy to see Kayak on the Yoru. I think that we'd kind of highlighted that he was struggling to get away with things on the operator. I think definitely will be able to on this agent. It's nice to see that. They did play a double duelist composition last time they played, but obviously it didn't quite look like this, Bale.
It didn't. And for the side of KC, double controller and narrate on the Sage. Such a popular agent Sage. We'll have to do a deep dive into all the Sages that we've done and probably rank the battle Sages in the region. We have very good battle Sages here in EMEA. But seriously, I want Kaya to have a good game. As I said, I was shouting him out for Ascend, asking and expecting of him to have one of those games. And I really pray that that happens here and it happens with Yoru. And this starts becoming an epidemic and everybody starts playing Yoru in EMEA.
We seem to be very pro-Yoru propaganda here on the couch.
We are. Yes, I was with Lothar for many years, so to me, Yoru is part of my being.
Part of your being, indeed. Part of our being here, perhaps. Anything else we should keep our eyes on in this comp, Billy?
I think Levin on the Raze, honestly. It's an agent that we don't get to see him a lot of. So yeah, I think for me, I'm keeping an eye on how he performs because we know he's great on the Jet. We know he's been great on the Yoru historically as well. It's just a question of can he match the tempo that Fnatic sends towards him with their double duelist composition.
Well, we've got our comp, we've got our Yoru, and it's time to put the mask on one more time for our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you once again, Darth Mike. Yes, it's time to get in to split the final map of the series. I have to say though, Tom, I didn't expect to get here in this fashion. It's not about the maps and how they, or not about the map overall, but Ascent being so dominant for KC really came as a surprise. And a lot of that was down to our Fade on the side of KC, your Aves. He was unbelievable. Let's see if he can keep that performance through here, though. I'm definitely not expecting that.
No, I think that if he does, he might even be looking at some sort of record for ACS over a series. But
everyone's going to be playing football before the game.
Exactly. I'm very excited to see this comp from Fnatic, though. Alfie are on the Neon. It's not something you get to see too often. Kayak back on Yoru, or at least right now, not seeing it at all. So they've clearly been cooking. They've got some ideas, but is this going to be Fnatic reinventing the wheel and people about to start copying? Or is this going to be a complete failure? It's not gone great to the start. 11 on the Raze. Well, okay. That was an interesting choice after getting 2 kills.
Levin is known for interesting choices, if you'd like to put it lightly. For KC, a man down, but a lunatic down. Fnatic haven't recovered this round just yet. Cloud is clearing the spawn as we speak, making sure that there's no big flanks coming through. Now make sure there's no little flanks coming through. And then he might be in a good position to catch these players when they come down ramp.
It's all going to be on timing. It seems like the opposing side have a good idea. There could still be someone behind, but now he's all that's left. Of Adosia, that means he can just hightail it towards the site, start that defusal, force Cloud into a more awkward fight. He needs this kill almost immediately, and one narrate says, nah, don't look over there. You're still fighting me. KC with a pistol round that seemed set pretty much from the get-go, but at least a plant from Fnatic.
Yeah, a silver lining indeed. But after a dominant map in the previous, I don't think you want to be starting this out with a pistol under KC's belt. If you keep an eye on who's stepping up to the plate, narrate on map 1 was sensational. And he's got himself the Sage coming into this one, the Battle Sage, the reses that could be coming up if he has his game. 11, Billy's highlight when it comes to this agent select, and I have to agree, seeing him have a good game, that is going to put even more wind in KC's sails. And Well, he started off with an opening pick in the previous. This time, he's there to support. As Aves finds one. That flash looked like it could have turned the tide a little bit for Fnatic, but the weaponry letting them down. Certainly not letting Sagetsu down. That's a 3-piece, same as he found in half one of Ascent. That's the whole half.
We're still going.
Yep.
No, I genuinely thought that was going to be just a multi-frag with the Seize nade. Like, that connected onto multiple players and just the nade didn't quite pan far enough back. But yeah, for Sugetsu, the build-up of some of those ultimate orbs, of course, not the strongest of bonuses coming in, but definitely one that Fnatic will look to try and come through a little bit cleaner. The rifles, of course, onto the board, but no ultimates particularly close for them. But that's enough of us talking. Let's let Fnatic do the talking.
Bring them down.
It's one male. I'm gonna blind heaven, boys.
Come. TP backside.
Yeah, TP. No, I'm flooding. We can take it. Yeah, but I wanna go under. Okay, do you have smoke for city? Nice smoke. I'm gonna plant.
Gotta be main. Yeah, can you hold it, Cloud, or you want me to hold it?
Planting maybe.
I left your flank. I left flank.
Haven't. I'm gonna TP out. We can speak. I'm tapping. Speak right together.
Two.
Let's go.
Hard the lane.
Can we hold?
Holding ban.
I'm tapping heaven. Can we pick city? Come new box.
I'm coming.
I have smoke in 10. Wait. 1, 2. Take under. CT fade.
I have city.
Smoke in 5. I have city with you.
5v3, boys.
I'll send you plan. I'm gonna smoke heaven now.
I'm not planning God.
Heaven out. Dead. I haven't fade.
I have now.
Got a Sage?
You are city guy.
No, I don't know Sage.
I'm gonna pick city.
You just pick city off me. I'm holding this.
It was heaven long time ago. I hit him.
Poison's off.
One city.
On a default.
Well, two players still trying to break back through, but it looks like they've made the decision to, well, they're not going to win the round.
No.
Put it that way. They're not saving. That's quite clear. Narrate's only got a pistol. I thought Aves might hightail it, but it's all about damage for this squad. And so far, it's a big mission failed. It looks like it'll end that way. For Narrate, I think everything there is a pretty good trade for him if he ends up dying to one of those players. Like getting an orb towards the res is as effective as anything else, but Crashy's one away.
Yeah.
Maybe you just don't want to give the ult right away.
Yeah, I don't think you want to give the Nightfall over. But chances are he'll fight for the orb.
One enemy remaining.
But 2-1, as you can see, it's been a while since we saw the last Neon.
That's a bad memory.
Yeah.
For everyone on this side of the pond.
Yeah.
Except me, I love Brock. Anyways, 2-1. KC in with a full buy and looking to fight themselves right back into things. But it was a convincing round from Fnatic in the previous. Well, I have some hope that they'll be able to pick up some steam. Very interested to see how things pan out with Kayak in particular. Look, no stranger to seeing him play on the Yoru, but in this state of the meta, it's not normally what we would, it's just, I was going to say it's not normally what we'd expect to see. We expect to see it not at all. The ideas from Fnatic, well, they're already going to make it past the wall with the TP in the back side. But what do we do from here? KC are waiting for the battle.
Paranoia will leave him blind. Already a lot of players here, and actually, I was going to say it went well, but it didn't. Dosia, a triple spray down. It leaves Crashies as the last man standing, maybe hoping he could get the orb that gets his Nightfall, but as night falls, he's got no friends left to play with. And they're on the hunt. Casey looking to try and remove this gun from his hands. As mentioned on the desk that when Casey last played this map, which was a little while ago, and their form was definitely quite a bit different, they managed just 3 rounds when they played against Na'Vi in a 3-9 defensive half. Well, unless Crashies has some sort of cheat or exploit that I don't know about, they're going to have 3 rounds in the first 4.
Yeah, don't think he's getting the plant out of that. And there we go. The round locked in for KC, 3-1. credits on the side of Fnatic. Well, a lot was invested, but there's still a lot remaining. They'll be able to get a decent buy out of this one. They've got a Nightfall to work with as well. But what worries me, KC, dominant in the last map, 3-1 start here. Sugetsu, who was quiet, I mean silent in the previous, now showing up in a big way, and we haven't even seen Narrate involved at all so far. And already it's looking strong.
He won on a pistol by killing the guy that was going to get the
one
diffuser.
kill.
It's an important kill.
Little heal as well in there, and that's been his highlight. We know he's going to show up in a big way. And for Fnatic, for Aang sat there in the coaching booth. He once commanded the ship on the other side, but now Will Turner's taken over. Aang finds himself as the Davy Jones, and what a stab in the heart it would be to lose out to the team that you walked away from when they were 0-5.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect, and for Fnatic, we know the expectations on this team are higher than any other in EMEA. They went 5-0 in the previous group stage and then had issues that were out of their control, and that was still enough to make changes to their roster, much to many's dismay. But now they need to prove that those were worthwhile. The pickup of Cloud, I think, has clearly been a good one, but it's the rest of it. A ruse being sold, a fake by Kayak, as he now looks to join the rest of the team. Nightfall across. The seas will slow them down a little bit, and Sugetsu under some serious pressure. 58 HP, but he's still in that corner. 30 seconds left as they now look to make it to the site. Althea on that entry, but Narrate swings out from above. Even still, it ends up even, but bear in mind, there is a showstopper, but it's on the other side, and Althea just isn't missing. 12 HP made no difference, and now Levin in a tough clutch. A showstopper at his back, but I feel like he needs a kill before he uses it.
I think he feels that way as well. The trade will come in far too quickly. He knows one player is low. Alpha dodges those shots by sheer chance, but this one harder to dodge, so he doesn't let the shot be fired. Alpha, yeah, he has turned up in a big round for Fnatic. This was needed, necessary. Or we would see KC run away with this early half. We've seen what they can do with that momentum. But this time, will be put to a stop early enough.
Oh, it's been spoken about a lot that Althea always talks about.
Oh my goodness.
Getting a little bit bored. Yeah, we're slow-moing the table slams. That's where we got to.
I feel like Zace he's going for a new record, man. We used to have Barbar out here, but man's going to snap that chair before the game's
is
over.
the reason we had to get stronger desks.
It's not even a lie. Like, people at home would think you're joking about that. That's not even a joke. We had to go back to the drawing board after he dented like 6 of them. I think someone had to do a play test on that before, actually, and they moved. I'm not even joking. They moved their mouse, and they were like, "Why is there a big hole here?"
I think it was.
Like, it's a Barbar table. Sorry,
Nuke.
Yeah, I think it was Nuke. He was like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Barbar's old desk. My bad. Let's swap it out." That guy was crazy. I think Zace is giving him a run for his money.
I miss him.
I miss him too, man. He used to come to Irish lands. What a G.
Wow.
Inspired many players who went on to do nothing, but he inspired them.
This buy is a bit stinky, but there's a couple of ults that could pad the gap a little bit. Again, Aves is trying to slow them down, but try as he might with a stinger and some spams. Unfortunately, they have managed to get the site, and for Fnatic, this puts them in a hugely advantageous position. I also like the spot from Cloud. Viper is not an agent that springs to mind when I think of him, but it seems like he's taking up this new lurk role. Well, quite literally, he's very far back, but he just wants to make sure they can't force him out of position.
Oh, Nightfall only catching the one. Didn't expect it to be invested in this round, but with the positions of Fnatic, it looks like they did. And Cloud now playing slow as can be. We saw this in the pistol. And maybe that's why they went back to check it, but a little bit too late there for Narrate. Advantage sits with Fnatic now. They looked like they were behind, but they were limping as a lure. And now 3-3 we go. Looks like Doja will make it out with the weapon, but that is the only silver lining for KC.
I really like the way that Cloud is playing. I think we've seen it throughout the game. Incredibly clever when it comes to making sure he checks certain angles. I think even on Ascent, even though they were losing, he had a lot of impact, and this round is no different, but it's more so just how far back he went. he knows they're going to try and clear him, so he just makes it so it's like, okay, if you want to come fight me and spawn and waste the time away, you can do that. If not, you're going to have to periodically keep checking behind you, like, no, no, and, well, he got the timing spot on. KC taking a pause. I said the last time they played this map versus Na'Vi, they lost 3-13 with a 3-9 defense. It is technically still on, but I feel like this is a much better version of KC. And well, for Fnatic, what was a little bit of a damning start is now looking a little bit more comfortable, especially with how Alfie has been playing.
Yeah, the neon switch is looking fantastic. No surprises there. I don't think anybody's doubting Alfier's abilities.
On any agent.
Exactly. It's just his abilities, regardless of what abilities they may be. On the bottom of the screen for KC. This timeout, the first off the map so far, coming into round number 7. Pretty usual time to see that pulled through, but KC are calling it off the back of 3 out of 4 of the last rounds going into Fnatic's hands. No doubt wanting to put a stop to it, but will this be the round that we see that happen? You can't see on the backstage there the credits, but we certainly can in-game. And when we get there, you'll see that KC ain't looking too stacked for cash. Doja's rifle saved over from the previous. He's the only man with shields, and the rest of the squad playing an eco bar narrate on the Sharif. This should be a very difficult round for KC to really get anything done in. But I've said that before, and well, we were surprised many times on Summit.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you look at this from KC's perspective, you got a Sage Viper setup, solo duelist. You kind of expect this composition to be better on the defense.
Here.
And so the fact that they've started to lose rounds, not really be able to slow opponents down, this is risky. It's a weird stack. And of course, Fnatic, we're not expecting 3 players to be sat in the vent.
But we are against an eco. Double diving into
That's
vent.
still weird. Like,
it
3
weird.
players is weird.
Oh, listen. You jump into vents anytime during a game. Any moment. Chances of there being 3 players, they're talking very low. Oh, well, Levin's managed to sneak one at least. But for Fnatic, I didn't expect this to go this way. They dive in, they find 3, they make an aggressive stance against the pistols and pay for it. They have ended up with a decent bit of map control. They've essentially completely swapped positions. Fnatic are now defending but need to plant the spike, and KC are waiting to attack a site after the plant comes down. This is from the attacker's side. This is strange, and you can see how Boaster's trying to put the pieces together of what's going on, but I don't think you're going to solve this puzzle unless all the pieces are revealed.
Oh, the moment he plants, that will give the game... Well, I feel like with the clear through mid from Crashies and him going all the way in towards screens, there was nowhere else that anybody could be. Crashies trying to avenge his fallen comrades by entering the vent, and that is, and I mean it, the worst possible timing. I don't know how they have done everything almost perfectly on the KC side. I don't know if that is one of the few strats in the Zeiss strat book or pure coincidence, but either way, an Emoda Thrifty will be coming through in favor of KC.
Such a strange round to see. The double dive in against the eco, a risk taken, the reward certainly not found.
But look at the timing on that.
Genuine, the second he turns, and then the legs are seen go up the rope.
Look his arms go up. He's like, come on!
Yeah. Well, he knows, like, that was pixel perfect from Narrate. A res online now for the defensive side, and the lead is there still. Operator pulling into play for Levin, and he has aggressive ideas. Who's surprised at that? But he won't hit the opening shot, and going back in here is a risk. They're on a high-low. Oh, they were on a high-low. Now Crashies has walked in, and it's a good job, too. That shot just whizzed straight over Alpha's head. He's going back again, Levin.
Dimensional trip. He's missed 3 shots in a row, and he's being rounded on. Maybe they forgot about what this ultimate could do. So much space to take. How's no one died yet? Finally, we'll see some players fall. But it's not gone the way of Fnatic. Maybe it has. Never mind. What do I know? In fact, it's gone amazingly. Couldn't have gone any better. Sugetsu, last man standing, and Crashies is going to close it out. No more unlucky timing. And from what was a double opener, it seemed, for KC, they don't get a kill from that point onwards.
Geez, that's got to be tough for Levin, man. He went in 4 shots taken, 4 shots missed.
You know,
Got pushed
Just
back
like me.
bit by bit by bit. Yeah. It's me for real. Let's not think about the other maps, the things he did there. Let's just think about this round.
Yeah, yeah.
I can make it on KC. Well.
The 5B, bro.
Baby, I can't highlight enough how calm, reasonable, and kind that man. I think Zeiss might be one of my favorite people I've ever met in esports. But geez, in the coaching booth, he's a different guy. I've never seen him get angry outside of it, and he's had plenty of reasons. But you get him in a game, and that competitive spirit comes out. Jesus.
That monitor's got to be sat there like, what did I do?
Our IT department's shaking in their britches. They know they're getting a call
The
soon.
admin's like, you know you're muted, right? Well, Dosia, there is no one here to help him. Even still, he'll take Alfia down. Now Levin is there from above. He cannot hit an operator shot to save his life. It's 5 missed in a row. Well, a lot of these have looked like freebies from what we expect to see from Levin. At least this time he lives to tell the tale. Ult-wise, the res is not going to hold any value, at least for now. Someone else would have to fall. Boaster up top. Viper Orb also holding the back. And even going to invest the pit late into the round.
Snake bite
It's going to make it so much more awkward. And well, Boaster firing warning shots, but Cloud was not doing the same. For Levin, no choice but to save that up for the next round.
Yeah, that was for Fnatic. As soon as the orb is about to fade, when you see Cloud step forward with the ult, you think it has to be done. He was a little late on putting the snake bite down, I think conscious of people having pushed through. And the second it goes down, they've got them boxed in. Players outside can't come to help. Levin's got to run for the hills. They're trying to fight back through that pit with the operator. It's just never going to happen. This was it. They were already boxed in and dealt with. Boaster tickling them from up above and Cloud dragging them down below. It's 5-4. One coach is taking that better than the other.
Well, he's gone from anger. Now he's in denial.
I want to go give him a hug, man. This that was we hung on that for so long.
These are the stages of grief. That's what we're getting. And they're only 1 round behind. 5-4. Much more patient move from Fnatic. Looks like an all-in on this A side of the map. Narrate's the one to try and take contact. He hasn't had the same success we've seen from either his Chamber or his Phoenix. Sage Wall to try and slow them down, pushing them into Aves again. His C's put into position. Alfia with nowhere to go, but the spams are not going to do as much as hoped. And as the C's fades, in fact, there was no damage done at all.
Oh, they've got the site, or at least they can plant, but they don't quite have the site. Fnatic still have 2 players to deal with, and okay, the rate's going to fall quite quickly. Abbas still standing his ground, though. He's taken down 1, but Crashies has made this an almost impossible task. Maybe not something we should say in the same sentence as Abbas. His performance in the last stole the show, but now a defuse needed. They'll keep having control to allow this to happen. Levin looking for this battle, but the Boombot has sold a ruse. Boaster slipping past it, now sat up close. Levin suspects it, and now it's just 1 left to deal with. The showstopper locks it in. I thought Boaster had made the play to win the round, but fair play to Levin. Cautious. It's a new look on him, but a welcome one.
Yeah, and Aves as well. He was there from the beginning. It maybe should have been dead to rights, especially after what Crashies was able to do up top, but he just holds that backside position, doesn't allow them to get that control, and then he's there to close it out before the rocket can even land. 5-5. Maybe an unlikely round for KC, but that's kind of what this match has been like, a consistent back and forth between the 2 teams in map 1 and map 3.
2 rounds left to play for. Rez online for Narrate. Nightfall for both squads. Hasn't really had the opportunity to use it just yet. And maybe he won't this time either. Everybody is leaving him. Narrate is alone. There are 5 players outside the A site. They're found out at least one is there with the wall being broken. That will keep Doja here for the time being, but they don't know quite how many numbers are on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's based off the Nightfall. But normally you'd send that Nightfall through the back of the site, and I think that's why we're seeing KC adopt their positions around the heavens. They know they can continue to slow them down. But instead, up top the opponents go. Kayak's done well to start. Now the Nightfall goes through, as you see. Doesn't connect onto anybody, but it lets them know that the site is clear. They can get into the post plant. The devil of the last round, the man in the back of Aves, will not be on the site this time. I'm hoping for a bit of a miracle with the spam, but it's a bit more of an unorthodox plant spot.
Look at the battle between Cloud and Levin that's now being set up. KC are taking their time, making it out of heaven, only now making it down the ramp. All the while, Cloud is playing the long game, but that means the rest of Fnatic have to hold strong. They have to delay as much as they can with no utility left. Bar on Cloud, it's going to be tough. They have to do it with the rifles, and Cloud's being caught. They were watching the flank, but that's when Kayak turns up for Fnatic. Left it on. Oh, what? What? That shot was insane from Levin. Another needed onto Kayak. A right click could be enough. And although he finds all the kills, the clock is an enemy no man can defeat. 6-5 for Fnatic. What a round from Levin, though.
Yeah, it's a very nice attempt. He sits at the board 12-6, even with the shots we were talking about earlier.
Slow it down.
Maybe he was saving up all of his power for the one that he showed. Obviously, Kayak, an insane one. But it's while landing, then flicks to the headshot. That is insane. But just a little bit too late on the clock to get the round done. It goes Fnatic's way. 6-5. A minimum of a level half. I'm watching Levin. He's just walked out of the Viper's pit. They placed it down in middle. He's just walked straight through it and now sits posted up on the angle.
The pit's still up. It's going to keep Fnatic out of mid. But if they go walking back in, even just to take a peek, Levin's going to rip them to shreds. The problem is, rotate off the back of Doja's information. He sat up aggressive in B main. Because they have that info, they've sent players towards this A site. Fnatic will only have one man standing in their way, and well, that man only has a pistol to work with. He's, at least for now, avoided their gaze, but, well, it's time to run for Doja. He's realized.
Go, go, go.
Now, retaking these circumstances will be difficult. A Stinger, a Judge, an Operator. These are not guns you want in these sort of circumstances. And while a man down is not going to make it any easier for KC, Kayak has done well. This Yoru looking good, and Cloud on flank watch is a bit unstoppable.
Cover going out.
Trying to catch him out of position has been incredibly tough, and for the remaining 3 players, I don't see any way back in. It's a little labored from Kayak, but not anything that matters too much with how much of an advantage they have. And while Levin might be quick, but I don't think he's quick enough to clear all the remaining players of Fnatic with how much time is left on the job. He's showing you that maybe those misses earlier were a little bit of an off round or two. It's nice shots from Levin, but I don't think Fnatic will care at all as they go in with the lead.
No, it is a lead for Fnatic. Aang has made it work, at least for the first half. And now, during the halftime, we're going to send it over to the coach confession that happened after the previous map. We asked Aang if he feels like he has a good read on Zace's strat book for this map. Let's see what he had to say about that.
Do you feel like you have a good read on Zace's strat book on this map?
So I think they changed it so much that it's more about, like, you know, who's gonna just show better gameplay with their comps. That's it. I don't think there is a reads or something like this, you know.
Welcome back, folks. 5-7 at the halftime. It's Fnatic with the lead just about. They showed up towards the end of that attack side, and even if you look at the timeline there, you can see it was just a flash in the pan here or there for KC. The pistol, the only time they managed to see back-to-back rounds was after it. And so coming into this one, I think it's fair to say, Tom, they may need a pistol to give them the leg up. You also said this comp looks better on the defense, at least on an eye test.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they've got planned. I think maybe they're moving as a pack will help them out, as it always seems to do. And well, that's a very aggressive stance. But it still ends up even. The spams onto Boaster at the back wall have been enough. Crashies goes unchecked, but is there a trade to be had? Yes, there is. And, well, again, swings and roundabouts. Their team takes an advantage, and it doesn't last long. For Cloud, well, he was used to being that lurk, the man on the other side of the map. Now he's hoping that his gamble to be is the correct one. And while it was, but I think hearing nothing might just put a little bit of doubt in the back of his mind.
There's certainly a lot more avenues they can come from to flank him. And if they are going to go without utility, it's going to be a contact. More likely that they're going to do that from behind than in front. But now it's been long enough. Cloud has to worry about both angles, but there's the information given to him. That was the utility, the signal he was waiting for, the strike onto Aves, but it's a bad man to swing. That puts him positive, and it puts KC 1 round behind.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Aves redemption arc. But I think being that typical IGL under Eng was not working for him, and whatever structure changes have been made under Zeiss has given this man a new lease of life. But again, we saw opportunities, advantages in this round for Fnatic. But the fight back is ever so fierce. And now gives a very good opportunity to go into the first buy round level.
Well, this is definitely not an opportunity that KC can afford to squander. A decently strong buy, 3 rifles and a Spectre. Even making this round close will be a loss for KC. And for now, at least, I see them moving towards middle. This is the plan from Fnatic. This is what they hope KC will do. They're waiting on mid, but they haven't seen anything. And with a minute left on the clock, it's time to go. Just as KC step past the point of no return, but it looks like they'll at least mostly make it out. And the wall slowing them down, but Alpha's somehow gotten 2 over it. This is dangerous. He's got himself a 3rd. And now there's weapons to be recovered. There's an advantage for Fnatic. And as I said, already making it close. This is a big negative for KC. It could get a lot worse.
Well, yeah, Alpha has now got a rifle to play with. He didn't even take any damage in those battles, so he is healthy, ready, and raring to go. An ace, not an impossibility. And then the best thing is for Crashies and Cloud, they could basically just act as bait. They can use themselves to try and give Althea an opportunity. Even still, though, that time has been ticking. Dosia still had his paranoia, looks to slow them down, but the position again, the position from Cloud is perfect. He's going to eliminate one of those rifle players that's left, all onto Dosia, and he doesn't have the right angle. It doesn't matter now, though. Crashies has let go, and a chance to maybe save the day. I think the defusel's just going to come over the line. It is a Moda Thrifty, closed out by Cloud, but won by Althea.
That should have been neck and neck. That should have been KC's way back in, and they lose the second round to Althea. This guy being gifted 3 over the top of the wall for 2. Sensational work. And the closeout, 0.21 of a second, I knew that desk was going to get a punishment. I don't know what that desk has done to him, but I know what he's done to the desk. It is
well-built desk.
There's going to be a fine coming up.
All I'm going to say is that desk barely flinches.
That's true. There's not even a dent on it.
Well, 8-6. The second time in this series that has happened. The last, I believe, was the map that they lost. Crucial rounds slipping out of KC's hands, and sure, if Althea's going to hit shots like that, I'll be honest, like when I heard the Bandit was being buffed, I kind of went, I think that might be a little bit silly. But I do think it was mainly to get people to use it. And now I'm seeing people like Alfie use it. Maybe it needs to be nerfed, because that was insane. He could just tap people out of the round like it's nothing.
Already when we saw people use it, it was strong.
Yeah.
And then you hear there's a buff coming, and obviously it is for pick rates, for selection, buy rates.
Yeah.
But that has to be undone, I'd imagine. Because I still don't think we're seeing the full ceiling of it in those low buy rounds, but
that was pretty close.
Yeah, that was a pretty good, but that was an example, right? You need to have a lot of examples before we start tweaking the game. I don't think it'll be too long before we do. Fnatic, man advantage already. It is an eco that they're up against. The rifle and Sugetsu, the only shining light of hope for this attacking side. But stranger things have happened in a round like this going their way. Doja, oh my goodness, oh, the timing is insane! What is that fight? What? Okay, well, Alpha somehow gets out of there alive, ends up taking the right, ends up taking Aves! And you know what? He'll take the bloody round with it, Sugetsu!
He's reloading.
He's reloading! But finally gets it on the shorty. Jesus, what a round from Alfier, and I mean that in every sense of the word. What a round from Alfier.
He's really come alive in this defensive half already. The 4K in this round. A multi-frag to give them the last round. Oh, it's just the worst timing for either player. Yeah. Oh, God. I think Dosia's going to have nightmares about that. And then watch 2 of his teammates die. Well, sorry, 3 of them die because of it.
I love you, Bratan. I love you. It's your time.
Trust me, bro. If you saw what he did, you'd love him even more. The little cha-cha slide, right and left, beautiful little reverse on it. 9-6, 3 rounds in between them, but it is definitely feeling like the chasm is widening in favor of Fnatic. Finally, Alfier will face certain death and actually die.
It was an attempt. I'm going to assume to maybe just try and catch Sugetsu on the lurk. The C's even thrown in, but no damage really found for it. Defenders have taken a fair amount of early control. The TP away, maybe used as a ruse to leave Cloud behind. But nothing being spotted. Because of that, they're going to now gamble the rotation back towards this A site. It's the right call, but the reason we see this so often is because of that Nightfall. It can clear the entirety of the backside and elbow. Forces them out of the site, but you have to look at the new position taken up by Cloud. It now covers them off in heaven.
Oh, that spam was fantastic. He's taken Aves, he's done damage, left Levin on his last legs, and the push up in B main from Kayak. The distraction here is Boaster running his way back through. In fact, he might be a sacrificial lamb. But do they expect the other man? Well, they've spotted him now. Okay, danger. Well, spotted, but not dealt with just yet. Luckily, he'll only get the 1.
Spike plant. Another flank coming, though. Crashies also went the long way around. It leaves a bit of an awkward gap in heaven, though. That's the bigger problem. If they're unable to clear Dosia, he might be able to buy enough time. But also, for Crashies, yep, the high-low, difficult to clear. They're also wary of where that second player is coming from, but as I said, Dosia still acts as that safe pair of hands. And for Crashies now, he doesn't even know where that second player is. He's got to try and figure out Dosia's position, but Dosia's giving nothing. I like this. Just sits back, waits patiently. And okay, there's 1 kill, but the time already gone. He didn't even have to make a step. Now at this point, there's nothing Crashies can do. He made it costly, but ultimately it's a 7th round for KC.
Yeah, they have gotten themselves back on the board. A little bit of fluidity from them with the start out towards A main, but happy to wrap back around, in this space taken by Sugetsu was perfect. It did seem like Kayak was going to be a big problem in main. He jumps out, sees 3 players, ends up catching one with the flash, but again, it was Sugetsu to pick up that piece. And like I said, the reason I was so harsh on him in the previous is because I don't really see him not play that way that often, right? Like, play that poorly. With Sugetsu, someone we have a high skill ceiling for. We've seen it. We've seen it reached plenty of times. And he had a very quiet performance today, or at least on this map, sorry. That's Narrate, right? And we've also seen him step up in this series. These are players we know can deliver in a big way. But the Battle Sage for Narrate hasn't been working out quite as well as we'd hoped.
Boaster's paranoia. Box not landed on. Doom. Cloud So SMG's not going to be great on the wallbangs, but it will be great if they try and run through a snakebite. They wanted to try and join Levin, and they have, in the grave. It leaves Narrate, and well, he's got his res, but I don't see an opportunity to use it unless he's going to use someone as bait.
To be honest, this, like, right now, a 5-11 Narrate in a 1v4, this is where I feel like he's most dangerous. He's not only got a point to prove, but he doesn't have to worry anymore about anybody else. Doesn't have to worry about his utility. All he has to do is shoot people, and you put Narrate into a deathmatch, and, well, the results are up in the air, to say the least. The reality is, though, you take a look at the credits for KC, and they're not the healthiest. Levin's doing decent, but it is probably better to carry this rifle forward to the next. Something about the 1v4 with the spike down just doesn't really hit for me. But it's whether he gets away with it or not. I mean, Crashies probably isn't going to clear the spawn here, surely. You look towards the A site, maybe he's flanking all the way around, but if he does and he catches Narrate, which for now at least he's locked in on it.
10 seconds left.
Luckily on the other side, I think he's thought twice about going this. I think he's thought twice about going this way. Yeah, see there.
Can he hear you? Because it genuinely feels like this is just Narrate rage bait.
There we go.
There you go. Well, Crashies now knows, but it's too late. Yep, he'll at least be able to hold on to the gun, but we now have KC coming in with a timeout. The one and done round that comes through hasn't really saved them, and it's safe to say that.
I'm sorry.
The immediate apology.
It just hit the back of his mind. He's like, Eng's not gonna like that.
Cloud looks over, sees Boaster. He's like, I'm gonna let it out. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. Daddy's watching.
It just cuts to Eng with a notepad.
Oh my goodness.
Tell off Cloud.
Give me Zay some water. I think he's got. Yes. Ooh.
Oh, we've hit the Zen.
That calmed him down. That actually, I think he was trying to calm them. He calmed himself. Beautiful. Wonderful.
He's counting. And then, you know, big. Something big. Little chin stroke. Oh. Okay. I think I got it.
I made the comparison earlier, just realized, of Eng being Davy Jones. But he was the one to take out the Dutchman.
Nice. See what he did there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Saw that.
Oh, 10-7. Fnatic. After Ascent, I was definitely a little bit worried for them coming into this map, but even with both pistols going the way of the opposition, they find themselves 10-7. Alfie has looked fantastic. Cloud, again, has been a consistent factor throughout this series. Definitely looking like a great pickup from the side of Fnatic. Do KC still have the ability to bounce back from this one? We've seen them perform fantastically well in their first couple of games. After a 0-5 stage one, they've looked like a different beast. But is this the bubble about to be burst?
Ooh.
Bring them down.
Warning shots.
Exactly. He's scaring him away from his land. That's what we want to see. This is my site. Back off, or you won't like what happens next, buddy.
Yeah, no one wants from the shadows anyway. It's just very good management of orbs.
Yes, that's
Either
exactly
way,
what I was going to say.
Contact into heaven. TP in, but it was more so just a ruse. Althea, he stunned half the team and looks to go in for more. He's just been right-click classicked by Aves.
Down A.
Barbosa's warning shots.
Your duty is not
Really?
over. 30 seconds left.
I'm surprised we see the res come through. They have managed to pick up a rifle, but in this round where there's still so many vulnerabilities, a res seems very surprising. Maybe Narrate just wanting to finally be able to use it, but is it used for nothing? No, Aves, with that trade back, the res assist has come in for Narrate. And now he's going to get himself a plant.
I feel a bit peeved off if you're Levin, to be honest. Kayak taking down two. Well, he's put this round to bed, hasn't he? Aves all alone. Finds himself one more. The man brought back from the dead man walking. But he's got to put two more bodies on the floor, and they are peeking together. Boaster and Crashies won't let this one slip. He's up against the deadly duo. 5 bullets left. A reload might be needed, but he wants to pick first. He wants to take them down, and with the mag running dry, so too are his chances. Brashy's out on top with 11-7.
It's at least a couple of assists for Narrate, but I was very surprised to see that ultimate used. Maybe a couple more coming online for them soon, and with the deficit, they wanted to try and bring it back a little bit earlier. I'm also surprised that we only see one here, because this is the kill that, in my eyes, is straight BS.
I think I figured it out, actually. Aves might be cheating.
Yes, he could also control how the spread of a right-click classic goes.
He's programming his own stuff. Goodness gracious, what a game this has been. It has delivered at every turn, but we may be nearing the end of this story for KC. Started out so bright, but dark times are here. 11-7, 4 rounds behind. Big round for KC. Ulti's online, rifles in hand, and a man advantage already.
I think one of those ults might have just been earned from that kill from Aves, so... Again, he seems to drag his team through this. He had an unbelievable map 2 on Ascent. Set the bar for how you can perform as an IGL, but...
Cloud. Does it keep going?
He has been quite aggressive in his stances. Almost a lurker on the defense, but...
They might go back to B. If Cloud doesn't overextend here, this could be huge. I think he's going to get the pick that stops them going that way in just a second, but every second gone past is a big opportunity to catch them on that rotate, and now KC are kind of directionless. They've got to make a choice.
But this is the problem.
Pit B, you've got to go A.
You've got one player going one way, one player going the other, but the rotation might be caught. Levin's now looking to kill off Boaster as he rotates. It's going to be down to Alpha on the site, but sometimes that's enough. He quickly got 2 kills. And although the spike plant is inevitable, there's still an opportunity for Cloud. Making his way towards Levin. He'll get himself a 1v1 fight, but it's an unfair fight. He was caught on the rope, maybe expecting them to group up together to fight this one. Levin actually ends up being a hugely important piece of that round, catching the lurk and then killing off the player at the end.
Finding those picks, gets him Showstopper online for the next. Super important, but it is, you have to give him credit for it, because you know what, I take the credit away when he does the opposite. Great display of patience from Levin. That lurk through B, catching the rotation coming out of Boaster, and then having that same impact by playing close to mid and hearing Cloud on the rotation. This was a really nice round from Levin, and it's given them a huge ultimate coming into this round. Another very important one, because for KC, win this, not only do you stop Fnatic hitting 12, which is a good enough reason to win, but you'll also stop them hitting 12 in the next, most likely, because look at the credits. They are not looking pretty on that defensive side.
Althea could buy a bandit.
True. Yeah, well, guess nothing's guaranteed in this life.
Oh, Showstopper. Bit of an awkward one. He's taken a lot of control. They walked through. Oh, that was an opportunity for Cloud. I feel like a judge at that angle should have got him a little bit more, and every single fight that's been had has gone the way of KC. From the depths of defeat to winning every scrappy battle. A judge in a smoke finding 0 kills, and then the fight from Sugetsu. Now for Crashies and Kayak, it is basically a scenario of, I was going to say, stick together and hope that you get it over the line. Instead, they have split up and look for clues. Crashies is about to find out where they are, and he's also found a bullet from Levin.
Well, Kayak, this would be a beautiful play. A chance to take down Narrate on the plant, that little gap in the wall, but something tells me unless, as we've already said, Fnatic are not in the greatest financial spot, unless they come throwing themselves at him and give him the chance to win the round, he won't be trying to find that chance for himself. He won't be creating that opportunity. It's simply a save of the weapon, which for Fnatic won't arm them to the teeth in the next, but it's really, we're in the danger zone now. KC pushing up to 9, 5 players alive. It's a lot of credits at their back. And add to that, as we said, it's not likely to be a very costly round in the next for the attacking side. They could end up in a really strong economic position. To be honest, considering it's 11 on the board for Fnatic, they're already in that spot. Ultimate's coming online, and a convincing round. I'm believing in KC again. I doubt Zaysh is, but I am. I feel like we're gonna see a replay of him like smashing a desk here or something.
Maybe not in this round. Maybe not quite a smile. But not quite
Just a blank stare at the monitor again. Oh no, okay.
There's nothing to see. That's all you need to know.
I'm sure.
11-9. And yeah, it was kind of like there were some vulnerabilities in the last round, although where the judge ended up being positioned, I did expect a little bit more. But they still don't have a buy going into this one either, so maybe stretching the credits a little bit too thin, but the walk-up, it's expected. Even still, it being expected and dealing with it is difficult. The value of that TP allows him to get out of there scot-free. A little bit of damage. And the same can be said for Levin, who has now been healed up. Cloud now looks to reclaim that space, and the rest of Fnatic again are grouping up around Kayak to put pressure in towards the spawn, but Dosia just has no interest in fighting that. And even with Kayak being able to get into aggressive positions, okay, he's left the player behind, but he's now used pretty much all of his utility and not really found much for it.
Well, Alpha, you mentioned the judge in the previous. This is the bookie up close, being held by Dosia for now. He will back off. Nobody going to tempt fate. Although maybe he will. It looks like the spike is still heading towards B, but I assume this is just a ruse being sold, trying to drag those rotations over, get that utility out of the defense, make him spooked, make him scared, and then run into a wide open A site. I think that's the plan from KC. A lot of Fnatic are still here.
It's feeling a little bit nervy. 20 seconds left, and that rifle's still here. It's the one kill, but it's traded immediately, and Levin then deals with the remaining two defenders. The spike still needs to cross, but they were waiting to bait things out, and Narrate, with a few seconds left on the clock, will get that spike down. It looked for a second like this was going to be a blunder with a nervy finish. Instead, Althea now has 4 players and a Bucky.
Yeah, look, finding a couple of kills here is going to be the ideal scenario. Make it extremely costly would be great.
If he gets
but
one,
it doesn't
I'm
really
impressed.
matter that much, considering the fact that KC, you're not talking about the credits on KC going anywhere. And I don't think you're really talking about Alpha having his ultimate before the half is over. Like if he has a big step up round, sure, he'll have it online, but the half will also probably be over. Whereas on the side of KC, an orb to Levin after that big round is certainly going to give him the opportunity to have a showstopper fairly soon. It's not quite the attempt to go for the defuse at the end. I think he's timing.
He was grabbing a
slightly
rifle,
off.
but he died
Oh,
anyway.
I didn't notice he picked up a rifle.
He picked up
That's
a
nice
rifle,
idea.
but
I like
he wasn't
that.
quite quick enough.
Yeah. I was like, he's definitely too late to bait them into sticking around. Like, well, okay,
I think
that makes sense.
I think he picked up the vandal that Kayak dropped. So he went into the corner, grabbed it, but there was literally no time for him to get away. So, well, definitely some frustration seeping in. 3 rounds lost in a row. And now it is going to be a Fnatic tactical pause. An opportunity once again, but it really does feel like this has been the case throughout the game. Whenever you, especially in the first map and this one, you feel like a team has a hold on it and they're going to just run to the finish. And immediately the game just flips on its head. Levin looks to match up versus the likes of Althea. The 2 Turkish superstars sat 22 and 21 kills. And there have been a player here or there missing. Boaster struggling a little bit more. Narrate also a surprisingly slow game, but he has been coming back into things. I think it's clear for Fnatic, even if this is just a momentum shift, try and slow them down a little bit, because from what we've seen, even going into that site with, what was it? It was less than 20 seconds by the time they actually executed. It didn't look that uncomfortable in the end.
No, a big part of that is Levin on that dive to back site and Narrate picking up some as well. That definitely could have been uncomfortable. Just a couple of shots missed for Fnatic and looking the wrong way in heavy traffic as Levin made it up and over. They were watching for it moments before, but they turned their back just as he made it onto the site. Timing was good for KC. That's been a factor. And thinking about this team in particular, I feel like their style of playing it more loose creates those opportunities more often than anyone else that we've seen.
Excuse me?
What the? What? What is that pit, bro? I've never seen that before. You can't misclick a pit. What is that? What am I missing? It's either genius or stupid, and I don't know which.
We're gonna, well, maybe we're gonna find out. Maybe they don't want them pushing B main. Maybe they want them to fight into mid. They're getting that mid fight. We'll see if they're ready for it. 3 players holding on the other side. Sugetsu still just holding on to B main. He's got it on lock, boys.
Oh, has he? You don't think they'll push into it?
You never know. Because that's what he's expecting them to do.
He is. He's sat in the corner waiting for them. Listen, if anyone walks through this, they're an idiot. I just want to say that, plain and simple. That's the weirdest pit I've ever seen in my life. I'm trying to think of a stranger one. Why?
Maybe it's the ultimate counter to Kayak, who's been pushing that every single round. He's just going to stay in the pit the whole time. Levin's failed a blast pack up, and Cloud is now got a slightly easier fight. They're going to try and potentially use a rest. Alpha, yeah. Dealing damage onto one, keeps that man advantage going, but it's got 14 seconds. They've got to move. Nice. 12 seconds to make it onto the site. The cross could be held, an opportunity if they could spam this one out. Instead, Crashies is there. They will get that plant in just about. As the swing comes through, it's now left all onto one, and Narrate, 1 bullet. He's got time to reload, but he's getting spammed at the same time, and eventually Crashies will take us to 12. An interesting round from KC.
He died pushing out the pit, by the way. It's kind of tough to get through a smoke into a site with no utility. And why'd you replay that, man? Don't do this to me. Have you put Sugetsu dying walking? Yeah, you have as well. Actually, I can't say what I want to say to you right now. Replay ops. That's disgusting. Not what you've done. What you've done is disgusting, but what he did is more. He pitted in B main, and then shift walked out of it after a timeout. What are we doing? Okay, well, that's how I feel. That's how I feel what he's feeling. He's just not letting it out.
Familiar faces.
That's after a timeout. Like maybe
there
was a generational idea behind it, but let me tell you, it looked stupid and it did nothing. So, you know, maybe we'll see it another time.
Oh.
Hope not.
Moving on. Nice shot from Levin. It's landed onto Boaster. A site looking like it's going to be theirs. No Viper's pit for the post plant.
Now the plant coming through for KC. It's all about that late play. Sugetsu hasn't quite got the pit to work with, but he might still be able to put a bit of a sting onto this. Oh, that's nice. It's actually baited that out beautifully. Cloud has played for a bit of a fool, and now they have to worry about that late flank. That's gone about as well as it could for Sugetsu, and then he got shot in the face. So that's a bit unfortunate, but luckily it's a return. Levin popped the showstopper. That's going to push them back for a moment, buy a little bit more time, and as that clock keeps on ticking, the defuse will be at least tapped to bait out the swing. Abez down, and now 1v1. Okay, it's looking workable for a man like Cloud. He's going to tank that nade, looking to get it to happen. The wrap from Levin is there. 11 on the board for KC. It's the distance either way, but we might see an overtime.
Levin's been incredible in this map. 26 and 13. Him and Althea continue to go toe-to-toe throughout this map, and even just look how aggressive he was. Goes up with a shorty. And while Althea fights it back, he's there to close it in the end. Just 1 round, the difference between the two.
Let's go!
11 feeling like an overtime is on the cards. We saw it in map 1. That was where they tasted defeat. And for Fnatic now, just look at the buy that's come up behind it. 2 sheriffs, a judge, and at least a couple of rifles.
Minute 15 on the clock. KC challenging for mid, but we've seen this from KC a lot, that they very rarely go in the direction they're indicating in that first engagement or two. Pressure on mid, they see players up top, and now look to main. Look to Kayak.
Time to jump.
Just now got another TP online, but won't even get a chance to use it. Quick connection by Levin. He's one of the weaknesses taken out. Fnatic looking likely to concede to an overtime, and with Alphayer already down and out, feels like an inevitability.
Yeah, rifle can be retrieved for Crashies. He's definitely had a better map here on Split. And Sugetsu, his genuine responsibility this map has just been an annoyance. Be in the backline consistently. Nightfall sent out. Levin just looking to play ahead of it. Nade in, but he's going to get eliminated. Even still, though, it looks like his teammates have the job done. Crashies versus 4. The slows on either side. And he's being wrapped on from the heavens. Well, he's not been spotted, but it won't matter. Narrate is there to close. OT once again as KC take us all the way. And from Fnatic having a fairly decent advantage to close in regulation, they now have to fight once again to close in overtime.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be disappointing for this squad. They were so far in the lead that even with a couple of rounds going the way of KC, it didn't feel like they really had that much of a chance of making this climb back in. Remember how the half even started. They win the pistol, lose round 2 right off rip. Like Fnatic ran away with this. The KC caught up just in time. Levin in the lead when it comes to kills, 28 and 14. Billy was saying, that's the highlight. That's what I'm looking at. So I want to see Levin on this raise. And, well, you got to see a lot of him. Here's a little more in OT.
Yeah, it seems like Ascent was more of the blip rather than the norm. These teams have been hard to separate. Could have been a 2-0 on Summit. But it's gone the distance all the way, and normally in these sort of late games, that's where you give Fnatic the edge, but with their lead dissipating, the walk-up as well, Boaster could be in a bit of trouble. He's setting up a smoke, doesn't realize how close Levin has got. One away from the 30 bomb now for the young Turkish star. But the rest of the team are making their move in towards the A site. No smokes, of course. Leaves them in a troublesome position, and Cloud is already on his last legs.
I think he's going to go for the late flank now. It's probably where he has the most value, but it's going to be a little bit late to the party. You look to Fnatic, what utility do they have to delay and bar a flash? And the relay bolt, we're not talking, oh sorry, the slide, yeah, we're really not talking about a lot. On this attack side, Cloud only now making it to, he's got to run, he's got to sprint. But of course, they would hear him if he did, or he thinks they would. So a slow approach from Cloud, but it looks like they've taken oh my goodness! Alpha and Kayak have shut them down. Cloud should have it all lined up, but he's being caught by Narrate. Crashies all alone will only find one. And it seemed like a death sentence for KC delaying that long, but well, they've gotten used to playing against Cloud, it seems.
Yeah, I think at this point, both teams are so ready for those flanks. Like, I think especially if you have Sugetsu on your team, he does it every single round. You're going to be expecting that if you don't see that Viper immediately, that you know where he is. I like the call, though. They get aggressive in middle, not shying away from the fight. And now KC, after what was a fairly hefty deficit,
Let's go!
they now sit 1 round away from taking this in overtime, going 3-0. The team that was 0-5 in Stage 1 could be kicking off their Stage 2 3-0. And well, if I'm not mistaken, being a singular win from being in that top 2, at least it seems likely. And that would skip them straight through to the playoffs. Still, a game versus Fnatic is never done until it's done. We saw it 16-14 earlier. It wouldn't be overly surprising to see one again.
Well, this is one that I want to see the Zaysh Cam regardless of what happens. 13-12, a chance to win the series against his former head coach for KC, a chance to go 3-0 up when this very same squad, Banner and crew, were down 0-5 ending last season. Playoffs wasn't something we ever thought. We just wanted to see them play, for God's sake, and they never got started. But now they've come not to play but to win. In this round, that might be tough. They've already lost Sugetsu. The mid lurk not going their way, but they've used their wall as well, and nothing found off the back of it.
35 seconds, and they're just looking to re-clear into middle. This is a lot still to do, and not a lot of time to do it. They've got to go through the orb. And are they just going to try and re-hit into this B site through heaven? That seems to be the plan. 20 seconds left. Cloud is just going to sit and wait in the corner. Are they going to check it? They haven't checked it! And wow, Alfia swings before his teammate can even deal that final blow. A nice shot for 11, but it's irrelevant. The spike up top, 13-13. And while that delay was more than enough to slow KC down, we go another.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good fight for Sugetsu. He walked out with his back turned in mid. They lost that second prong to the offense and then said, okay, well, we gotta have someone go up top. We can't all come out of main. It's a bloodbath. It's a death sentence, but it was either way. Round 27. 30 kills for 11. He has been fighting tooth and nail for this map and for this series. But the upper hand still to be gained here. We've spotted them cross up towards ramp at least. That's good space for Fnatic.
Portal closed.
But what are they going to do with it?
Boaster on a much more passive lurk after the last round. That mid pressure catching him off guard. Definitely a little bit more careful about it. The defense have also got 3 players towards the heavens, so clearly feeling like the likelihood of an A take is there, but as of right now, we can see that rotation. The TP there from Kayak. If he is going to take it. No, he's not. He's stuck around, and now the spike comes back towards him. He sold a ruse initially, and now they're selling a fake on the other side of the map. Using the Prowler, using the Neon, but it hasn't made all of the move. Sugetsu's still here. Aves is still here. They sit in the corners, but immediately are cleared. Aves, the second player, but Kayak still gets both. But then there was another prong. The third to the fork that was this A-site defense. And although they'll be able to potentially get a plant, they're pressuring, they're pushing. The flank was what they're waiting for. Cloud needs to hold the line, and he has. It looked like there were problems with him being the only man there. Instead, he gets them to the point of victory once again. Another round to the collection that you have to give to Cloud.
No, that was a different level. On the third map in overtime, yeah, Kayak stepped up big time here as well. But Cloud got that plant in with a second to spare. Not just because of the time on the clock, but because of the forces gathering around him. They try to flood in, they try to deal with him, but too little, too late. And it's getting to Zaysh. They were in with a chance to close this series. And now, one round could send them out of this 2-1. Could put that first loss on the board for Zaysh's head coach, for KC on this run. And it happening at the hands of their former head coach.
Yeah. I like they put the headset down to give us table slapping ASMR. Very appreciative of that. Didn't know what that would sound like, but now I do. Thanks to Zeiss. Thanks to Levin. Man, they would have been out of this map
long ago.
A long, long time ago if it wasn't for Levin. And he's just going to swing Alfia. Yeah, Alfia, you know. That guy with multiple trophies under his belt, it means nothing to Levin. A double opener. Looking for a response, but there is no response. Boaster, 1v4. Well, there's days where you might believe in that. I'm not sure this is one of them. He's had troubles individually. Sure, he gets a kill onto Narrate, but it's at the cost of almost all of his health, and Aves is just waiting on the other side. 14-14. A series that has delivered and continues to. But at this point, it only delivers because of the performance that Levin is having.
But yeah, Aves was one of the best players I've ever seen in the last map. We said he can't expect that same level, and he's having a good game. 23 and 22. Yet he is still 10 kills behind his boy Levin. The guy who's going in first a lot of the time. The one who should have the excuses that, well, on the attack side, he can't do much, obviously. That's not the case. On every side, he's doing much. And for Fnatic, no victory just yet. We're right back into overtime, neck and neck with the attack side from Fnatic. And last time we saw that double fake, the pressure towards A, but it didn't really drag the rotations. This time, I think they're going to go much more direct.
Dosia has a little bit of support. Oh, that's very awkward. The near sight doesn't work when your opponent is close, and Alfia couldn't have been much closer. An opener that gives them a good position. Levin tried to be the hero. Instead, he's eliminated immediately. The man of the moment is gone. But Aves still alive and kicking Kayak, the bodyguard for the planter. Now Aves is all that's left, and while Alfia makes sure that this round doesn't go anywhere else other than into his pocket, he's now broken the 30 barrier with 31 kills. It really does just seem like two superstars from Turkey fighting to see who's going to win this map.
And now we come out of that round to a timeout from Fnatic.
It's over.
15 to 14.
Nice TP. That's some ballsy TP, bro. I love that.
All I'm going to say is, in map number 1, in OT, whoever took a pause immediately lost the next round.
This is true.
I'm not saying that there is any correlation between those things. It probably is just random. But I guess you also get the other team getting a pause. We'll see.
So
15 to 14. A chance to lose 2 maps 16-14 for KC, which, yeah, that'd be a brutal day at the office. A chance for this game to go in their favor, for them to go 3-0, to beat a team that they've lost 5 times in a row to in EMEA.
Yeah.
And it's slipping through your fingers twice in OT. And then you dominating their map choice. It's definitely been a peculiar series for that reason.
Well, luckily, nobody on KC will let it get to them if this one slips through their grasp. 15 to 14, 1 round for Fnatic. They come out of this pause, and look, they've been losing when it comes to the last time they played the defense. Didn't go all too well. So whether Tom's timeout curses are real or not, you understand why Fnatic wanted to take a moment there. Posted up his Kayak, but well, that wall's going to cut off any info for him. And they're going to have Cloud come in to fill up that control in top in heaven, but they spotted him already. They know he's close. The spams are coming in, and his wall's soon to go down. KC have got a fair bit of footwork done already, a fair bit of ground covered. It looks like they're ready to execute into A, but for Sugetsu with an operator on the other side of the map. And I did just realize he had an operator. I didn't even look for it. And now Fnatic just realized as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, for what he's been doing for backstabs, maybe the worst weapon you could have, but I guess he was just looking for aggression elsewhere on the map. The fact is, though, they've used that as a call to head towards the B site. The funny thing is, Fnatic have heard that call. They have 3 players on this side of the map as well. Alfia being the main point of their grievances so far. But he has a teammate alongside him, and that teammate might not be checked. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Alfia needed once again, and he delivers once again. But eventually he will fall just like the others. And now Cloud, all that remains of Fnatic's hopes of closing it just like last time, 16 and 14. Those hopes seem to have diminished. Aves even able to use the Nightfall, the trail of Cloud's deceit will follow him along. And well, as the beeps get faster, the likelihood of victory gets slimmer. They're giving him absolutely nothing. It won't be a 16-14 again. At minimum, we're going to get 17 rounds on one of those sides.
God, like you said, the fact that the first map goes to OT, the second is dominant for KC. This could have been a 2-0 series, but what fun we would have been robbed of if that was the case. Alfia, I started to believe those shots started to land, the slide out onto Sugetsu, but it was not enough this time. Alpha on 32, Levin still on 33, but now the op comes out on the defensive side. KC using it on the attack with Sugetsu, but Levin granted the honor of utilizing this, and he's pushed up in A main. He's going to keep going. This is being watched by Cloud, but a hard shot for Cloud to hit, but he gets there right off rip.
11 down. It's a big player to take. Boaster saw the operator of his opponent in the last and decided anything you can do, I can do better. Sugetsu surely falls, yet no escape. And now Narrate atop the wall wants to try and even, and instead he makes their deficit deeper. The hole has been dug further into the ground, and now Reliance on just 2. Cloud still holding that lurk on the other side of the map. Plenty of time for Fnatic to play with, and questions being asked by this defensive side. It seems like Dosia is going to make his way back, but Aves a push up here. I don't think there's any way he expects Cloud to still be here, but timing. Cloud's just about to move, but clearly his spidey senses were tingling as he will remove Aves from action.
Yeah, that was the chance. Dosia's been remarkable in some of the games earlier. Look back to Summit. This Harbor was sensational, but too tall of a task, surely. And indeed it will be. Fnatic 16-15. Now we're going more of a distance than before. But it seems like the story might end the same way as map number 1. Another chance to close this out for Fnatic.
It feels like a lot of their attack rounds are becoming more and more controlled as things go along, whereas the ones from KC feel more and more reliant on that individual brilliance, the likes of 11 or an Aves to bail them out.
Or Sugetsu up.
You can see. No, the only operator is going to be on the hands of Kayak. The Yoru makes a little bit more sense, but they're definitely feeling the bite of that last round with how passive they're being here.
Yeah, you're only going to let yourself fall to the surprise op once, aren't you? Even though it's not in play, you have no way to know that until the shot is fired. So for Fnatic, caution is the name of the game. It's going to be a slow round from KC. 2 players towards the A site. Spike still bottom mid, crossing to B. Slow, labored perhaps, but for Fnatic so far, they have had boots on the ground in the right place at the right time. It seems like we're going to swap positions this time so that some util can come in from Crashies towards the A site, but they've realized it might not be needed with contact on B.
Sugetsu might need to be the hero for them this time. They're rotating towards his position. Walking into Alpha's domain. Who said it's been him versus Levin for who will top the tower. And as the time ticks by, he's going to be the one under pressure again, the one that looks to close. That time being bought, the more dangerous he becomes. But now he has friends. 19 seconds left for KC to try and make some sort of move, and it's already them the first to fall. It looks like everything will fall apart right at the end for KC. Even Levin can't save them now. A 17-15, 16-14 couple of maps for Fnatic. If your heart isn't racing, I don't know what will do it for you.
Oh, Davy Jones is out of his locker. Back against his former squad. KC were on an uptick without Aang, but then they met their former head coach. And whether he did or didn't have a read on Zacia's playbook, he certainly had the right calls for the boys in the moments where it mattered. I don't know what you call to get Alfier to drop 35, but Boaster's going to be saying it every day from now on.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. You've got 35 kills for Alfier, 34 for Levin. Both players with a truly unbelievable performance. The top 5 players of the game also all had 5 opening picks, which just seems absolutely mental. And the fact is, it really could have been anyone's game. I feel like for KC, this is definitely a new leaf turned in their book, where we questioned maybe some of the previous performances, a team with a stand-in that they decimated, but going against Fnatic is always a tough task. And they proved they could definitely go toe-to-toe with this team. But again, that resilience from FNC was true once more with 2 crazy OT victories. And eventually, they closed the map.
Yeah, they made a big run here, all the way to however many rounds we hit. I feel like we were close to getting 100. 100 slaps out of Zacian on that desk. My goodness, that's going to need replacing. before we get the next games underway tomorrow. Oh my God, man. We missed so much of it.
Oh, that one was the mic one. I
at the
saw
end,
the mic
yeah,
one. So
Just there were so many.
And yeah, we've even got that one. And a man that you can see on your screen right now with a beautiful new haircut. Let's go down to the stage for an interview.
New cut, looking good. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? The org's tweeting it out.
Was supposed to be new cut, new player, but player stays the same.
Player stays the same. What a match. What a series going on. In those crazy overtimes, what's going through your brain?
Honestly, I don't know what time it is. Actually, right now I know, but such a long game, a lot of like really close rounds. Sometimes not killing, but yeah, I think it was good learning experience for sure, and like they played also really well, so it was a good game.
They certainly did, right down to the wire. I want to ask you about the Yoru. Playing the Yoru, what do you think about it?
You know, finally back on the Yoru, got a little buff on the Yoru last patch, I think. So yeah, we just like tried it and just played it because it felt good. So.
And what do you think? Did you have fun with it?
Yeah, I think it was fine. It was fine. It was pretty good.
Was there a little extra in this one to win it for Aang? You know, coming over from KC, maybe a little bit more in there for him?
Of course. Everything for the brothers, you know?
Everything for him. Well, congratulations on the win. It's time for us to go to our Razor end of day highlights.
FUT Esports versus Pacific Esports.
The young gun, but he's had so much impact from these positions before. Oh, it's going to work out for him. Cristalli in the corner. He's looked so good. Trades coming through on the Pacific side. Pacific well on the way to the bonus round now. Still, it's up to half. The spam not good. Yetichi brought off 2v1, 1v1, and he wins out! A Red Bull clutch for Yetichi. Now starting to walk that warpath closer to a round win. A saving grace for Pacific. Two of the best. Can they make it 3? It looks like it. Looking to make things 10 to 10. VALORANT's ace will do that. Let's go! Where are you looking? And it's exactly what we expected in the end. And they go up 2-1 in the group and take the lead in the championship point race overall.
But also holding on to that reckoning. They know about that second player. They're looking for it. Good work from Dosia. But even still, he's walking back into the hands of Dosia again. He did enough in this round, it seems, but still comes down to Aves.
Nice! Let's go! Insane, guys. Let's go.
Running through that wall is going to be nasty.
We're playing so much better, boys.
It's completely shut them down. He's just waiting for them, but again, Dosia lands the shot. If Boaster gets this kill, it should be round over. He needs this kill within seconds, and he does get it. Timing going to be everything, and he's got the timing perfect! Boaster takes over! The backstab! The knife twisted!
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how he got away with the kill there. Numbers were in his favor moments ago. He's going to deal with Narrate up close and personal! Bailing Fnatic out with a Red Bull clutch.
This is falling apart. The defusal already began. They need to stop them from defusing. A Red Bull clutch from Alphayan. Nice. But he's still in that corner. The rain swings out from above.
They have to delay as much as they can with no utility left. Bar on Cloud. It's going to be tough. They have to do it with the rifles and Cloud's being caught. But that's when Kayak turns up for Fnatic. Left it on. Oh, what? That shot was insane from Levin.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing.